Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, the Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by the Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations go longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere.
Yeah, now I'm pushing on my wheels in the fuse, got you dancing. I'll be going back and forth steady with the pants in. Trying to keep up and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold but I'm hot like a Visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Yeah, now I'm pushing on my wheels in the fuse, got you dancing. I'll be going back and forth steady with the pants in. Trying to keep up and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold but I'm hot like a Visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine a place where your curiosity is celebrated, your dreams are nurtured, and your potential is limitless. A place where learning is more than just a classroom experience. It's an adventure, a journey, and a transformation. With world-class facilities and a team of visionary experts, we craft thinkers, leaders, and change makers for the world. Here, every question sparks curiosity. Every challenge ignites passion. And every project takes you one step closer to greatness. At Christ, shape a world that reflects your vision.
Walk into the portals of Christ University to rediscover yourselves, to shape the future, and sow the seeds of growth for tomorrow. This is our journey together to create a meaningful impact in the society.
This is where your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate life.
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion, and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all so much for your patience. We got a little delayed due to a delay at the inauguration. My name is Paloma, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 13th edition of Lit for Life, the Hindu's annual literature festival. Literature festivals celebrate books, writing, and the ideas that shape societies. For centuries, the written and spoken word has helped form ideas, spark dialogue, and deepen understanding. Lit for Life is a space where these ideas come alive through vibrant conversations between writers and readers and through discussions that bring together diverse perspectives. Over the past 12 years, Lit for Life has grown as an inclusive platform that celebrates expression across literature, arts, and culture. At its heart lies a belief in diversity, free thought, and free expression, values that are central to a thriving democracy and to the Hindu itself. So this year, once again, we present a rich program featuring writers, thinkers, artists, and public intellectuals from India and across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lit for Life. Can we begin with a big round of applause? Thank you. As we are all set to proceed, I just request everyone to double check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026 is presented by the all-new Kia Seltos in association with Christ and Nite. Our associate partners are Orchids, the International School, the Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshakalpa Organic, United India Insurance, ICFAI Group, the Chennai Port Authority, KPL, Bajiram and Ravi, Institute for IAS Examination, LIC, and Mahindra University. Our realty partner is Casa Grande, our education partner, SSVM Institutions Coimbatore, our state partner, the Government of Sikkim, our official timekeeping partner, Citizen, our regional partner, DBS Bank, our tourism partner, Bihar Tourism, our bookstore partner, Crossword, our radio partner, 92.7 Big FM, and our water partner, Repute. We'll dive right in to our first session sponsored by Christ University, titled How to Reclaim India, aka Bharat. This opening session examines the idea of India and how we engage Please welcome our speakers on stage. We have with us Ashutosh, a senior journalist and political author. Can we welcome him on stage with a round of applause? Let's keep the applause going for Sobhana K. Nair, a senior deputy editor at The Hindu. Welcome. They will be in conversation with Ziya Salam, associate editor at The Hindu, writer and commentator. Let's give all of our speakers a big round of applause as they kickstart our very first session. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Privileged to have this select audience. And considering all of us are coming from a smog-filled, cold Delhi, it's such a pleasure to be here, soaking in the warmth of Chennai. I welcome you all here. We are going to have a nice little chat with Ashutosh. You would have all seen him on television for many years. Anybody who knows Hindi and reads Hindi knows Ashutosh, reads Ashutosh. His latest book has been making the rounds and has been in circulation for a while, getting good reviews everywhere, Reclaiming Bharat. We are going to talk about Reclaiming Bharat with him, but that's not the only book he has done. He has done 5 other books, and a couple of other books are in the pipeline. So we have with us an ace political commentator, a veteran journalist, and an author who says it as he sees it. With him, I have my own colleague, Sobhana Nair. Sobhana Nair is blessed with great political acumen. Last year, in 2024, when most journalists were too scared to say that BJP wasn't going to do too well in Uttar Pradesh, she was among the handful ones to do so. And then earlier this year, she got the Bihar election right as well, when many in the heart of hearts, particularly those quote-unquote, from the secular brigade, were hoping that RJD will be able to pull off a stunner. She told me well before the results, there's no such likelihood possible. It reflects in her writing in the paper every day, and it also reflects in the wonderful book she did around the general elections last year about Ram Vilas Paswan, The Weather Vane of Indian Politics, published by Rowley Books. Welcome, Sobhana. Welcome, Ashutosh.
Thank you.
I begin with Ashutosh with the subject Reclaiming Bharat, also known as India. So, Ashutosh, from whom do we reclaim Bharat?
Thank you. I think this is the first question I'm confronted with all the time, because since I wrote this book, which is called Reclaiming Bharat, the 2 kinds of question. One, why reclaiming, and why Bharat? Why not India? And I said, at least my title has got the book right in that sense, because people are a bit more intriguing and want to know.
From whom? Reclaim from whom?
See, when we're talking about the book, the most important thing is that we have forgotten since 2014 that the India we used to live, it's not the same Bharat or India now we witness. A lot of transformation has taken place, a lot of changes has occurred, a lot of disruption has happened. And probably you sitting in Chennai or in Tamil Nadu or in Kerala or in Telangana, Andhra might not witness, but we live at the heart of in Delhi and in Noida, and I belong to Lucknow. And I can tell you that the world has changed so much. Even the interpersonal relationship has also changed. So I was intrigued to try to find out what are the reasons. I think the fundamental reason is the change of regime in 2014. And normally people confuse that this is a normal change of regime. This is not a normal change of regime. And I say that this is something akin to 15th August 1947, because that was also not a normal change of regime from Britishers to the Indians. So once the power passed on from Britishers to the Indians, the whole paradigm changed. The whole perspective changed. The looking at the governance also looked at. The issues changed. Similarly, in 2014, it was not like the baton passing from Morarji Desai to Indira Gandhi, or from Indira Gandhi to Morarji Desai, or from Rajiv Gandhi to VP Singh, or from Manmohan Singh, or from Atal Bihari Vajpayee to Manmohan Singh. The baton passed at the surface from Manmohan Singh to Modi, but it was the beginning of a march of an ideological state, what I call. Till before 2014, we have governments who had largely has a consensus on the constitutional consensus, the Nehruvian consensus, the democratic consensus. They have a belief, inbuilt belief into the constitution and all the liberal values. Even the left and the socialists, they also operated in the same atmosphere. But after 2014, this whole state is now run by Hindutva, run by an ideology. And one ideology takes over, then the whole paradigm changes. Now, with the change of nature of the government, ideology taking over, it's impossible to believe that the same kind of government will also operate. And ideology has an inbuilt nature that it disconnects itself from the past, disrupts future, because it has to build, disrupt present, and then it has to deconstruct the future. Because why there is an ideology? There are such serious differences with the Nehruvian concept, and that's why every time they commit something, they go back to history and say, Nehru did this, Nehru did this, Nehru did this, and we were a golden bird in the past, but because of these politics and policies, now we are ruled by foreigners for 1,000 years.
Ashutosh, when you talk of Nehru, in the first general elections in 1951-52, Nehru made it an election which was virtually a referendum against communal parties. And then we come to 2014, and more specifically 2024, which was the other extreme, which was basically a vote for communalism in many ways, if you go by some of the pronouncements of political leaders during election campaign. How do you look at it? More so because you called 2014 as a little revolution in Indian political roadmap.
2014, sorry?
2014, you called there was a revolution which came about with the coming of Narendra Modi.
See, in post-independent India, most of, like all of them except Nehru, did not underestimate RSS and the politics and the ideology of Hindutva. He was the only one who wrote letters to the different chief ministers that this majority communalism is more dangerous and we have to be very careful about it. And in fact, 1951, when the first election was happening, he made it a kind of a referendum on that. But after Nehru, whether you read Jayaprakash Narayan or Ram Manohar Lohia or anybody, all of them, even the academia, the historians, the politicians, they all underestimated RSS. They thought they are the fringe players. So they didn't go deeper to try to find out. And it's so ironical that JP called if RSS is fascist, that I am also fascist. Basically, by making, and then even Ram Manohar Lohia had gone in alliance with Deen Dayal Upadhyay in 1963 and 1967 onward. Again, there was an alliance with them. These alliances had given them legitimacy. Without realizing, without trying to understand that what Hindutva stands for. Hindutva stands for hatred towards minorities, especially towards the Muslims and Christians and communists. These are not my words, written in the word. They want to make Muslims as a second-class citizens. These were not, even the academia did not try to read them. So they were preparing for a very, very long time. After Nehru, Indira Gandhi, all of them did not go deep, did not try to understand them. And this was the time when the RSS and Hindutva were preparing for the bigger leap. And with alliances with the different political parties like the Socialists, JP, Ram Manohar Lohia, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, and all of them had given them the legitimacy. And finally, when the time came, look at where they are. They do not subscribe to even one element of that Nehruvian democratic socialist, democratic constitutional consensus, not even one. And I know the paucity of time, but in 1985, when they accepted integral humanism as the creed for the BJP, that integral humanism itself speaks and says that federalism is dangerous for the unity and integrity of the country. The federalism, which is so dear to us, part of the constitution. Secularism, they say India can be a dharmaraj, and then they say, go to the extent of saying that it is not the parliament which should be supreme, it is not the people who should be supreme, it is the dharma which should be supreme. And that's why this chorus about change the constitution. I never had an iota of doubt that they will change the constitution if they get an opportunity. This 2024...
Talking of our constitution, our very first article talks of India, that is Bharat. And Sobhana, wasn't there a controversy about this expression itself in the run-up to the constitution being adopted back in September 49, probably?
Yes, so it's a wonderful story.
I'm asking you because these days there's a lot of emphasis on saying that we are Bharatiya rather than Indian.
So these fractures that Ashutosh ji is talking about existed right from the genesis of this republic. 17th September 1949, roughly 19 months after the debate, the Constituent Assembly has started drafting the Constitution. The Assembly takes up the first article, which states that India, that is Bharat. Now this article comes up for a debate. It's a Saturday evening. There is not enough quorum. The bells furiously ring, and still the Member of Parliaments do not sort of come to the Assembly, and this is pushed for the next day. So on Sunday, 18th of September 1949, they take up this article for discussion. Now, there were a lot of suggestions. Why should we call the new republic India? Why not Bharat? Why not Hindustan? Why not Hind? Why not Bharat Bhumi? Or why not Bharat Varsh? And one of the key persons who moved an amendment was Hari Vishnu Kamath, a Praja Socialist Party member. He from Madhya Pradesh, from what is today Madhya Pradesh, and he wanted India, that is Bharat, to be replaced with Bharat, or in the English language, India shall be union of states. So bringing Bharat before India. And of course, a lot of Hindu scriptures were pulled out to justify why Bharat is the original name and India is not. India is something that we borrow from the West, so on and so forth. The Assembly, a vote was cast, and 51 people voted against H.V. Kamath's amendment, and it was defeated. So my simple point here is that the hankering for this mythical Bharat that is alive today, as Ashutosh ji spoke about, has been alive since 1949, and it just continues. It's actually the same narrative which is continuing, probably in a more enhanced manner, and we see it more present.
Okay, in the India we live today, there has been just one thing, a lot of debate about socialism and secularism being incorporated later in the preamble during Indira Gandhi's time. How do you look at the socialism pandering out today, particularly when we see the government, on the one hand, not openly wedded to the idea of socialism, and at the same time giving doles to 80 crores Indians? I'm asking you because you have done a book on Paswan, who obviously stood for socialism.
So, I mean, UP itself is a great, UP results in 2024 is a great example of this particular, I mean, if we were to look at the clues. So what happened in UP, it was socialism has sort of making an appearance back, emerging more as a counter memory. I would say socialism, it was the UP, the general election in Uttar Pradesh was a contest between Hindutva and socialism. Hindutva's effort has always been to suppress all sorts of differences within the society. Now, socialism depends on very material requirements. whose resources are it?
Material or existential?
Both. I mean, whose resources are it? Who is benefiting from it? Those kind of issues, basic livelihood issues, are sort of, there in socialism, or one of the dominant narrative in socialism. In Hinduism, you basically erase all sorts of differences and pretend that everything is...
It's like a smothering with affection.
Well, so, I mean, what we saw in Uttar Pradesh, I would see it as a counter memory that the populace held about socialism, which interrupted Hinduism very, very briefly. I'm not sure whether it will endure for a longer time, and that remains to be seen by the 2027 elections, whether it will endure or not.
Ashutosh, you were saying something about the secular part of the amendments.
See, when I was talking about the India that is Bharat, just recently I was reading Swami Vivekanand, and I found a very interesting take. He says, this India, which is supposed to be a word from colonialism, from the English, he says, Jo Sindhu ke is par rehne wale, those who are living beyond this side of the river,
Indus.
they were called by Hindus, by Persians, and by Greeks called them Indians. So it's not a typical English word in that sense that we understand. I think the India that is Bharat, when the debate was going on.
Isn't that what Mohan Bhagwat also says? All Indians are Hindus?
That's a very longer debate, because they think that everybody living in this country is a Hindu. So in that context, that word, that sabka DNA ek hai, everybody's DNA is the same, is not the same what we understand.
Yeah.
But because for them, Muslim is also Hindu, Christian is also Hindu, and they should behave like a Hindu. And that is basically killing the pluralism of the country, killing the secularism of the country. Very smartly coined these words. The India that is Bharat means India that is the modern India, that is the modern country, and the Bharat connects to the civilizational past. So basically these two words, they connect to the past and to the present and the future both. For the question, what the
I was saying about the secularism part, you say that was introduced by Indira Gandhi in the preamble.
See, I think somewhere down the line, Indira Gandhi also realized that there are forces who do not believe into the secularism. Somewhere down the line, though I tried to dig out many places, but I didn't really find the answer exactly what was. But that was also the time when the RSS started asserting itself. Because just after independence, if you look at, they were suffering from all kinds of discredits. Like after the Gandhi assassination, Golwalkar was arrested. The RSS were also banned. So for the 2 decades after the independence, they were lying low, except in 1967 when the cow movement was
anti-cow slaughter.
Yeah, anti-cow slaughter. I think somewhere down the line, the Mrs. Gandhi realized that there will be serious question mark about India's secularism. But so it's better to put it into the constitution.
Ashutosh, haven't we been a secular country all along, even if not by the name of India or Hindustan as such? I go back to the Mughal era, the much maligned Mughals these days, and you go back to the time of Shah Jahan, when there was a complaint made about some people worshipping deities near the Red Fort. He not only rejected that petition, he said it is called Ibadat-e-Ilahi, like it's the worship of the Almighty. So the state did not identify with the religion of the ruler. That effectively makes us secular at any given time. So why is secularism a little bit of an abused term since 2014?
Abused term because they don't believe into the secularism. They have no faith in India being a plural society. They want to homogenize the entire country. They just want only Hindus, and within Hindus, pardon me saying so, the dominance of the upper caste. And that, because if you look back into the history, how the Dalits were treated and how the backwards were treated. Now this whole movement is basically an assertion of that the dominant caste which controlled the entire society, entire polity for the last God knows how many thousands of years. It is basically a reflection of that. They want this country to be like a Pakistan or to be like an Iran. They don't say in as many words, but the kind of I try to look at what does the Hindu Rashtra mean. Sometimes they say India is a Hindu Rashtra. If there is a India is a Hindu Rashtra, then why you keep saying that we have to make this country a Hindu Rashtra? These are two contradictory things. The closest which has gone through what does they mean by Hindu Rashtra or how they define Hindu Rashtra, I go back to the Iranian Revolution. Because in Iranian Revolution, there is a democratic society.
Iranian Revolution of 2025 or the 70s?
1979, the Iranian Revolution. And then the whole polity and society is controlled by clerics. They define who will be the presidential candidate, who will be the president, who will be in the cabinet, who can contest election. And there is a council of 12 clerics who decide everything. And above them is a Ayatollah. So I think they do not say that how they want to change the constitution. But they can make India a Hindu Rashtra, a Dharma Rajya as they propagate only by the clerics controlling, the religious clerics controlling our politics and society. And that is closest to the Iranian Revolution.
I want to supplement to what Ashutosh ji is saying, especially on the secularism. I do not buy, I mean, of course, I'm not countering. I'm not countering you, Ziya, but I do not believe that we were secular right from this. I mean, I do not subscribe to any mythical India where everyone was equal and there was secularism. In fact, I would, in fact, Varghese is here, he was here. There was a lovely interview that he had done with Madhavan Palat, who edited the collected works of Nehru. And you'll be interested to know secularism is a word that Nehru does not use. Yeah. He uses tolerance. So there is a lovely digital archive of Nehru where you can actually put just, you know, whatever you want to search, pull out of his speeches. And if you put secularism, you will not find a single speech because he doesn't use
tolerance followed by appreciation of each other's culture.
Absolutely. And see, the thing is why secularism has become such a you know, a bad word these days is because Hindutva offers a far cleaner image, you know, a more emotionally cohesive story. And it basically, the question here is not the question here is not who is excluded, who belongs to the nation. That is the question. Basically, that is the question that Hindutva is asking of all of us.
So doesn't it make it exclusionary?
Of course, it makes it exclusionary, and secularism is a very messy word. Secularism can get messy. So therefore, it has become a bad word.
I think we are getting into the dangerous territory. See, secularism is much maligned word today, but secularism is the need of the day. We as a society from Kashmir to Kanyakumari cannot survive without secularism. I think the two things we are missing out. The one thing we are missing out is that secularism should not be confused as a negation of religion. My parents, they come, I'm a non-believer, but when they come and stay with me, 5 in the morning they get up, they go to the temple, pray there and come back. Well, should I call them as a religious fanatic or not secular? They are secular because they never objected me whom I am getting to marry or whether I'm praying or not. I think the second thing is when we talk about Hinduism, it does talk about tolerance. There is a lot of tolerance at the philosophical level. A non-believer can be a Hindu, a Shaivite can be a Hindu, a Vaishnavite can be a Hindu, a follower of Shankaracharya, Nirakar Brahma can be a Hindu.
Even a Gnostic can be a Hindu.
Ramanujacharya's follower in the Bhakti movement can also be a Hindu, and a Charvak can also be a Hindu. But in our conduct, were we really tolerant? Because look at the history of Dalits and the backwards, how they were treated. We were never an equal society. And that's what Baba Sahib Ambedkar said, we were graded inequality. Every day you take, you get up in the morning and you just turn the pages of your newspapers and you will see, I want to marry my daughter to this. These are not the signs of being an equal society. But what is happening today is that since with one stroke of a pen, the Constitution has unleashed a silent revolution and made India an equal society, politically and legally, but not socially. And that's what Baba Sahib Ambedkar has said. Political equality is there, but there is no social equality. There will be fascism. What we are witnessing today in a different garb is a kind of social fascism. that you can be lynched anywhere just because you belong to a particular caste. You can be ill-treated like anything just because you belong to a particular Dalit caste. So that's what you're witnessing today. So let's not get confused that word before 2014 and now 2014 onwards, these forces have got the support and the background and the backdrop of a state. And a state is a very, very repressive and the powerful instrument.
When you're talking of the state, our constitution calls India, which is a union of states. But aren't we, I'm throwing this question to both of you, aren't we becoming a unitary state where the center controls everything? You have all these rubberhead chief ministers in various states who owe allegiance to the center.
Yeah.
Shobhana?
So, in fact, just before this session over the breakfast, Ashutosh ji and I were talking exactly this thing. How many of us actually remember the name of, say, Odisha Chief Minister or Rajasthan Chief Minister or Haryana's Chief Minister? You know, these are people plucked out of obscurity and put into the position, whether they deserve it or not.
How many know the name of the BJP's new president?
Yes, that too. That too. So the whole point is that when you have somebody who does not have political power of his own, that person therefore is obviously going to be subordinate at all times to the Prime Minister or to the central structure of BJP. And in fact, another thing I want to point out is, I was the other day at a briefing by a secretary, a rural development secretary in Delhi, and he gave us a long presentation as to how every Wednesday, last Wednesday of every month, Prime Minister himself holds a review meeting where all the chief secretaries are present to discuss the various projects and the roadblocks that those projects are facing. So here you have and all the Secretary of Government of India sit on that meeting. Never before have we seen this kind of a very unitary form of governance where the Prime Minister is looking at land acquisition problems in a railway project somewhere miles and miles away from Delhi, which is basically a state government's responsibility. It never ever has that happened. The state governments have had a large amount of leeway. And the second, and one of the most important thing I want to point out is how we have the number of centrally sponsored projects where states have about 40% of share. The states have not even 10% of share in decision making. The center decides what is the name of the scheme, center decides the branding, center decides who the money goes to. And the latest in this example is Manrega's, Manrega being replaced by PMG Ramji bill, where we see that now the center will decide how much money is to be allotted to each state and where this money will be spent, replacing a demand-driven program from a direction, giving directions from the top.
Ashutosh, what are the dangers of such a unitary form of government?
See, I go back in their literature, in their text, and I find an answer. Because if you read Golwalkar, he vehemently argues and advocates for a unitary form of the government, where there should be one leader, one legislature, and one country. So in their thought process, there is no idea called federalism, because this ideology is a product of a paranoia. Okay, and when they go back in history and try to understand why Hindus for such a long period of time, which they think has been ruled first by Islam and then by Christianity, and then they realize because Hindus were not united. And when they look at Hindus within, they find Hindus divided into the different castes, so many castes. When they look at India as a geographical entity, they find divided into more than 25 states and union territories. That make them nervous. And that is why they believe in that India, if Hindus has to survive, it has to exist as one unity. And at the central level, when they form the government, then this creating a anonymous faces, making them as a chief minister like a rubber stamps, is basically an exhibition of that tendency. And also, let's not forget it, every opposition state has been thrust upon a kind of governance who are making their life miserable, and who knows better than Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. How does the opposition survive, and how do the opposition ruled states survive?
It's very difficult. In an ideological state, it's very difficult to survive. You know why I'm saying so? Because they have a gladiatorial instinct. They have a killer instinct to make India a Hindu Rashtra. Opposition thought that it's a normal politics. It's not normal politics. It's not normal society. It's not a normal government. So their instrument is, and their objective is different. So when they push a governor to Tamil Nadu or to Kerala, their objective is to, can they help make Tamil Nadu like any other Hindutva state, something like that. And that is why they will keep interfering, they'll keep and doing something like that. So it makes very life difficult in that sense. So that's what I'm saying. If BJP has been a normal party, RSS has been a normal organization, the country wouldn't have faced so much problems, so much disruption.
See, Sobhana, when he's talking of the opposition ruled states facing tough time with the BJP at the center and their style of working, it also brings into question the role of the governor. Do we really need a governor in the states?
Absolutely not. We don't. Governor is a colonial vestige which is left behind. We also, I mean, every time we have questions, we should always go back in history and see where did it originate and how did it come about. Governors were basically the British nominee, British center's nominee to look after the state. Do we need governors? I'm not sure we have any requirement. This was also debated in the Constituent Assembly, though at that point they felt that it is better to have a counter check, some sort of a counter check against...
Counter check or an impediment?
Possibly both. I mean, counter check will obviously pose as an impediment, but I do not believe that we need governors anymore. We have elected governments and that should suffice.
See, when the debate was happening in the Constituent Assembly about the governor, I think governor were supposed to sleep in the Raj Bhavan for 24 hours. And one to get, to wake up only once in five years.
What's wrong if the governor is awake and active?
Because the post of governor has become weaponized to neutralize the opposition government, to subdue opposition government, and to follow the dictates of the center. That's why that's why the governor has become so much interfering.
Okay, coming to the title of your book, before we wind up, so do we have to reclaim India and the idea of India from the central government and the governors and everybody too?
Of course, yes.
And who
if we have to go back to the pre-2014 situation where we could liberally, where we can freely think and act, I think even look at what the media is doing. Have you ever, you being such a veteran journalist, have you ever thought that the media can be something like this? I work in television for good 21 years. I never thought that a situation will come when the questions will never be asked to the Prime Minister or to the Cabinet and to the small BJP leaders, but questions will be asked only with the opposition and especially to the Rahul Gandhi, something like this. And I know for a fact that the instructions are given from the top to the media houses and to the propagandists that if some snake had died in Colombia, blame Rahul Gandhi for that. Something like this. And I know for a fact, I'm not just faffing around. So, and this is what is happening around. So every debate and discourse comes to that. And then Hindu-Muslim binary. This has never been a part of the media discourse ever in the past. In the positive sense, but not something like this, that you create a monster out of everything.
Okay, we are living in the age of an inverted pyramid in our country, be it politics or society or culture, so to say. So I guess it's the best to listen to the common man. And with this, I throw the house open to all of you to ask questions to the two panelists, and I'll happily step aside.
Mike, somebody has to.
Can I read the question?
Sir.
I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes.
You'll be more audible with the mic in your hand.
Congratulations for the books,
Thank you, sir.
the authors. The discussion, I must confess, has been very disappointing. We thought that we have come here to listen how to reclaim India, that is Bharat. What we have been listening is beating around the bush about the revolution in 2014. Would you tell us how to reclaim? Thank you.
How to reclaim? See, if you read this book, there are the two currents. One is how the RSS is trying to reclaim India of the old civilization, and then how after 2014, the liberal constitutionalists and the democratic, they want to reclaim Bharat, which they lost in 2014. I think you can reclaim only going back to what the constitution preaches us. There's no other way. Otherwise, we are heading for a dead end.
The idea essentially is to revive the spirit of the Constitution.
Spirit of the Constitution. I wish I had the answer, but the answer which I have, because I'm a firm believer in Indian Constitution, and Indian Constitution is the best thing which could be offered to this country.
Ashutosh ji, Hindi mein ek kahavat hai, na man tel hogi, na Radha nachegi. So you are essentially saying that.
I wish I could be an astrologer, I could answer your question.
Sir, what are the global challenges have you seen when you're writing the book? Because the global countries impact the India greatly. For example, there is war going on in Ukraine and all that. Any issues, liberalization and all that global ideologies have you considered in writing the book in challenges being faced by India? Thank you.
See, this book is basically about 2024 parliamentary election, which I tried to look through the ideological point of view. But what I have reached to the conclusion while writing the book and my earlier book, which is called Hindu Rashtra, that this rise of the right is just not an accident. There are serious reasons behind it. There is a serious disappointment, disorientation and disgust with the old left liberal order. And because it has failed to address the questions, because this order was created after 1945, after the Second World War. So that time has passed since then. It's almost 70, 80 years. We are still being governed and being looked after by that old order. Globally, a new order has to come up. It has to deal with the two most important issues. One is it has to deal with the religion. Another, it has to deal with the migration. Migration not only globally, but within India too. Because people like from UP and Bihar, when they go to Mumbai and Maharashtra, they are ill-treated sometimes, which is not an accident of history. So I think unless the new order comes up, unless we try to understand this global phenomena, we will not be in a position to understand what is Trump phenomena, what is the Hungarian leader doing, what Mr. Modi is doing in this country. So it's not an isolated incident in that sense.
No, I think he also meant our immediate neighbors, all the political ramifications of what is happening in Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. How does it impact India?
Sorry?
How does it impact India?
See, I think the biggest problem which we are facing right now is that our domestic policy is dictating our foreign policy. The more we talk about Bangladesh, the possibility is the more we are going to antagonize Bangladesh. We have already lost Bangladesh in that sense. There are certain things which has to be dealt at the diplomatic level. The same issues should have been addressed by picking a phone and talking to our counterpart in Bangladesh, instead of creating a political noise about it. And then you antagonize. Like whole issue about the Mustafizur Hassan. I think it's a non-issue in that sense. We all can sympathize that yes, our brothers, Hindu brothers are being killed in Bangladesh. But just creating a noise in this country, will it solve the problem? Has it stopped killing of Hindus there? No, it has not. And then think about it. Muslims are being lynched in this country. But when the America and the Middle East and the Pakistan and other countries, they've started talking about it, then we get very upset and we say, why are you interfering in our internal affairs? So were we not doing something like that? So I think the foreign policy is a different ball game altogether. It should not be dictated by our domestic ideological politics. And that is where we are having a problem. Because when Mr. Trump is contesting election, that we believe in our heart that Sanatani will be there in the White House and all the problems will be sorted out. Now what happened? Now the biggest Sanatani in the White House is the biggest disappointment. He's trying to humiliate us every drop of the war, every drop of a hat. This has happened why? Because we did not believe that the women were contesting against Trump. She didn't believe into the right-wing ideology. So you hated her. Now look at what you got in bargain.
Before we wind up, I have time for just one last question.
Hello, this is Ibrahim here. Thank you so much for giving your time and life working on that important issue of our generation. And it's very vital. But I wanted to say and understand from you. So basically, we cannot leave anybody behind to build this nation. For example, people have opposing view, very, militant view. Still, we need to carry them together to build a new vision, which is our old vision of the Constitution, correct? Because we cannot leave the people who are very opposed or radical. We need to carry them forward. I think we all will agree. I just walked in from the other auditorium to here, where Justice Chandrachud is sitting on the session, and the atmosphere was very different. For example, the topic discussed is why Constitution matters, right? And it is basically like, for example, obviously auditorium is full, and the conversation is very soft-spoken, very, very gentle, right? And so much of clapping and so much of, it is festive kind of a thing. And there is only right thing has been said. Constitution is important. Probably I could have given judgment which is opposing, but I respect. But we all need to hold this together. It is important not to put under
Can
trials.
you come to the question, please?
So basically, like, when the minds of the people are in one way, for example, they understand soft nature kind of a thing, right? Whereas when you come to gatherings here, it is very militant kind of a thing, right? A lot of people are not able to relate to. So how do you connect with the masses? How do you connect with the young generation, right? To understand this is an important issue, right? And we need to talk in a way that they are also part of it kind of a thing, right? So I'm just wanted to give the contrast of.
I'm not a politician. I was a politician a few years back. I'm a journalist and trying to be an academician. I'm not here that people should clap what I think or what I speak. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. Sorry. I'm not talking about clap and other things, right? Basically, like a lot of young minds has to be brought into that idea. They have to open up, saying that why this matters, right? The conversation which is not reaching.
But don't you think it did connect in 2024 election campaign? The fact that Rahul Gandhi carried a constitution, the red book around the country, he spoke about it, and it did percolate the message, and especially after all the comments from the BJP MPs, Anand Hegde and Jyoti Mirdha in Lalu Singh, so many of them made a comment that how constitution will be amended if
Sure,
we
ma'am.
need
I'm
400.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm coming from a very young minds. I work with a school, small school, right? And work with a lot of youngsters. What I see is the moment some conversations become heated or something which is passionate, basically they tune out, right? The way to engage with them is actually through some other things, right? Generally, what I see is when we are very passionate and we are putting our points forward, right? A lot of minds are shut. I'm talking about as a individual.
See, if you are trying to tell me that I should be more polite, I'll take your words.
No, the question is to the honorable panelists, how do you carry the larger population forward? How do you engage with them? Because you have been doing it, you have been a journalist, you have been writing books, and you have been talking about it. But I'm thinking that how do we expand the net, connect with the younger generation in the way they understand how important this issue is.
Thank you, sir. We got your question.
I think
very
that
briefly.
I personally believe, and that's how I speak very passionately, if any subject I believe in, I think that the truth has to be told in as many words. There's no mincing of words today, because in politeness, we might lose this country.
But I would like to end this note on a note of politeness, this discussion on a note of politeness. Some 15 years ago, I happened to be hosting the first panel discussion of the Hindu Lit Fest, and my guest on that occasion was Pakistan British writer Muhammad Hanif. Soon after that discussion, he was nominated for Man Booker and won the Commonwealth Prize for his book, The Case of Exploding Mangoes. I wish the same to Ashutosh and Sobhana. Thank you all.
Thank you to our speakers. Can we get a quick group photograph with all three of you, please, before you all step outside? Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, our authors are available. If you would like signed copies of their books, you can purchase them at the stall outside. And thank you so much to our audience for your participation. We're definitely looking forward to this level of enthusiasm as the day progresses. To our audience members that are just joining us, please do take your seats. We'll jump right into our next session, which is sponsored by NITE. Thank you so much. Titled The Joys and Challenges of Translating Imayam. This session explores translation as both craft and cultural responsibility. Let's welcome our speakers with a round of applause as they take the stage. Please welcome Imayam, Sahitya Academy Award-winning writer, Justice Prabha Sridevan, former judge and acclaimed translator, who will be in conversation with Kavitha Muralidharan, bilingual journalist and translator. Can we welcome them on stage, ladies and gentlemen? Requesting our audience to please make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode before we begin the session. Thank you.
Vanakkam. Actually, I'm not going to speak about Prabha Sridevan and Imayam because I'm very sure you Google pannale avangala patti ellame therinjirum. Between them, I think they form a very formidable author-translator duo. So I just wanted to start with what Imayam recently wrote on his social media. And it was very striking for me because I think எல்லாருமே அதோட அந்த டெக்ஸ்டோட ரிலேட் பண்ண முடியும், பட் இன் வேரியஸ் டிகிரிஸ்ன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அவர் எழுதியிருந்தார், எழுத தான் வாழ்க்கை புரிகிறது, எழுத்தே வாழ்க்கையாகிறது. இமயத்துக்கு அது ஒரு மீனிங்கை கொடுக்குது. The way he understands life as he writes and how writing becomes his life. ஒரு ரீடராக எனக்கு அது வேறு ஒரு மீனிங் கொடுக்கும், ஒரு டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டராக பிரபா ஸ்ரீதேவன் அவங்களுக்கு அது வேறு ஒரு மீனிங்கை கொடுக்கும். பட் அந்த ஜாய்ஸ் அண்ட் சேலஞ்சஸ் ஆஃப் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டிங் இமயம்னு வரும்போது எனக்கு அவர் எழுதினதை அதோட ரிலேட் பண்ணிக்க முடியும்னு தோணுச்சு. ஏன்னா இமயம் காட்டுற ஒரு உலகம் இருக்குல்ல, அது ஒரு ரீடராக என்னால் ஸ்டெப் இன் பண்ணிட முடியும். பட் ஒரு டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டராக இட்ஸ் அ சேலஞ்ச். I can enjoy the world and I understand as a reader, but as a translator I think it's a challenge. ஸோ அதனால தான் ஜாய்ஸ் அண்ட் சேலஞ்சஸ் ஆஃப் ட்ரான்ஸ்லேட்டிங் இமயம் அப்படின்ற டைட்டில் நாங்கள் சூஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தோம். ஸோ பேசிக்லி ஐ வாண்டட் டு புட் திஸ் இன் கான்டெக்ட் பிஃபோர் I'll start with பிரபா மேம். என்னோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேள்வி, பிட்வீன் தெம் நான் ஏற்கனவே சொன்ன மாதிரி 4 புக்கு அவங்க ட்ரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஷார்ட் ஸ்டோரிஸ், நாவெல்லா, எல்லா ஜானரும் வந்திருக்கு. ஸோ அக்ராஸ் இந்த 4 டைட்டில்ஸ், இஃப் தெர் இஸ் அ காட், ஐ எம் அலைவ் ஃபார் நவ், சால்ட் வெண்டர் அண்ட் வாழ்க வாழ்க, தீஸ் 4 titles, இமயம் writes with restraint about suffering. It's something people live with அப்படினு தோணுது. As a translator, how did you hold on to that restraint as in English without either heightening the pain or dulling it?
Thank you, Kavitha. Thank you, Imayam. It's been really a lovely journey translating Imayam, 4 books, and through the 4 books, we have been in conversation endlessly. So it's a real collaboration. He writes with restraint, yes, but it's quite dramatic. Dramatic not in a theatrical sense. I'll first say what I think, and then perhaps I'll read something from my translation. When I translate, I carry his words into English. So if his language is restrained, there is no way I can make it heightened. Kumurinan, Kadarinan, if he uses such words, then I'll have to use. But when he doesn't use such strong words, the danger is I may make it dull. Yeah. That possibility is there. But I try to hear his Tamil in my ears, then hear my English in my ears, and see if I get what he wants to say. Recently, a book that my son gave me, because he knows I'm passionate about translation, Umberto Eco. I need not translate the exact words. Functionally, I must be true to him. The readers must meet the Imayam that I meet in Tamil. Not fully perhaps, but at least a great percentage of what I enjoy, I weep, I cry, I torture myself while reading Imayam. I must be able to make the English readers feel the same. I'll just read one paragraph from his book. This story is called Dubai Karam Pondati. The Dubai man's wife is how I've translated the title. The wife lives in India, in Tamil Nadu. He is in Dubai. One day, she thinks that he has called her and told her that he is going to visit her tomorrow or whatever. And she has had a sexual encounter with a man who stalked her. And she's filled with guilt. And it's a kind of a stream of consciousness short story. I will just read what he has written. She is suffering. And I don't think I would call this very restrained. Was it I who desired him? If I had not shown my body, it would have been a treasure. It was my face and my breasts that he desired. What if I cut them off? She beat her breasts again and again. Her anger flared up instead of calming down. Gritting her teeth, she pinched her nipples hard. They burned. Her anger was more intense. Why did I show these to him? She picked up the ladle from the kitchen and started hitting her breasts as though she had gone mad. Imagine this in Tamil. I tried to bring whatever I could in English. So this is my challenge and this is my joy.
Yeah. We'll never be, as translators, I don't think we'll ever be happy with fully happy with what we translate. So I'm going to Imayam. Sir, நீங்க வந்து உங்களுடைய ஒரு முறை எழுதியிருந்தீங்க உங்கள் பிளாகில் கைவிடப்பட்ட எழுத்துக்கள் அப்படின்னு. உங்கள் எழுத்துக்கள் அந்த படைப்பை எழுதி முடிச்சதுக்கு பிறகு உங்கள் எழுத்துக்கள் உங்களை கைவிடுது, நீங்களும் உங்கள் எழுத்துக்களை கைவிட்டுறீங்கன்னு சொல்கிறீங்க. அது ஒரு ப்ராசஸ்க்கு போகுது. பெரும்பாலான படைப்புகள் இப்போ இங்கிலீஷில் வர தொடங்குது. நீங்கள் எழுதி முடித்த பிறகும் ஒரு ப்ராசஸ் இருக்குது. ரீடர்ஸ் உங்களோட இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க, அது டிரான்ஸ்லேட் ஆகுது, அப்போ நீங்கள் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர்ஸோட இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஆனால் ஒரு எழுத்து உங்களை கைவிடும் போது, இல்லை நீங்கள் அதை கைவிடும் போது உங்களுக்குள்ளே ஏற்படுவது வந்து ஒரு விடுதலை உணர்வா, இல்லை ஒரு இழப்பு உணர்வா, எது உங்களுக்கு இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க?
அது ஒரு வியாபார மனநிலைன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். முதலாக கோவேறு கழுதிகள் எழுதும்போது கோவேறு கழுதிகள் தான் அதில் வரக்கூடிய ஆரோக்கியம்தான் நான். இரவும் பகலும் அதே சிந்தனை, அது குறித்த வாக்கியங்களை உருவாக்குவது, அதை தவிர வேறு ஒன்றுமே இல்லை. 86, 87 எழுத ஆரம்பிச்சு நான் ரைட்டர் ஆகும்னே நினைக்கல. அப்புறம் எங்கே மொழிபெயர்ப்பு ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறதுக்கு 87 எழுத ஆரம்பித்து அது 94 வந்துச்சு. இந்த 7 ஆண்டுகளுமே சிடலாக கோவேறு கழுதிகளோடு வரக்கூடிய ஆரோக்கியமாகவே நான் இருந்தேன். அதில் வரக்கூடிய பீட்டர், அதில் வரக்கூடிய மேரி, அதில் வரக்கூடிய சடையன், இதை தவிர எதுவுமே இல்லை. எப்பயாவது ஒரு வாக்கியம், ஒரு சொல் கிடைச்சா அதை மெருகேற்றுறது, அதை பற்றி யோசிக்கிறது, அதை தவிர வேறு வாழ்க்கை இல்லை. இந்த கோவேறு கழுதிகள் தான் நானாக, என் வாழ்க்கையாக இருந்தது. அது பிரிண்ட் ஆனால் அடுத்த நிமிஷம் என்னை விட்டு போயிடுச்சு. ஸோ ஆரோக்கியத்தை நான் மறந்துட்டேன், ஆரோக்கியமே என்னை மறந்துட்டாங்க. அதன் பின்பாக ஆறுமுகம் நாவல், அதில் வரக்கூடிய தனபாக்கியம், ஆறுமுகம், சின்ன பொண்ணு, அது எழுதக்கூடிய 5 ஆண்டுகள். அதன் பின்பு செடல் 8 ஆண்டுகள் எழுதுச்சு. அது நாளைக்கு தான் பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணுறாங்க அன்பவுண்டுங்கிற பேரில். 8 ஆண்டுகள் செடலை தவிர வேறு எதுவுமே இல்லை. அது ஒரு கதை. என்ன விஷயம்னா, அவங்க வந்து அந்த கதை சொல்ல வராங்க, அவங்க கதை சொல்லிடுறாங்க, நான் எழுதிடுறேன், அவங்க வேற ஒருத்தவங்க தன்னுடைய கதை சொல்ல போகிறாங்க புத்தகத்தின் வழியாக. அப்போ எழுத்தாளருக்கு அங்கே ஒன்றுமே இல்லை. ஒரு கட்டத்தில் அந்த எழுதும்போது, இப்போ அம்மா சொன்னாங்க இல்லையா, துபாய்க்காரன் முன்னாடி, அது உண்மையிலே நான் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்கூலில் வேலை பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு பொண்ணு வந்துச்சு, அவர் புருஷன் வராரு துபாயிலேருந்து அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது எங்கள் ஸ்கூலில் சமையல்கார வேலை பார்த்த ஒரு அம்மா. அந்த ரன்னிங்கில் நான் யோசித்தது என்ன தெரியுமா, துபாய்க்காரன் முன்னாடி, இதே தான் நான் 1 மணி நேரம் யோசிச்சிட்டே வந்தேன். அன்றைக்கி இரவு நான் எழுதினேன் துபாய்க்காரன் முன்னாடி. அப்போ அந்த கதை எழுதி பிரிண்ட்டுக்கு போகுது இல்லையா, அதுக்கு பண்ணி நான் அந்த கதையை விட்டுருவேன். அதே மாதிரி அந்த கதையில என்னை விட்டுருந்தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அந்த கதை மட்டுமே தான் என் வாழ்க்கைன்னு நினச்சிருந்தா நான் கோவேறு கழுதியோட முடிஞ்சு போயிருப்பேன், அல்லது ஆறுமுக நாவலோட முடிஞ்சு போயிருப்பேன், சடல் நாவலோட முடிஞ்சு போயிருப்பேன். இப்போது உயிரோடு இருக்க வந்திருக்க மாட்டேன். இப்போது உயிரோடு எழுதும்போது அப்படியே அழுது கண்ணீரோடு தான் எழுதுச்சு. இப்போ அந்த கண்ணீர் என்கிட்ட இல்லை. அதில் வரக்கூடிய கதாபாத்திரங்கள், இப்போ 500 புத்தகம் பிரிண்ட் ஆகுதுன்னா அந்த 500 புத்தகத்தின் வழியாக அந்த கதாபாத்திரங்கள் தங்களுடைய கதை சொல்ல ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறாங்க. எழுத்தாளன் செத்து விடுறான், கதாபாத்திரங்கள் உயிரோடு இருக்குது ஒவ்வொரு ரீடருக்கும் முன்னாடியும். இப்போ வந்திருக்க நோய் புற்று நாவல் வரைக்குமே அதை எழுதி பிரிண்ட் ஆகி அந்த புத்தகத்தினுடைய கவரை பார்த்தோடனே போயிடுறேன். நான் உடனே பிச்சைக்காரனாக மாறிடுறேன். அடுத்த கதை இல்லையே அப்படின்னு. அடுத்த கதை வந்து என்னை சேர்ற வரைக்கும், யாராவது அந்த அரண்மனையுடைய சாவியை என் கையில் கொடுக்குற வரைக்கும் நான் ஒரு பிச்சைக்காரன் மாதிரி அவ்வளோ ஒரு இயக்கத்தோடு, அவ்வளோ ஒரு பரிதவிப்போடு, அவ்வளோ ஒரு தத்தளிப்போடு நான் வாழ்கிறேன். ஆனால் யாரோ ஒருத்தர் ஒரு வார்த்தையை கொடுத்துட்டா, அந்த வார்த்தையின் வழியாக நான் பயணம் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டா, அப்புறம் ஒரு சந்தோஷமான ஒரு உலகம், மகிழ்ச்சியான ஒரு உலகம். நான் யாரோ அந்த வார்த்தைகள் ஒரு கதாபாத்திரமாக என்கிட்ட, அவங்க பேச, நான் பேச, அவங்க பேச, அதை எழுதும்போது சிரிக்க, அதை எழுதும்போது அழுவ, ராத்திரி 12 மணிக்கு அதை பற்றியே யோசிக்க, காலைல குளிக்க போனால் அதை பற்றி யோசிக்க. எனக்கு உண்மையிலே சொல்கிறேன், எனக்குன்னு சொந்த வாழ்க்கை எதுவுமே இல்லை. எந்த கதாபாத்திரம் எதுனோ அந்த கதாபாத்திரம் ஆயிடுறேன். அதனால தான் சொன்னேன், கைவிடப்பட்ட எழுத்தாளனும் கைவிடப்பட்ட கதாபாத்திரங்களும் என்கிட்ட இருந்து அவங்க போயிடுறாங்க, அவங்களும் என்கிட்ட இருக்கிறதில்ல. நானும் ஒரு புதிய கதாபாத்திரம் தேடி போகிறேன், அவங்க புதிய ரீடரை தேடி போகிறாங்க.
இல்லை இது இப்போ மொழிபெயர்க்கப்படும் போது அந்த ப்ராசஸில் ஏதாவது கொஞ்சம் ஒரு லெஸ் இன்டென்சிட்டியோடையாவது அந்த இது நடக்குதா, இந்த உரையாடல் நடக்குதா?
எனக்கு அதை பற்றி தெரியல.
உங்களுக்கு மொழிபெயர்க்கப்படும் போது நீங்கள் பேசுவீங்க இல்லையா அவங்க டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டரோட, அதில்
மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளருக்கும் எனக்குமான உறவு மிக முக்கியம். ஒரு நல்ல மொழிபெயர்ப்பு அம்மா சொல்லும்போது சொன்னாங்க, கண்ணின் வழியாக படித்து மொழிபெயர்க்கிறத விட காதின் வழியாக கேட்டு மொழிபெயர்க்கிறது சிறந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்பு அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா அந்த சொல் உங்கள் காதல் வழியாக போயிடுது. நான் நிறைய மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளரோட பழகியிருக்கேன், பேசியிருக்கேன். சில பேர் என்கிட்ட வேலை வாங்கின டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர் இருக்காங்க, என்கிட்ட வேலையை வாங்காத டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர் இருக்காங்க. டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டரும் எழுத்தாளரும் இணைந்து தான் ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பை உருவாக்குறாங்க. ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளரும் ஒரு எழுத்தாளரும் தொடர்ந்து பேசாட்டினா அந்த டெக்ஸ்ட் முழுமை பெறும் நான் கருதலை. நிறைய மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்கள் இங்கே நாங்கள் மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளரும் எழுத்தாளரும் சேர்ந்து ஒரு கதை எழுதுவோம், அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கதை இருக்குது. தண்டகாரண்யத்தில் ஒரு செய்தின்னு ஒரு கதை நான் எழுதினேன். அதில் பல விஷயங்கள் எனக்கு தெரியல. நான் அம்மாட்ட கேட்டு 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 நான் அதை எழுதினேன். அவங்க அந்த கதையை மொழிபெயர்த்தாங்க. இப்போ வசந்த சூர்யாவும் நானும் இந்த அன்பவுண்ட் அப்படிங்கிற நாவல் சடல், அது அவங்க கேட்க, நான் பேச, நான் சொல்ல, அவங்க கேட்க. இந்த டான்ஸ் தெருக்கூத்தில் நடனம்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது, அந்த அடவுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இந்த அடவுன்னா என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது இப்போ ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பில் காலில் கட்டுற சலங்கை இருக்குது, காலில் போடுற கொலுசு இருக்குது. இப்போ சாதாரணமாக நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் இல்லாத ஒரு டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டராக இருந்தால் அவங்க கொலுசுன்னு தான் போடுவாங்க. கூத்தாடியில் கட்டுறது சலங்கை. அப்போ சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்களை நாங்கள் அவங்களுக்கு விளக்குறோம். இன்னொன்று, அப்படி அந்த கதையை திருப்பி சொல்லும்போது, அந்த வார்த்தையை திருப்பி சொல்லும்போது அந்த வார்த்தை இன்னும் கூடுதலான ஒரு விளக்கத்தை அது எனக்கு கொடுக்குது. அந்த இன்னொருத்தர் நான் பேசும்போது, எழுதும்போது நான் மட்டுமே தான் எழுதுகிறேன், ஆனால் மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளரோடு பேசும்போது அவங்க ஒரு கதையை சொல்கிறாங்க, நான் ஒரு விளக்கத்தை சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ அது ஒரு பயணம், சந்தோஷமான ஒரு பயணம். ஆனால் அதில் என்ன அவங்க பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியாது. நான் அதை படிக்கிறது இல்லை இங்கிலீஷில், நான் தமிழோட நிறுத்திக்கிறேன். என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் என்னுடைய எல்லா டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர்ஸுமே எனக்கு முழுமையாக ஒத்துழைப்பு தந்தாங்க தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அவங்க அளவில் இந்த டெக்ஸ்ட் எந்த அளவுக்கு அவங்கள உற்சாகப்படுத்துச்சோ, எவ்வளோ அவங்கள வலி ஏற்படுத்துச்சோ, அவங்கள இது மொழிபெயர்த்தே தீர வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு விருப்பத்தின் காரணமாக தான் இதெல்லாம் மொழிபெயர்த்துருக்குறாங்க நான் நினைக்கிறேன். எல்லா டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டரும் அப்படி தான். லக்ஷ்மி ஆம்ஸ்டாங்கில் ஆரம்பித்து இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற அம்மா வரைக்கும், கவிதா கூட என் கதையை மொழிபெயர்க்க முயற்சி எடுக்கிறாங்க. ஓராண்டா அந்த அம்மாட்ட சண்டை போடுறேன், மொழிபெயர்க்கல. ஸோ இப்போ தான் 2 கதை மொழிபெயர்க்க முயற்சி எடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ அவங்களும் நாங்களும் தொடர்ந்து பேசுகிறோம். இந்த உரையாடல் வழியாக தான் அந்த டெக்ஸ்ட் முழுமை பெறுதுன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
நன்றி நன்றி மேம். பிகாஸ் அவர் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர்ஸ் பற்றி நிறைய சொன்னார். ஐ வாண்ட் when Imayam enters to English readership through your translations, நீங்கள் who do you imagine the reader to be, or what kind of misunderstandings are you are worried about?
The reader could be anybody. I don't think of an Indian reader or a non-Indian reader or anything. I just want people who are not familiar with Imayam's writings to get to know. What is the word that you used next? Misunderstandings. Misunderstandings is it's something to do with our tradition, our customs, our practices, which sometimes cannot be translated. For instance, this is a book that I have not translated, but it's Imayam's book, so I will take the liberty of talking about it. For instance, the novel Pettavan. Pettavan has been translated in French as le père. Le père is just the father. And in English as the begetter. But do either of those words bring to you what Pettavan brings? Pettavan is not just the biological thing. Naam pettene onnani ipdi that could be the way it's used. Or this ஈன்ற பொழுதில் பெரிதுவக்கும், that kind of Pettavan. So Pettavan carries so much. And these are difficulties, these are challenges. Then in the recent salt vendor, which has not yet come out, it is Uppuvandikaran. And we talked about the title. The publishers suggested salt seller. But Imayam didn't agree. The reason is very interesting, because this Uppuvandikaran, the main character, governor's father, pushes the salt cart villages after village and sells the salt. Imayam said that salt seller brings to your mind a stationary person who is just selling salt, whereas the salt vendor gives mobility to the word. And also, just this morning I was thinking, Vandikaran vendor, and the similarity kuda irukku illa Englishlayum Tamillayum. The other thing that I don't know if a non-Indian reader will understand is in Uppuvandikaran, and again in government corps, which is in this, if there is a God. See, COVID samayatla, when somebody died, the government just sealed the person in one thing and dropped the body into a pit. And nothing was done. Oru velakku ettala, oru paal vidala. I mean, these affect us. But if I'm saying that in English, but is there a reader who will think, is this so important? And I want that reader to understand that it is important. It is important for the bereaved to go அங்கே விழுந்து வணங்கிறது, அங்கே கும்பிடுறது, அது எல்லாமே நமக்கு முக்கியம். It's part of respecting the dead. In Uppuvandikaran also, governor's father is just dropped into the pit. And Kala says, ஒண்ணுமே செய்யல உங்க அப்பாக்கு. And he also imagines that he will do this and that when his father dies. It's not that he's waiting for his father to die. It's just that they are all ways in which we show our respect. I am not sure such very Indian, very our practices and traditions, how well they translate is something that I don't know, because even when I read it in English, I am an Indian who is reading it, right? So I don't know. I would like to find out.
Because you spoke about this, I wanted to ask the next question to you. Imayam text it doesn't give you any reprieve. It holds you down. So was there any time during the process of your translation where it was not a literary act and it became a moment of emotional witnessing?
Continuously, throughout. In fact, for instance, Dubaikaram Pondati was a very difficult story to translate. Then, if there is a God, Sami Irunda Kekum. Sami Irunda Kekum is a story. நான் இங்கிலீஷ்லேயும் தமிழ்லேயும் பேசுகிறேன், வெதர் தமிழ்லேயே பேசினா பெட்டராக என்னன்னு தெரியல. அதில் அந்த அந்த ஒரு பையன் ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை அந்த டீச்சர் செக்ஷுவலி அப்யூஸ் பண்ணிடுவா. ஸோ த சைல்ட் ரன்ஸ் அந்த டாய்லெட்லேருந்து அந்த டீச்சர்கிட்டேருந்து எஸ்கேப் பண்ணி ஓடும் அந்த பையன். But when he enters the road, he doesn't see the bus அங்கே வருதுன்னு. So the child is killed. So this woman, this mother, who is a Nurunal Vela Seiravanga, she goes to the police station, complaint to Kuduthu. She wants to bring justice. But in fact, when Imayam told me that nalla ungaloda judiciary saadi iruken appadinnar, but I know that that's what happens. It's a very unequal battlefield, the legal area. So the inspector says, Samadhano senjukama panatha vangiko. That was a very difficult story to translate because it was reality. This is a mother, a bereaved mother. And they are saying, Panatha vaangittu seri, okay, Samadhano, okay, appadinu சொல்றாங்க, and they are practical. It's pragmatism. So it's tough. And I am alive for now. I just could not. I mean, some days I'll do one page and say, இன்னைக்கு போறோம், I can't do anymore. Because it is so intense. In fact, one day Imayam asked me, he was surprised, நான் பட்ட வேதனையை நீங்களும் படுவீங்களாமான்னு. ஆமாம், because I am doing the same thing. When you all read, you may skip a few words. I can't skip even one word, even one comma. I have to be there in that space, in that hospital where that child is undergoing dialysis, where next door there is a woman whose child's head is swollen, there is fluid in the brain. என்ன சொல்ல வந்தாங்க? கொஞ்சம் பொறுத்துக்குங்க. All night that mother will keep saying, konjam porthukama. The child is just 18 months old. The child won't even understand. But what else can the mother do? The child is crying. Konjam porthukama, konjam porthukama. It's not possible to continue to translate because you are there as the mother. You are there as the child. So you close the book and say enough for now. So it is not just a literary, it's an emotional experience, a catharsis. It's a world.
Yeah. Sir, நீங்கள் வந்து நான் முதல்ல இன்ட்ரடக்ஷனில் சொன்னது தான், எழுத தான் வாழ்க்கை புரிகிறது, எழுத்தே வாழ்க்கையாகிறது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறீங்க. இது நான் ஒரு அலைவரிசையில் புரிஞ்சுப்பேன், ஒரு மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர் வந்து ஒரு அலைவரிசையில் புரிஞ்சுப்பாங்க. நீங்கள் ஆக்சுவலாக என்ன சொல்ல வரீங்க?
இல்லை, இப்போ கோவேறு கதைகளை எழுத ஆரம்பிக்கும் போதே முழு நாவலும் எனக்கு தெரியாது. நான் ஒரு புள்ளியில் ஆரம்பிக்கிறேன். அந்த ஆரம்பித்த உடனே என்ன பண்ண, அந்த உலகம் எனக்கு முன்னாடி விரிய ஆரம்பிக்குது. அல்லது அந்த உலகத்துக்குள்ள நான் பயணம் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கிறேன். நான் எழுத தான் அந்த உலகம் எனக்குள்ளே விரியுது. அது எழுத தான் அந்த உலகமே எனக்கு தெரிய வருது. நிறைய பேர் இருக்கீங்க சொல்கிறாங்க, ஏற்கனவே எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சதான் எழுத முடியாது. ஆய்வு பண்ணிலாம் இது என்ன பிஹெச்டியாக பண்ணுறேன்? நான் நாவல் எழுதுகிறேன். நாவல் எழுதுறது வந்து இல்லை, நான் வந்து என்னுடைய கதைகளை வந்து இங்கேருந்து எழுதுதில்லை, நெஞ்சிலேருந்து எழுதுகிறேன். ஆய்வுன்னா வந்து இப்போ தெருக்கூத்து செடல் நான் எழுதும்போது நான் ஆய்வு பண்ணல, தெருக்கூத்து பார்க்க போனேன். அந்த நான் நடிகர்களை வந்து நான் என்கிட்ட பேச வச்சேன். செடலோட நான் உண்மையிலே பேசினேன். எங்கள் வீட்டோடு இருந்தாங்க, அவங்களுடைய தம்பிகளோடு நான் பேசியிருக்கேன். பல நேரங்கள், பல மணி நேரங்கள் நான் பேச விட்டு கேட்டிருக்கேன். அது மட்டும்தான். கோவேறு கதைகளில் வரக்கூடிய கதாநாயகி நான் பேச விட்டதில்லை, பெத்தவனில் வரக்கூடிய கதாநாயகி நான் பேசுனது கிடையாது. நான் அந்த வார்த்தை சொன்னதுக்கு காரணம், செடலை எழுத போகும்போது முதல்ல எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு வார்த்தை மட்டும்தான் எனக்கு தெரியும், செடல். அந்த செடலை சிந்திக்க 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 ஒரு உலகம் எனக்குள்ளே வந்தது. அந்த உலகம் அதே மாதிரி பெத்தவன் ஒரே ஒரு வார்த்தை தான். அதுக்கு படி அந்த உலகத்தில் நான் போகிறேன். இப்போது கொரோனா காலத்தில் வந்த உப்பு வண்டிக்காரன், முதல்ல உப்பு வண்டிக்காரன் மட்டும்தான் யோசனை பண்ணோம். அதை யோசிக்க அப்படியே எல்லாமே வேறு வேறு உலகம் வந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கு. இப்படி என்னுடைய எல்லா நாவல்களுமே நானே யோசிக்காத ஒரு வாழ்க்கைக்குள்ளே நான் வாழ்ந்திருக்கேன். எந்த துபாய்க்காரன் முன்னாடி கதையாக இருக்கலாம், அல்லது சாவு சோறாக இருக்கலாம், அல்லது எனக்கு தெரியாத ஒரு கதைகள் நான் எழுதியிருக்கேன். கேசன் மகனுடைய சாம்பன் கதை நான் எழுதியிருக்கேன். இப்போ தண்டகாரண்யத்தில் சீதை நான் எழுதியிருக்கேன். உண்மையிலே எனக்கு அதை பற்றி தெரியாது. சாம்பன் கிருஷ்ணனுடைய மகன், அவனுக்கு கிருஷ்ணன் லோகம் வரும், அவன் வந்து இந்த சூரியனார் கோயிலெலாம் கட்டினான் அப்படிங்கிற கதை எனக்கு தெரியாது. இப்படி ஒவ்வொரு கதையாக சொல்லிகிட்டே போகலாம். அந்த கதை எழுத ஆரம்பித்தவுடன் ஒரு உலகம் நமக்கு தெரியுது. அந்த உலகத்தை பற்றி நம்ம சிந்திக்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம், அதை பற்றி யோசிக்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம். அது என்ன விதமான வார்த்தைகளில் அது பேசப்பட்டிருக்கு, எந்த நிலைவையில் அது நிகழ்ந்தது, எந்த காலத்தில் அது நிகழ்ந்தது, அந்த மனிதர்களுடைய பேச எல்லை. இப்போ எல்லாருமே வந்து தமிழில் நிறைய எழுத்தாளர்கள் வந்து திடீர்னு கவிதை மொழியாக வருவான், சம்பந்தம்லாம் வாக்கியங்கள்லாம் அமையும். அந்த கேரக்டருக்கும் அந்த வசனத்துக்கும் பொருத்தமே இருக்காது. ஒரு 5 வயசு குழந்தை வந்து ஒரு 60 வயசு ஆள் மாதிரி பேசுவான். அதெல்லாம் இல்லை. நான் எந்த கதை எழுத ஆரம்பித்தாலும் அதற்கு பின்பு தான் அந்த உலகம் எனக்கு வருகிறது. அந்த விதத்தில் தான் சொல்கிறேன். எல்லா நாவல்களும் 10 நாவல் 9 சிறுகதை தொகுப்பு எங்கே அதை எழுதும்போது நான் எங்கதையில் வரக்கூடிய கமலாக மட்டும்தான் இருந்தேன். சடல் எழுதும்போது சடலாக மட்டும்தான் இருந்தேன். எனக்கே ஒரு கட்டத்தில் ஒரு வியப்பாக இருக்குது, இவ்வளோ உயிரே தான். சடல் எழுதும்போது சடலை தவிர இந்த உலகம் எதுவுமே இல்லை. பொண்டாட்டி இல்லை, புள்ள இல்லை, பணம் இல்லை, சொத்து இல்லை, உலகம் இல்லை, இரவு இல்லை, பகல் இல்லை. சடல் ஒரு பாட்டு ஒரு வரி வந்தால் அவ்வளோ உற்சாகமாகி அதை பற்றியே சொன்னேன். அது போயிட்டாங்க. அப்போது ஒரு எழுத்தாளன் எனக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை, உலகத்தில் எழுதுகிற எல்லா எழுத்தாளர்களுக்கும் எழுத ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது ஒரு புள்ளியில் ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க. அதன் பின்பு அந்த உலகத்துக்குள்ளே அவங்க பயணம் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்க சென்ற வாழ்க்கை பயணத்தை எழுத்தில் அவங்க கொண்டாந்து கொடுக்குறாங்க. அந்த விதத்தில் தான் நான் சொன்னேன், எழுத தான் புரியுது. எழுத புரியுதுன்னா புரிஞ்ச பிறகு இந்த சமூகம் இவ்வளோ மோசமாக இருக்குங்கிறதால அதை எழுத வேண்டியிருக்கு. இதுதான் உண்மை.
மேம், நீங்கள் லைக் இதுக்கு முன்னாடி கேள்வி பேசும்போது சொன்னீங்க ஹவு அவர் ஜுடிஷியரி ஒரு கிரிட்டிசிசமாக ஒரு கதை இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு. ஆக்சுவலாக இமயமோட நிறைய கதைகள் வந்து ரொம்ப ஹார்ஷ் கிரிட்டிசிசம்ஸ் ஆன் சிஸ்டம் ஓவரால். அது ஜுடிஷியரியாக இருக்கலாம், மருத்துவ கட்டமைப்பாக இருக்கலாம், எதுவானாலும் இருக்கலாம். ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து ஜுடிஷியரியில் இருந்தப்போ உங்களுக்கு இருந்த நம்பிக்கைகளை வந்து did this text force you to revisit those the ideas?
Strictly speaking, நான் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் செய்யும்போது நான் ஜட்ஜு பர்சனாலிட்டியை கழட்டி வச்சுருவேன், இல்லாட்டா செய்ய முடியாது. அண்ட் அவரோட கிரிட்டிசிசம் இஸ் அன்ஃபேர்னு என்னால் சொல்ல முடியாது. அவர் சிஸ்டம் இஸ் நாட் ஃபார் த வீக், ஃபார் த புவர், ஃபார் த பவர்லெஸ். யாருக்கு பணம் இருக்கோ, யாருக்கு பவர் இருக்கோ அவங்களுக்கு தான் இந்த சிஸ்டம் ஒர்க்ஸ். ஸோ இட்ஸ் அ ஃபைட்டிங் பேட்டில். அப்படியும் என்னவோ நம்ம மக்களுக்கு ஏதோ நீதிமன்றத்தில் ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இன்னி வரைக்கும் சாகலை, முழுக்க சாகலை. ஆனால் அது ரொம்ப மூவிங். பட் அட் த சேம் டைம் அவர் சொல்கிற பொத்தலெல்லாம் இருக்குது. அதனால் நான் எனிவே I don't do it as Judge Prabha. When I am doing it, I am just Prabha. அதனால்
எனக்கு லாஸ்ட் 2 கேள்வி இருக்கு பிஃபோர் வி ஓப்பன். சொல்லுங்க.
இப்போ இந்த உலகம் எப்படி எனக்கு புரிய வருதுன்னு, இப்போ ஜுடிஷியரி பற்றி பேசினாங்க. எழுத தான் இந்த உலகம் எனக்கு தெரிய வருதுன்னு சொன்னோம். இப்போது உயிரோடு இருக்கிறேன் நாவல் எழுதும்போது ஒரு டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பேஷண்ட்டு டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு ஜட்ஜிக்கிட்ட கையெழுத்து வாங்கணும். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி எனக்கு தெரியாது, ஜட்ஜிக்கிட்ட கையெழுத்து வாங்கணுங்கிறத தெரியாது. அல்லது டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட்டுங்கிறது ஒரு வார்த்தையே எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்குள்ளே போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி சானிடைஸுங்கிற வார்த்தையே எனக்கு தெரியாது, எதுவுமே தெரியாது. அது எந்த உலகத்துக்குள்ளாலும் பண்ணணும். அங்கே என்ன ஒரு நடைமுறை பிரச்சனைனா, நீங்கள் இப்போ யார் இந்தியாவில் இருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு யார் டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்ணாலும் அதுக்கு வந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு கையெழுத்து வாங்கணும். ஜட்ஜி இன்னாருடைய பையன் இன்னாருடைய அம்மாவுடைய பையன் தான் இவர் அப்படின்னு ஒரு சர்டிஃபிகேட் வாங்கணும். அப்படி வாங்கிறதுக்கு நீங்கள் வந்து என்னென்ன எவிடன்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும்னா உங்களுடைய ஆதார், பர்த் சர்டிஃபிகேட்டு, ரேஷன் கார்டு இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணால் இப்போ எங்கள் 2 பேருக்கு பிறந்த பையன் தான் இவங்கிற ஆதார் இருக்கும். ஜட்ஜி என்ன சொல்கிறாரு, போலீஸில் ஒரு சர்டிஃபிகேட் வாங்கிட்டு வாங்குறாரு. என்னுடைய சர்டிஃபிகேட் இருக்குது, என் அப்பா அம்மாங்க, என்னுடைய மனைவிக்கு 6 அப்பா அம்மா இருக்குது, கல்யாண பத்திரிக்கை இருக்குது, எல்லாம் இருக்குது. எல்லோரும் பண்ணாலும் நீங்கள் போலீஸில் சர்டிஃபிகேட் வாங்கிட்டு வாங்க. அப்புறம் இன்னொரு ஜட்ஜி சொல்லுவார், இப்போ மெட்ராஸில் இருக்கிறோம், மெட்ராஸில் மட்டும் தான் கையெழுத்து வாங்கணும். கடலூர் மாவட்டம் கடலூர் மாவட்டத்துக்கு ஜட்ஜிக்கு தான் கையெழுத்து வாங்கணும். அது அந்த தாலுக்கா ஜட்ஜிக்கு தான் கையெழுத்து வாங்கணும். நீங்கள் 20,000 ரூபா கொடுத்தா அன்றைக்கி நைட்டே வேறு ஜட்ஜிட்டு கையெழுத்து வாங்க முடியும். இது அந்த நாவல்லையும் இருக்குது, இது எனக்கு தெரியாது. அப்போது ஜட்ஜஸ் வந்து இந்த ஜனங்களை அந்த மாதிரி இருக்காங்கல்ல, அவங்கள அவ்வளோ அவமானப்படுத்துவாங்க, அவ்வளோ காக்க வைப்பாங்க. தப்பானே கூட ஒரு ஜோக் சொன்னேன், தப்பாக. இப்போ அண்மையில் நான் கிரீன் பேஸ் சாலையில் போயிருந்தேன், ரொம்ப அவசரம், ரோட்டில் ஒன்று கூட்டு இருந்தேன். அந்த வழியாக ஒரு ஜட்ஜி போயிருக்காரு, உடனே நிறுத்தி ஒரு போலீஸ் விட்டு அவனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்கன்றான். இப்போ ஆமாம், ஒரு இயற்கை ரொம்ப அவசரம், வெயில் நேரத்தில் போனால் அவர் அந்த நேரத்தில் போவார், நமக்கு எப்படி தெரியும் காரு போகுதுன்னு. இது எதுக்காக சொல்ல வந்தேன்னா, இந்த நம்முடைய நீதிமன்ற அமைப்பு, காவல்துறை அமைப்பு எனக்கு தெரியாது. நான் இந்த நாவலை எழுத போனதால் எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. அதே மாதிரி இங்கே
ஒரே ஒன்று சொல்கிறேன். இமயம் நீங்கள் இங்கே நிறைய பேர், எவ்வளவு பேர் படிச்சிருக்கீங்க? கையை தூக்குங்க. இமயம், வெரி குட். ஸோ உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரியும், அவர் அத்தனை சோகத்துலேயும் அவர் ஒரு நகைச்சுவையை அப்படியே ஒரு விடுவர். இந்த இந்த சொல்கிறார், இந்த கையெழுத்து வாங்கி திண்டாடும்போது அவர் சொல்லுவார், எவனோ ஒருத்தன் பணக்காரன் எல்லாரையும் ஏற்றிட்டு லண்டனுக்கு போக விட்டுருவீங்க, ஆனால் ஒரு ஒரு புள்ளியை வந்து தள்ளி வச்சுருக்கோங்கிறதுக்காக எங்கள் கடுத்துருப்பீங்கன்னு. நிஜமா யூ ஹாவ் டு லாஃப். இட்ஸ் ரியாலிட்டி, இட்ஸ் சேட் ரியாலிட்டி. சரி, நீங்கள்
இல்லை, 2 இந்த எழுத இந்த உலகம் வருதுங்கிறது தான். செடல் எழுத ஆரம்பித்த பிறகு தான் அது உலகம் எனக்கு தெரிய வந்தது. இப்போ உப்புவாட்டிக்காரன் எழுத ஆரம்பித்த பிறகு அந்த உலகம் தெரிய வந்தது. எவ்வளவு எழுதினாலும் கைவிடப்பட்ட எழுதாளனாகவும் கைவிடப்பட்ட கதாபாத்திரங்களாக தான் வாழ வேண்டியிருக்கு. எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு ஒரு நாவல் எழுத முடியாது. எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு ஒரு நாவல் எழுத முடியாது. நீங்கள் அடுத்த வரி என்னன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது, அடுத்த பேரா என்னன்னு தெரியாது. நீங்கள் முக்கியம் நினைக்கிற அந்த ஒரு பேரா கடைசியில் படிக்கிற போது அது ஒன்றுமே இல்லைன்னு தெரியும். ஸோ ராத்திரி 2 மணிக்கு ஒரு வரி வரும், ஒரு வாக்கியம் வரும். பஸ்ஸில் போகும்போது யாரோ ஒரு வாக்கியம் சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போ அண்மையில் ஒரு டெத்துக்கு போயிருந்தேன், ரொம்ப வியப்பாக இருக்குது. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச 50 ஏக்கரில் ஒரு மயானத்தை இன்றைக்கி தான் பார்த்தேன். 28 வயசு பையன் இறந்து போயிட்டான். அவங்க அப்பா சொன்ன ஒரு வார்த்தை, உன்னை எரிச்சிட்டு நான் எப்படா வீட்டுக்கு போகிறது, தனியாக வீட்டுக்கு போகிறதுன்னு கேட்குறாரு. உன்னை நெருப்பில் எரிய வச்சுட்டு எப்படி வீட்டுக்கு போகிறது, நீ இல்லாத அந்த வீட்டுக்கு நான் எப்படி போகிறது, இதான் அவர் சொன்னது. 3 நாளாக அந்த வார்த்தை மட்டும்தான் என்னோட இருக்குது. நான் அந்த 3 நாளாக அந்த வார்த்தையோட மட்டும்தான் இருக்கேன். வார்த்தை தான் எழுத வைக்குது. அதே மாதிரி எதிர்பாராத விதமாக ஒரு நாள் உளுந்தூர்பேட்டிலேருந்து சென்னை வந்திருந்தேன். ஒரு நாய் குறுக்க போச்சு. நாய் குறுக்க போன உடனே நான் என்னுடைய டிரைவர்கிட்ட பேனாவும் பேப்பரும் கொடுன்னு எழுதினேன். அதான் எஸ்ஆருங்கிற ஒரு கதை. என்னன்னா, இந்தியாவுடைய பிரதமரும் சீனாவுடைய பிரதமரும் மகாபலிபுரம் வந்தாங்க. எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிஞ்சிருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். 1.5 மாதம் 3 மாதமாக எல்லாம் எறும்பு இல்லாத அளவுக்கு போலீஸ் போட்டு செக் பண்ணி வைக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் எதிர்பாராத விதமாக நம்முடைய பிரதமரும் சீன பிரதமரும் பேசும்போது ஒரு நாய் உள்ளே போயிடுச்சு. இந்திய போலீஸ் தோற்று போச்சு, சீனா போலீஸ் தோற்று போச்சு. நாய்க்கு தேவையில்லை பிரதமர். நாய்க்கு தேவையில்லை சீன பிரதமர் அல்லது இந்திய பிரதமர். அது நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டு ஆளுநரை வச்சு எழுதப்பட்ட ஒரு கதை அது. ஸோ அதுக்குள்ள எப்போ கதை வரும்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. இப்போ என் மனசில் அந்த ஒரு வாக்கியம் தான் இருக்குது. அவங்கள பற்றி தெரியல. உன்னை எரிச்சிட்டு எப்படி வீட்டுக்கு போகிறது, நீ இல்லாத வீட்டுக்கு எப்படி நான் போகிறது. இந்த வார்த்தைகள் தான் எழுத வைக்குது. நான் ஒரு சிறுகதை எழுதுறதுக்கு அல்லது ஒரு நாவலை எழுதுறதுக்கு அந்த சாவி, அந்த அரண்மனைக்குள்ளே பயணம் பண்ணுறதுக்கான ஒரு சாவியை யார் வேணாலும் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஆனால் அந்த அரண்மனை கட்டி முடித்த பிறகு கொத்தனார் மாதிரி அந்த கடைசியாக குப்பானில் வாங்கிட்டு எட்ட போகிற மாதிரி தான் அவன் அடுத்த அரண்மனையை தேடி போகிறான். அரண்மனைக்குள்ளே வாழ்கிறவங்க வாழ்கிறாங்க. இதுதான் என்னுடைய எழுத்தினுடைய வாழ்க்கையாக இருக்குது, எழுத்தினுடைய முறையாக இருக்குது.
ஆக்சுவலாக அஃபிஷியலாக 2 கேள்வியும் அன்அஃபிஷியலாக வந்து இன்னும் நிறைய கேள்வியும் வச்சுருக்கேன். பட் டைம் இஸ் ரன்னிங் அவுட். வி ஹேவ் ஒன்லி 1.5 minutes. ஸோ ஐம் த்ரோயிங் ஓப்பன் ஃபார் கொஸ்டின்ஸ். யாருக்காவது ஏதாவது கேள்வி இருந்தால் சீக்கிரம் கேட்டுருங்க ப்ளீஸ்.
It was wonderful listening to the conversation, and the question is to Prabha ma'am. When you continuously translate, or maybe a couple or 3 novels or stories that you have translated, you understand the process of translation. But sometimes what happens, familiarity makes you overlook certain things. So how do you counter that?
As a translator, I can't overlook anything. Because I have to read every word. That's what I said. I don't read like a reader. The first time I read the text is like a reader, but when I translate, I can't overlook even one comma. So it's not familiar. Every word is an adventure when I am translating some, because it's not mine. It's somebody else's world I am translating. So I don't overlook anything. I hope I don't. If I did, then I am failing as a translator.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இங்கே கதையோட வார்த்தை, வாக்கியம், வர்ணனை எல்லாம் அதோட கருவிலேருந்து குன்றாமல் கொண்டு வரது டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் நான் நம்புகிறேன். இதிலேருந்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன். அண்ட் ஒன் திங் ஐ வாண்ட் டு ஆஸ்க் இஸ் தேர் சம்திங் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் வந்து ஒரு தமிழ் டெக்ஸ்ட்டை பெட்டர் ஆக்கிட முடியுமா?
எந்த டெக்ஸ்டையுமே, தமிழ்னு இல்லை, எந்த டெக்ஸ்டையுமே டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் பெட்டர் ஆக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு ரொம்ப குறைச்சு. சம்திங் இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் லாஸ்ட் இன் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன். வாட் த டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர், நான் ஒரு ஆஃபன் ஐ யூஸ் ஒன் எக்ஸாம்பிள். நம்ம கையில் நீரை ஏந்தி போனோன்னா கொஞ்சம் சிந்திடும் இல்லையா, அப்படிதான்.
ஐடியா இஸ் டு நாட் மேக் இட் பெட்டர். இல்லை, டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர் வந்து ஐடியலி ஷுட் பி இன்விசிபிள். அதில் ஆத்தர் வாய்ஸ் வருது தான் வந்து ஐ எம் ஷுவர் யூ வில் அக்ரி மேம். ஆத்தரோட வாய்ஸ் இருக்கிறது தான் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நம்ம படிக்கும்போது நம்ம நிறைய டெக்ஸ்ட் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன்ஸில் படிக்கிறோம். டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர் துருத்திட்டு நிற்கிறாங்கன்னா அது நமக்கு அன்கம்ஃபர்டபுள் ஆகிடும்ல ஒரு ரீடர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்ன்றது.
தேங்க்யூ.
ஹாய் மேம், என் பேர் ஜனனி. வணக்கம் சார். நாங்கள் வந்துட்டு மெட்ராஸ் ரீட்ஸ்னு ஒரு ரீடிங் கம்யூனிட்டியிலேருந்து வந்திருக்கோம். இங்கே நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்துட்டு எழுதுறதுலேயும் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன்லேயும் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்குது. ஸோ எனக்கு ஒரு ஜென்ரல் குவெஸ்டன் இருக்குது. அது என்னென்னா, இப்போது எழுதுறதுக்கும் சரி டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் சரி ஒரு வார்ம் அப் எக்ஸசைஸ், ஒரு ஆயத்த பயிற்சி மாதிரி நீங்கள் ஏதாவது ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணுறீங்களா ஃபார் யுவர் ஃபேன்ஸ் ஹூ வுட் லைக் டு ரைட் லைக் யூ?
உங்களை மாதிரி எழுத விரும்புகிறவங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் சொல்லக்கூடிய அறிவுரை?
இல்லை, நானே முதல்ல வந்து ஒரு எழுத்தாளர் பயிற்சி முகாமில் அதை கலந்துக்கிட்டேன். ஒரு 15 நாள் அவங்க வந்து எனக்கு பழைய காலத்தில், இப்போ இல்லை, நீங்கள் ஏதாவது ஊருக்கு போனீங்கன்னா ஒரு கை காட்டி மரம்னு ஒன்று அங்கே இருக்கும். அந்த மரம் தான் வெறும் உங்களுக்கு அந்த பயிற்சி பற்றியாக இருக்க முடியும். ஆனால் அதில் நீங்கள் போக வேண்டியது உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனை, புரியுதுங்களா? கதை எழுதுறதுங்கிறது வந்து நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க, கதை பண்ணுறேன், வேலை பண்ணுறேன். நான் வந்து கதை எழுதுறதுங்கிறது வந்து கதையை வாழ்கிறது அப்படின்னு நான் புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். எனக்கு வந்து அது உன்னை எவ்வளோ துன்புறுத்துது, அது உன்னை எவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்படுத்துது, இதை எழுதுனா தான் நான் உயிரோடு இருக்க முடியும் அப்படிங்கிற எப்போ நிலைக்கு வரையோ அப்போ நீ எழுதலாம். கவிதாவை பார்த்தோ என்னை பார்த்தோ இவங்கள பார்த்தோ நீங்கள் கதை எழுத முடியாது. ஒரு சின்ன விஷயம் உன்னை துன்புறுத்தும், அந்த துன்புறுத்துற விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணி போகணும். அதுக்கு சரியான வார்த்தைகளை கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே காலையிலே எழுதி சாயங்காலமே பிரிண்ட் பண்ணி மறுநாளே புகழ் பெறணும்னு ஆசைப்படக்கூடாது. நான் வந்து சடல் நாவல் வந்து 8 ஆண்டுகள் எழுதினேன். 8 ஆண்டுகள். எங்கே அதை வந்து 4 ஆண்டுகள் எழுதியிருக்கேன். எல்லாமே நான் வருஷக்கணக்கில் தான். ஒரு சிறுகதை எதுனா குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 6 மாதம் 8 மாதம் ஆகுது. எழுதி முடித்த பிறகு அதில் ஒரு கமா கூட எடுக்க முடியாது, ஒரு வாக்கியம் கூட எடுக்க முடியாது, ஒரு சொல் கூட எடுக்க முடியாது. அப்படிங்கும்போது தான் டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ணிவிடுவேன். ஏன் நான் அதை படிக்கிறதில்ல திருப்பின்னா 3 முறை கையால் எழுதி ஒரு 10 முறை டெக்ஸ்ட்டில் பிரிண்ட் அவுட் செக் பண்ணி பார்த்துட்டு என்னத்துல எந்த சொல் இருக்குங்கிறது எல்லாமே கண்ணிலையும் மனசுலையும் இருக்குது. அதனால் நான் திருப்பி படிக்கிறதில்ல. நான் கதை எழுத நினைக்கிறவங்களுக்கு முதல்ல சொல்கிறது, முதல்ல கதை எழுத வேணாம், பக்கத்தில் இருக்க ஜனங்களோட பழகுங்க, உங்களோட இருக்க மனுஷங்களோட பழகுங்க, உங்கள் தெருவில் நடக்கிற விஷயங்களை கவனிங்க, அவங்க என்ன பேசுகிறாங்கிற வார்த்தைகளை காது கொடுத்து கேளுங்க. அப்புறம் எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே உனக்கு கோபம் அதிகமாக இருக்கணும், அதை விட 100 மடங்கு அன்பு அதிகமாக இருக்கணும். கவிதா ஒரு தப்பு செஞ்சால், போலீஸ் தப்பு செஞ்சால் கோபம் வரணும். அந்த தப்புக்கு என்ன காரணம் அப்படின்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே சக மனிதன் மீது அன்பு இருந்தால்தான் எழுத்து சாத்தியம், சக மனிதர்கள் மீது காதல் இருந்தால்தான் எழுத்து சாத்தியம். சமூகத்தினுடைய இழிவுகள் மீதான கோபமும் சமூகத்தின் மீதான அன்பும் தான் எழுத்துக்கான அடிப்படை. இந்த இரண்டும் இருந்தால் யார் வேணாலும் எழுதலாம். புதுசாக வந்து கற்றுக்கிட்டு தான் எழுதணும்ல, கற்றுக்கிட்டு தான் எழுதணும்ல. இது ஒரு பயிற்சி. ஆனால் ஒன்று, நீ ஒரு முடிவு எடுக்கணும். எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா என்னை பெற்றது கதை எழுதுறதுக்கு நீ முடிவு எடுக்கணும். திருப்பி சொல்லு, எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா என்னை பெற்றது கதை எழுதுறதுக்காக, நாவல் எழுதுறதுக்காக அப்படின்னு முடிவு எடுத்தீங்கன்னா உன்னை வெல்ற ஒரு ரைட்டர் தமிழ்நாட்டில் இந்தியாவில் இருக்க முடியாது.
அது ஐ திங்க் தட்ஸ் a fitting closing. இதோட முடிச்சிடலாம். 20 seconds தான் இருக்குது. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். ஐம் ரியலி கிரேட்ஃபுல் ஃபார் திஸ் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. நிறைய தனியாகவும் பேசியிருக்கேன், இதுக்கு முன்னாடியும் பேனல் பேசியிருக்கேன். பட் I'm truly grateful and honored for this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you, Hindu.
A big thank you to our speakers. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And thank you to our audience as well. We'll now move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments. We'll have a group photograph with our speakers just before we move on to our next session. Thank you. To our audience members who are just joining us, requesting everyone to kindly take your seats and please put your mobile phones on silent mode as we move into our next session.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's afternoon, noon at least. So thank you for being here, and we will be in conversation with Ghazala Wahab. So this is a book that deals with the heartland of India. So we'll, of course, get to discussing why it is called the heartland, why it is the Hindi heartland. And I will just take 30 seconds or to say why we should be paying more attention to what happens in what Ghazala calls the Hindi heartland, because the politics of India is pretty much decided, determined, framed in the Hindi heartland. Not today. It has been like that for certainly 75 years. If you want to be really curious about history, maybe for thousands of years. All that happened in that belt of India has been the key determinant of how the South continent has turned at various points. And that influence of the heartland is going to exponentially increase in the coming decades for sheer demographic reasons. The new census will prove that, and then the delimitation of Lok Sabha constituencies that will follow that will further make the heartland the key center of Indian politics and formation of Indian economy and so on. This book actually takes us through all those factors, historically and in terms of contemporary politics, very richly researched, around 400 pages of prose, and then it is followed by around nearly 50 pages of footnotes and references. So it is absolutely brilliantly researched, well written a book, and Ghazala has been an inspiration for a lot of journalists and writers and commentators of this country. Let us start with a big applause to Ghazala. Thank you for being here. And I think Haryana is not part of heartland according to you. Why?
So thank you, George, for this wonderful introduction, and I'm grateful to Hindu Lit Fest for inviting me to talk about the book. To answer your question first, Haryana, the Hindi heartland is not just a political entity, it's also a geographic entity. So the region that we refer to as Hindi heartland, it's not a linguistic entity, though the term Hindi comes from the language. Which, as I've explained, is the least uniting aspect of this region. The geographic entity determined the politics, the culture, and the interaction between the communities in this region. So the Hindi heartland is the region which is the Indo-Gangetic Valley. So it comes from parts of Rajasthan in the west to Jharkhand's Rajmahal Hills in the east. And in the north, it comes from the foothills of Himalayas, the Uttarakhand, the Gangetic Valley where it begins, until the just short of Deccan Plateau. So Haryana is part of the Indus Valley region because it was, if you recall, it was part of erstwhile Punjab. So it is part, geographically, it is outside this belt.
Right. So even the, we try to understand regions and geography and communities by categorizing them and labeling them. So Hindi, the language Hindi, what we call the Hindi language today, you have an entire section discussing that thing. So that's a recently new label for, because even today, if you travel from regions of Rajasthan all the way to Magad or Mithila, if you know standard Hindi, you pretty much cannot understand anything that people are saying. So can you take us through the category of Hindi language? How it came into being?
See, the creation of Hindi language was a political project. It was not a very organic evolution of language. Languages evolve organically. I mean, there are a lot of factors by which determine how languages evolve. Technology is one factor. When you're introduced to something new, let's say you're introduced to a door, so you need a word to describe what this thing means. Or if you're introduced to, let's say, a well or an automatic, automated wheel which draws water from the well, which is called the Persian wheel in English. So when these technologies were introduced to the region, so new vocabulary was developed. So that is a way a language evolves. That is one part of the evolution of language. The other is when people from different linguistic traditions, they interact with one another for commercial reasons, for personal reasons, for reasons of conquest. Then they pick up and adapt to each other's languages. But when Hindi was being conceptualized, it was originally conceptualized as a language of the Hindus in India by the British, because when the British East India Company came to India, they started this college of Fort William, where they were kind of developing various kinds of literature, guidebooks, précis, readers for their personnel, so that people who were coming from Britain, they could get familiarized with the country they're supposed to initially do trade with, but eventually subjugate and rule. So when they were developing these readers, so they needed easy stories. That is how the English language teaching happens. I mean, it always has happened like that. You have readers, you have short stories by which you learn the language. So here they did something similar. And the people, the early four teachers who are writers they employed for the purpose of writing these books, they drew upon their religious sources to write short stories, create short stories. So the Hindu writers were drawing upon Ramayana, Mahabharata, their stories to modify it to suit the British audience. The Muslim writer was drawing upon Islamic stories, drawn from Quran or Hadith, to write these things. So there, the Muslim was using a lot of words from Persian, from Arabic, because that was his source material. The Hindu writers were using a lot of Sanskrit words, again, because that was their source material. And then the British realized suddenly that in this huge corpus of our Indian language that they're trying to develop for their personnel, there existed two different languages belonging to two different religious traditions. So that is when the first differentiation of language and its connection with religion happened. So they decided that, okay, this one language is for the Muslims and another is for the Hindus. And when the nationalist movement started after 1857 at various levels, there was a feeling, there was a growing sentiment that we need a national language to unite this big giant country, and this language has to be as good, as superior as English is. So, or Persian was. So this language had to rival Persian and English. So that is when this project of developing Hindi by sourcing vocabulary from other languages, largely Sanskrit, also Persian, was envisaged and undertaken by a lot of organizations. There were organizations in North India, especially in UP. There was Nagrik Pracharni Sabha, which was, Nagrik is the script in which Hindi is written. So Pracharni means propagation. Sabha is a society. So society for the propagation of the script in which Hindi is to be written. So these organizations came about, and eventually what happened was all the regional languages, they were reduced to dialects because they wanted to create a mother language. So a mother language has to have a lot of offshoots.
This is the case of mother actually following the children.
Yes, that was the case. But because the mother had to be the mother.
Mother had to be birthed out of
all the children. So they were assimilated to create a language.
So, in fact, just quickly connecting you to, so you depict this scenario of Babur when he comes into what is today Uttar Pradesh. What he encounters is a medley of local cultural practices, and he is unable to figure out what is Islam and what is Hinduism, which is a challenge actually which continues even all the way up to 1931 census. The Census Commissioner is saying that we can't really tell who is a Muslim and a Hindu because it's too much of mixing, and he has actually not concluded even caste. But while in the midst of that difficulty, there is a kind of deliberate political project to make labels and categories, what you just described, with the Hindi and the Urdu being one of the main political projects in early 20th century. So you mentioned Bharatendra Harishchandra's travel to Bengal, where he thought that, okay, Bengalis have actually found some kind of cultural identity in their language, so let me also navigate and create something around Hindi. And then as you just now, so you, within what was commonly shared, a language landscape, you carve it out, one segment you load it with more and more Sanskrit words, which becomes what we know as Hindi today, and the other segment you load it more and more with Persian and Arabic, you said, right?
Yes, and Turkic words also.
And that becomes the Hindu-Urdu divide as we now know. Yes. Have I characterized it?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
How does it become Hindu and Muslim then?
Because, as I said, in Fort William itself, the British realized that one language or one kind of vocabulary was being more by the Muslims and the another was being used more by Hindus. So that is when the religion was associated with the languages. And that is the origin of the division. Subsequently, after 1857, because as everybody would know, 1857 was a watershed moment in India. That was, the two communities, despite the hostility which was being induced by the British by playing one another against another community, they kind of combined, united to fight against the British. The earliest slogans at that time during 1857 or leading up to 1857 were being used by both Muslims and Hindus were that British are attacking our deen and our dharam. So deen is faith used in Urdu and dharam is faith in Hindi. So both Muslims and Hindus, they had united because they felt that their religions were being attacked by the British. So after this, the British project of keeping the two communities aside was even more important because they saw the consequence of their coming together. So the language division was the easiest because, as you said, there was so much of intermingling between the two communities. There was so much overlapping of practices that it was difficult to tell one from the another community. So language became the easy tool, the most accessible tool in which to foster the division. So and then also they linked the language, the knowledge of language to employment. So during once the change of power happened from East India Company to the British Empire, certain number of government jobs opened up for Indians, the lower bureaucracy. So they linked this employment with the knowledge of language. And that language then they said would be Hindi in the northern regions. So Bihar was the first to adopt this law that knowledge of Hindi is important for government employment. Madhya Pradesh followed. I mean, they were not called Madhya Pradesh or Bihar at that time. But these were the states which were the earliest ones. The last state to implement this law was Uttar Pradesh, the Awadh, Agra and Awadh region. Because this was the cradle of the Muslim rule in India. I mean, not just the Mughals, but before Mughals, the Delhi Sultanate. So there was a lot of the cultural landscape, the linguistic landscape, the culinary landscape of this entire region was hugely influenced by Mughals and before them the Sultanate, the Central Asian region. So this was the last state to accept the language formula. And it needed people like Bharatendra Harishchandra's efforts, Madan Mohan Malviya's efforts to ensure that Hindi became the official language in this part.
Right. So we always refer to the British efforts to divide and rule, but there is a kind of British are facilitating, of course, that division. And there is also material circumstances that are otherwise created by colonialism, enabling this kind of argumentation and communication. But there is also domestic Indian-grown movements which are actually pretty happily joining that argument, and they are creating divisions. between the communities, creating this identity of Hindus and Muslims as two separate categories. It is not only a British imposition, if I may say. Would that be a correct way of looking at it?
See, I do not entirely agree with that. I think this consciousness of different identity or this consciousness of difference came because of the British efforts at creating this division. The first census which happened in India, the first ever census, because we did not enumerate people until the British came. So this first census, the people who were doing the counting, they had great difficulty finding who's who. So they were given special keys to ask specific questions, and on the basis of those questions, the British enumerators categorized people. And even these keys, these very specific questions like, do you celebrate this festival? Or do you wear vermilion in your hair? So they were trying to determine a person's religion through these symbols, these practices. Because a person was unable to identify oneself as a Muslim or as a Hindu. Because in most parts of North India, even today, a lot of Hindus still identify themselves by their caste. They're either Brahmins or they're Kshatriyas or by their villages where they come from, or their regions where they come from, or the language they speak. So if they are speaking Bhojpuri, so they're Bhojpuri speakers, whether they're Hindu or Muslims. So the identity or this hardening of religious identity was a British enterprise. Once this happened, the first, I think, the first community which sort of tried to preserve itself were the Muslims, because they bore the biggest burden of 1857 reprisals by the British. This Darul Uloom, University of Islamic Learning, opened up in Deoband in Uttar Pradesh. And one of the objectives, apart from teaching of Islam, one of the objectives of Darul Uloom was to create a Muslim identity based on what was envisaged a century ago, a century before 1857, by Islamic scholar Shah Waliullah. He was a Delhi-based scholar, and he said that a Muslim should not only be Muslim in practice, he should also, or she should also look like a Muslim. So Muslims should also have a very specific Islamic identity. It should be through their clothes, through their language, through behavior, everything. So Darul Uloom's, one of the objectives of this institution in Uttar Pradesh was to create this Muslim identity, to enforce this Muslim identity, especially upon women.
So that actually remains, now that you mentioned dress, so that still date, that remains a part of the debate and controversies, so much so that we had a statement saying that you may have come across a statement about Pakistan telling its women diplomats never to appear in sari, always in a salwar kameez. So this language and dress, you're looking at different ways of segregating people and enforce this category of Hindu and Muslim. That becomes one primary categorization in the heartland that we are mentioning. And second, as you alluded to, becomes caste. That is actually, that pretty much marked out, those two aspects mark out the uniqueness of Hindi heartland in comparison with the rest of India. Let us say in Tamil Nadu, you will, the Tamil identity will have precedence over religion and caste, which also exist. If you go to Kerala, people have different, but why is it that the idea of a region is extremely weak, and that itself is the reason why you have to categorize pretty much 40% of India's geographical area under one category called the Hindi heartland?
See, this region has been, as I said, united by geography, and this geography facilitated easy movement of people. So when there is easy movement of people for employment purposes, for purposes of marriage or anything, there's diffusion of identities. That is one of the reasons that identities were very diffused, and this was a challenge which British faced when they did the first enumeration. I'll explain why these identities were diffused. Because when the Delhi Sultanate was formed in Delhi-Agra region, you had a very powerful center. And when a powerful center radiates power to its periphery, everything then is determined by that powerful center. So the politics was being determined by this powerful center. The society, the evolution of society, the evolution of eating, food was being determined by this powerful center, which is why there's a lot of similarity of food in this entire region, similarities of language, because then there was imposition of one language. I mean, Persian was a court language. Below Persian was a Hindustani, a lingua franca, which people would speak to the ruling class, which the bureaucrats would speak to the ruling class. There is an example which I use very often. Just imagine Akbar marrying a Rajput princess. I mean, he would be talking to her in some language. He couldn't have been talking to her in Persian, because the Rajput princess Harkabai wouldn't know Persian. So there was an evolution of a lingua franca, a common via language. So
that is Hindustani.
That is Hindustani, which combined a lot of languages of this region. And this was a language which was eventually split into Urdu and Hindi. So, well, let me just give me half a second. And below this was the third tier of language, and that was the regional languages. So that was Magadhi, Awadhi, Braj, Bhojpuri, Dingal, Kumaoni, Garhwali, all these languages. So even today, when the government of India talks of a three-language formula, this three-language formula existed even in the 15th and the 16th century very organically. The ruling class were talking in Persian with one another. Their subordinate bureaucrats were talking in Hindustani. And when they came home, they were speaking to their family in their local language.
So there's a three-language formula, very hierarchical as you just described. You have on the top of it, the ruling class, Persian, and then Hindustani is what existed, or whatever you can broadly call Hindustani is what existed before it was carved out into Hindi and Urdu. Am I right?
That's right.
That's the
Yes.
point. All right. Okay. So now you mentioned Akbar. Can you just tell us the story of how Akbar was born while his father was had taken refuge at a Rajput family, something to that effect?
Yes, a Rajput family in present-day Sindh, which is Pakistan now. But at that time, it was part of this large Rajasthan Sindh expanse. So, yes, he was born in a Rajput family which had given shelter to Humayun and his wife, who were escaping Sher Shah Suri's forces in the Hindi belt. So actually, I'll tell you a very interesting thing. We talk of insider, outsider. That these were outsiders.
Who came early? Who came first? Yeah.
Yes. So when Sher Shah was challenging Humayun, because Humayun and Babur, they came from Central Asia. Sher Shah Suri came from Afghanistan. So Afghans identified themselves as Indians. So when he rallied an army to wage a war against Humayun, he was waging a war on behalf of Hindustan against the outsider. And he was recognized as Indian. Subsequently, when the British came, and British were also trying to foster, because their main challenger was Bahadur Shah Zafar. So when they were trying to cast Bahadur Shah Zafar as an outsider, they portrayed Sher Shah Suri as an Indian who challenged the Mughal might. So they commissioned biography on Sher Shah Suri, extremely exaggerated, laudatory biography, which said Lion of India and all that. That's how the name Sher Shah came about. So he was recognized as an Indian, though he was an Afghan. And today we would say Afghans are outsiders. We are hunting down outsiders today. So even Afghans are no longer Indian. But at that point, because we were, see, this is how politics has, it's not new. Even then, this is how the politics shaped who would be regarded as your own and who would be regarded as an outsider.
And that process, which is actually in a very intense phase right now, in the region that you speak about and spreading to the rest of the country. So from reading your book, I get an impression that you are looking at Babur's entry into that region as a kind of turning point, because Babur is a little uncomfortable with the idea of these mixed practices, and he's trying to invoke a kind of a heightened piety and commitment to religion among his own followers. Is that what's happening in the early 16th century?
No, actually, amongst the Mughals, the first ruler who tried to create a Muslim identity and who tried to cast his empire as a Muslim empire was Shah Jahan, not Aurangzeb. In fact, Aurangzeb just followed his father's footsteps. I don't know how many people here would know that Shah Jahan actually portrayed himself as some kind of a mystic, as a Sufi. And for a very long time in Agra, they used to have a Urs. Even this year, they held an Urs in Agra in memory, and Urs is held in the memory of Sufi saints. So Shah Jahan was the first Mughal who created an Islamic identity and who described himself as being chosen by God to rule. Until Shah Jahan, the Mughals were very easygoing as far as religion was concerned. Babur was bisexual. There was no parda among women. He was very fond of his drinks, even though he used the example of jihad when he was rousing his forces, and he symbolically broke his wine glass to say that from henceforth I'm a mujahid, I'm a warrior in the name of religion. But he never stopped drinking, despite all the dramabazi. So the thing is that this Islam and his son Humayun, again, very fluid identity, because for sake of power, he said, oh, I can be Shia also, I can be Sunni also. He was playing both sides. Akbar, again, most of his mannerisms were adapted from the Hindu culture, the kind of clothes he started wearing. He turned vegetarian 3 times a week. He would eat only vegetarian food. He started sitting cross-legged. And if you read his biography, Akbar's biography, he was very fond of using Indian invectives. He was very comfortable using Hindustani in his communications. His language, his mode of communication was Hindustani. So all of this was part of not only adapting to the country which you now described as your own, or which you now identified as your own, but also the influence of that region on your own self. Because if you're spending so many years in one place and you're not remitting your earnings anywhere else, I mean, what you're doing here, you are reaping that benefit here. Whether the revenue you're generating here and you're building big monuments here or whatever, or helping the economy, creating industry, small-scale industry, facilitating trade. So all this was happening inside India. I mean, nothing was going outside. The revenue wasn't going outside, which was the case with the British. So obviously there was a two-way process of influence. They were getting influenced and they were influencing at the same time.
So what you're calling the heartland, in all practical terms, for Indian politics, not only after India became, even during the national movement, that actually gets overlapped or becomes synonymous with what is national, because there is something national and that is something regional. So Tamil Nadu is regional, Andhra Pradesh is regional, Kashmir is also regional. So what is not regional becomes heartland, therefore that is national. That is how Indian politics has played out, right?
Actually, politics is only one part of it, and the biggest example is Prime Minister Modi, who, when he wanted to be the Prime Minister, he came from Gujarat to Banaras. So,
even Gandhi, from Gujarat, he had to go to Bihar to
Champaran.
Mobilize people, because that is where people are.
Yes. Yep. So politics is only one part of it. But if you see in the popular perception, the idea of India, I mean, I'm sorry, a lot of people here will not like it, but in popular perception, when you go outside India, and when you think about what is India, or what Indian food is, or what Indian clothes are, a lot of it comes from North India. which is unfortunate. It should not be like that, but that is the reality. So even in the menu of 5-star hotels, if you see the Indian food, most of the food is from North India, from the Hindi heartland, and food from the state is categorized as regional cuisine. So that's the, and then you see movies, Hindi film, which should be Indian films. I mean, everybody, all the films should be counted as one, coming from India. But unfortunately, for the longest period, entertainment, the way it was seen outside India, the practice of religion as it was seen outside India. So this idea of India emanated from this region. So it was basically its cultural, its social influence or impact on the rest of the country was quite huge. This has also to do with the fact that there was a very strong central authority even before the British came. Where I keep talking about the Delhi Sultanate. So the Delhi Sultanate, the power, the center of power for them was the Hindi heartland, and from there power radiated to other parts of India, including the Deccan Plateau. So the sultans came to the Deccan Plateau. A lot of them came from the northern region, and they brought with them the attire, the long robes. They brought with them the language, Persian. They brought with them the eating habits. So you have biryani, and you have a combination of, you know, roasting onion before cooking the meat. So all of this comes from this part. So I think I'm not being parochial when I say this, that to a very large extent, despite its social backwardness today and despite its economic backwardness today, the popular idea of India comes from this region. Political power is one aspect. You see religious power. You see all the sites of religious importance, even for Hindus, whether it's the dhams.
Sacred geography is located there. So we refer to, I think, the river Kaveri as the southern Ganga. The reference point is...
but you refer it to as Ganga,
yes,
southern Ganga. Then you have Banaras, you have Haridwar, you have Gangotri, you have all the dhams. So I think that is the reality.
Right. So what, in that sense, the... All right, okay. Okay, so I've been asked to now open this to the audience, which I will do. So I will just finish the line that I was... so what we see today in North Indian politics, a hyper-consolidation of Indian nationalism, it is a continuum. It is not started in 2014 or even 1989 or 1992. Where with Heartland, this area, this is, by the way, exactly it is in the Heartland that Mr. L.K. Advani took his Rath Yatra. He started from Gujarat, of course, just outside the periphery of the Heartland, and then he moved through the Heartland. So now, when you look at the Heartland, that is where Indian politics is going to play out in the coming days as well. So we'll take, I think, 2 or 3 quick questions, and then you can respond all of them together. We have only 4 minutes to go. Kalpana, you want to? Can we have a mic here, please? Yeah.
A very quick question, Ghazala, which is the idea of the heartland itself, and I think the last question was referring to that. Is that something that you are critically interrogating, the construction of why and how this region comes to stand for the rest of India, or is it something that you sort of take for given as a granted, and then you say, now let's look at it closely, given that this is the dominant idea about this region? I'm wondering how you are treating that. And also, if the relationship between the so-called heartland and the so-called regions, right, is also part of the story, right? Because one constitutes the other. You can't have the heartland without what is not the heartland, right?
Thank you, Kalpana. Anyone else? Anybody? Oh yeah, to Priya there. Yes.
So, Ghazala, how did we end up calling this important, how did we end up dismissing this once important and still important region as, oh, the Badlands, the Cow Belt, you know? When did that happen and how?
Last question.
Yeah. So Ghazala, I wanted to check, what do you feel? Do you think that the power of the heartland is waning at all? Has there been any kind of shift?
Yeah, so you got, no?
Yeah. So basically, the first question, the book is it's a profile of this region. So I look at this region from geographical, historical, political, cultural, social, linguistic, in all aspects, and why this region has come to the point today in history where we are today, where it is backward. How did it become economically impoverished? So I look at that. How did it become socially regressive? So I look at that. And why it continues to wield so much of political influence on the rest of the country. So it is basically looking only at this region. I'm not looking at the other parts of India. I refer to them only in the passing to reinforce the idea that why this region always wielded more influence on the rest of the country. So that is what I'm doing. I think the reason why it has become both socially and economically impoverished to a very large extent has been the consequence of colonization. I put the entire blame on the British colonial period. The reason is that before the British came to India, this part which we call UP and Bihar belt, this was one of the richest parts of not only India, but the entire South Asian region. The amount of food crop that UP and Bihar were generating, it earned its epithet of granary of the world. They were generating so much of food grain that they could feed the entire Europe alone after feeding themselves. This is the reason that there was no absolute poverty in India before the British came. The reason the poverty or economic degradation happened was the British were not interested in Indian food grains because that was not the food they were eating. So they converted the huge farmlands into cash crops. They forced the farmers to grow cash crops like indigo, like opium, like in Western UP, sugarcane, cotton. And because of their greed, they did not follow the pattern of cultivation. You know, you do one crop, then you give it a break, you grow a food, you have a food cycle, then you grow the crop again. They did not do that. So actually, the famines started happening. I mean, they were earlier also driven by the weather, but they became more rampant during this period. This economic depredation led to people losing their skills because the farmers were no longer able to produce what they were to sustain themselves. They ended up being labor, cheap labor working on farmlands.
So the last question, if you could just, whether the region is losing its political weight or it is gaining more.
I'm sorry, I wanted to say something more, but that's okay. I'll
Yeah,
talk
we
to
need
you
to wrap
later.
up because I do not want that question unaddressed. Yeah.
No, I don't think it can lose its political influence anytime soon. Because of sheer number of people who live in this region, and also because the politicians, even in India, still see this region as the entryway to national politics.
Right.
If you see people like Uvaisi from Hyderabad, he has to move up north, Bihar, UP, and all these places to expand his party. So I think it's not losing its political influence anytime soon.
So ma'am, just to add to the last question, I think when the next delimitation happens, the redistribution of Lok Sabha seats, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar will have at least 15-20 additional Lok Sabha seats, and Tamil Nadu will lose at least 7 or 8 seats. So I think that is a marker of how that will go. Just to conclude this note on a small tale from Venkat Dulubale's book, Pakistan was formed in Pakistan, but the battle for Pakistan was fought in Uttar Pradesh. So that is how important Uttar Pradesh is for the region's politics. Thank you, Ghazala Wahab, for this fantastic conversation, and many congratulations for this beautiful book.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. big thank you to both of our speakers. We'll take a quick photograph. If you could please step in front, thank you. And a big thank you to our audience members as well. It's wonderful to see such enthusiastic audience participation, which we have been having from the morning. Maybe you all could step in front? Yeah, perfect. Can we have a big round for our speakers once again? And thank you for bringing the nation's stories closer to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move into our next session. Those of you who are just stepping in, please do take your seats and make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. This one is the Diasporic Narratives of Relocation and Belonging. This session reflects on migration, memory, and the meaning of home. So please join me in welcoming with a round of applause our speakers onto the stage. Please welcome Amrita Shah, the author and former editor of Elle. We also have with us Saras Manickam, the author of My Mother Pattu, the 2019 Commonwealth Prize winner. We also welcome Viji Krishnamoorthy, writer and cultural practitioner. And they will be in conversation with Radha Hegde, professor in the Department of Media, Culture and Communication at the New York University. Can we give all of our speakers a round of applause?
Hello. Hello and welcome everyone to this session. I'm delighted to be in conversation with these three authors. But before that, just a little bit about the topic itself. Migration is on the global radar screen these days as a crisis, as an unwelcome intrusion. But it is more. It is about the mobility of people brought about by the intersection of histories, multiple geographies. But viewed from a different perspective, migration is also an individual journey to new terrains. It's about aspirational maps. It's about transplanted lives of nostalgia, finding new ways of belonging, and often through remembering the past. The Indian diaspora has been crossing oceanic routes for centuries, and in their transnational lives and stories, India remains a looming and living force. I have the distinct pleasure of being in conversation with these three writers today, whose books draw creative energy from the diasporic experience in very distinct ways. The characters and storylines capture the realities, the conflicts, the challenges of immigrant life, when sometimes dreams become nightmares, when identities become stereotypes, and when documents like visas and registration cards become proxies for identity. Saras Manickam's book captures the everyday lives of multicultural communities living in Malaysia with high energy and verve. Viji's 912 Batu Road portrays the entanglements in the lives of the Iyer and the Tan family against the backdrop of the Japanese invasion of Malaya. Amrita's The Other Mohan in Britain's Indian Ocean Empire, The Other Mohan in Britain's Indian Ocean Empire, is about a journey to understand another journey taken by her great-grandfather, and many more journeys, each a page-turner. Thank you for the opportunity to engage. In interest of time, I would like to pose three questions, one after the other, to our writers to get a little flavor of the creativity and energy in this short time. So my first question to you, if you want to start, Saras, maybe? is to tell us a little bit about your book, give us a peek into the book, and perhaps what inspired you, what compelled you to write, maybe the context that drove you, a little peek, as I said, into your books. So we'll start with Amrita.
Thank you, Radha. It's wonderful to be here, and I should point out, though, that I am a non-fiction writer, while both my colleagues here are fiction writers, and so my book is non-fiction. But the impulse was personal. It was a family mystery. As a child, I knew I had a great-grandfather, a maternal great-grandfather called Mohanlal Killawala, who I knew that he had gone to South Africa as a young man and come back. We don't know why he went, but some family members thought it might have had something to do with Gandhi, but we really didn't know for sure. But whatever the reason for which Mohanlal set out, what we do know is that along the way he met a woman, and she produced his child, who would grow up to be my grandmother. But we don't know who the woman was. We don't know where she came from, her age, her name, nothing at all. So this was something that, was, as I was growing up and I became a researcher and a writer, I thought someday I would kind of look into this. And so 2013 is when I began this project. It took me 10 years. It took me to South Africa, to Mauritius, to the UK, and to parts of India. And basically, I was like a detective following clues through the archives, trying to answer these two questions. Why did Mohanlal go overseas? And two, who was my great-grandmother? So, as I said, this was a personal impulse, but I found that my story, when I started researching, was actually a kind of representing a much larger story of migration at that time. So the turn of the 20th century, you saw an unprecedented movement across the world. Europeans were leaving by steamer for the new colonies. Indians were going abroad as indentured workers, and then following them traders, and then following them a few professionals, people who went, educated people who went as teachers or accountants or interpreters and the odd lawyer, and which is why you have Gandhi going in 1893 to work on a case for a Memon trader from Porbandar, his hometown. And similarly, my great-grandfather went, as I discovered, as wanting to be an interpreter. So this was the kind of reality of the time, and I found myself entering this sort of fascinating history. And I write a lot about the sea in this book, and to me it was like India's experience of Western modernity. This was that era, where it was sort of, that was what I was entering. And it was like the sea was breaking off pieces of land and making new formations. New societies were coming into being, and new relationships, like for instance, my great-grandfather from a conservative Hindu family, meeting an anonymous woman and producing a child, and then of course a whole family through this. So I thought it represented my personal sort of story, resonated with what was happening at the time.
Thank you.
Krishnamoorthy.
Yes. Thank you for having me here as well. Mine is not as deep and profound as what Amrita has described. So mine actually started out in a moment of desperation, actually. So this was about 15, 20 years ago. And I needed to get my husband, a gift. And I had no idea what to get him. So I decided I was going to write a chapter. Very stupidly wrote that chapter, put it in a yellow envelope, and gave it to him. Upon which he said, okay, you've got to do something with this wretched letter in that envelope. So this became a point of actually arguments, debates, because I did not want to be a writer, and he felt that I had a story to tell. So as the years trot on and the kids are getting older, so desperation became duress. And I sat for hours with him, and we sort of plotted and pondered. And so that first chapter, that gift I gave him, basically in some form, is the first chapter in the book of Getting to the Mandapam. And that's written in present-day Malaysia, which is about 2008. So in writing that, so when I had kind of like given into the duress and been, I thought in order to write in the present, I had to return to the past. And that's what took me all the way back to a small little village in Tanjore, Kutur, where actually the story is of my, it's based on brush strokes of my own memory bank. It would be disingenuous to say that this is completely a work of fiction. So it goes back to Tanjore, where a young man by the name of Rangaswamy Iyer gets on a ship and comes to Malaya. And as I started to write it, then I decided that I also wanted to have a voice that he had somewhere to return as well. So that took place in the form of letters that he wrote to his father in Tanjore. So the past then actually follows the historical pattern of Malaya, and that was the Japanese occupation. So this young man comes to this foreign country, and all his sensibilities are salted by the smells and the flavors of this new land. And so it goes through his friendships, the friendships that he makes with the locals, him trying to find his place in this new country. Of course, he goes back and marries, brings home a wife, happens to be called Saras, from India, and they go on to have 3 children. So the present then is a parallel story of the 2 descendants of the main characters in the past, Rangaswamy Iyer and his good friend Chinnam. So their grandchildren fall in love and want to get married. And of course, all hell breaks loose because, we're all very, very agreeable when someone else's family, you have an interracial marriage, that's all very wonderful, we must be inclusive. But heaven forbid if that trespasses your vasapadi and you bring it into your own home. So we have that aspect of cultural identity, of wanting to hold on so desperately to what you have. So then it carries on. I would have to say then you'll have to read the book and find out what happens.
Right. In my case, it's a little bit different. It's like 100 years ago, South Indian laborers came into Malaya to open the jungles, open estates, run the stuff and all that. That was 100 years ago, but they came as dark-skinned South Indians. And that concept of dark-skinned laborers, unskilled, drunk, useless people has still remained. And it still lives in terms of racial slurs, in terms of racism, discrimination, and all that. That's a given reality. When I started writing these stories, what I had to learn was, what I had to find out and fight was to see whether I had the courage to write about these things. We are so used to sanitizing our stories so as not to give offense. That would not be fair to the characters. So that would not be fair to the craft of writing a story. I had to find the courage to write honestly and yet at the same time not write a song, a song to victimhood. I wasn't interested in victims. I was interested in how these people, ordinary people, dark-skinned, discriminated against people, found the courage to look at life in the face and decide what they were going to do about it, to stop the whining victimhood, honestly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I just loved what Viji said about the Vasapadi, the inside and the outside, so frame all your narratives, in spite of the different approaches and genres, that there is a sense of identity, of being different and being another. I mean, we are seeing it being played out on the world stage today. Each of you bring up some kind of hierarchy, racialized hierarchies, gendered hierarchies of cultural systems, caste systems that are carried over, or more systemic forms of exclusion. So I'm wondering if you can perhaps take an example or two from your book and speak about how you capture that complexity of identity. I know you're so steeped in the book, but I'm asking you to single out 1 or 2 things. Yes. You want to start for a change? Yeah, let's mix up the order a little bit.
racism. The word cling, for example, is a racial slur against South Indian dark, useless gangsters, drunks, laborers. And it's a very casual, very comfortable slur, because it makes people feel comfortable. I'm better than you. You can hear me? Right. Right. So, but that it wasn't enough to just write about racial slurs, because blinking Indians are just as good as others when it comes to bigotry and racism. We give as good as we get. The only difference is in the scale, you know? So I wanted to write about that too, that bigotry is a two-way street. And if you want to write about racism or whatever, you don't write on both sides. Otherwise, it's just a song to victimhood, and I really didn't want to do that. So many of the stories, you just can't run away from politics and from racism and from discrimination, because that's quite endemic. And so it's like kids grow up and they think they're fine. We are friends. We don't know about racism. But you grow up a little bit and then you find that one race gets scholarships, gets privileges, and the other one gets nothing or gets very little. What do? How do you react? Are you going to sit down and cry and say, look at me, I don't get anything, which doesn't solve any problem? So that was it. Or even the confrontation that you and the person of another race, you're good friends, but in the end, that friend casts a racial slur at you, calls you a cling, and then your balance is all gone. How do you respond? What do you do? Yeah.
Shall I just use yours? So mine, I think you find this whole question of identity very much present in the present chapters of the book. Because it's generational as well as cultural. So you'll see that Geeta is the daughter of Ramesh and Parvati. And they are very traditional Tamils. So their identity is Tamil. And in a country like Malaysia, we always identify ourselves as I'm Indian, Malaysian Indian, or Tamil Indian. Yeah, when we're overseas, we always say we're Malaysian. But within our home, domestically, we always we're identified by our race. So for Parvati and Ramesh, they were definitely identified more as Tamils. So they were Tamils first and then only Malaysians. Whereas for Geeta, she was Malaysian. In her head, she was Malaysian first. And so for them, it was a very clear distinction of, yes, you may have this education, you may have gone overseas, but you still abide by customs. You still have to do what we think is best for you. And of course, as your parents, we know what's best for you. So there's that huge cultural divide, and there's also that whole rustle-tussle of the generation of her trying to straddle two worlds, and Parvati trying to understand that chasm between them.
Okay. So yes, I mean racism, because my book takes place around the time of Gandhi Satyagraha, so of course it's very much, this was the period in which the white colonies were getting autonomous. And so because they were getting autonomous, they were trying to create the society they wanted through laws, which limited the progress, or the economic progress of Indians, the movement of Indians, and also the entry of new Indians. So they were passing all these laws. It started in the late 1800s. And then you had resistance in the form of people like Gandhi, who started a campaign against these laws. But you also had resistance, and I like what Saras said about not being the victim. I think my book deals, because as I said, this is the period of Gandhi Satyagraha, so the reality is these racist laws being kind of created, and things like, for instance, people at the ports, so in Cape Town, for instance, writing saying, a big shipload of Indians are coming, and then the editorials would be, oh, the vermin are coming, or, this panic almost. And then, of course, that very famous incident when in Durban, a similar rumor spread that Gandhi was bringing laborers to work from India. And so you had actually an attack on him, a murderous attack on him. So this was the situation. But I think because my entry point for this book is the other Mohan, it's not Gandhi. My great-grandfather was also called, he was called Mohan Lal, similar to Mohandas Gandhi. And so the other Mohan provided me an entry point into forms of resistance, which I have not actually seen very much about. I've not read very much about, but the archives is just full of these glorious descriptions of illegalities committed by Indians to kind of get around these laws, these restrictive laws. So for instance, let's say at the borders, I found the story of an interpreter who was offering a policeman 2 rupees. I'll put a silk handkerchief and I'll give you 2 rupees if you let that person in, that kind of arrangement. And then for instance, getting people through the borders of the ships posing as fake family members. And then when they would arrive, there would be someone, the agent would be on at the port waving a handkerchief so that, he would say, oh, that is my father, because actually he isn't his father at all. So my book, I think, deals with all these forms of resistance, which is slightly an alternative to the Gandhi story.
It's so interesting how so many of these issues that you raise about survival, about oceanic journeys, about agency and activism get repeated in different contexts. There's so much to talk about here. But let's move on to another question. As writers, you must have all grappled with the issue of readership, given the sort of transnational scope of the storyline that you're working with. There's always a question whether immigrant stories appeal to broader audiences. And so who was the reader in your mind when you wrote these stories or when you did your historical and archival research? Do you want to start?
Considering I didn't want to write this book, so in my head, I didn't have any readers really in mind. So it would have been probably me, my sister, my husband, maybe some very close friends who actually had read that book and they're in the audience here today. And so it didn't get past, I didn't think anybody would be interested in reading this book. But once it had kind of like, been put out in the world, then I think I got a little bit greedy. And I thought, well, okay, so maybe Malaysians should be interested in reading this book because they really ought to know about certain characters in the book, historical characters who lived and who contributed, but whom are obliterated from our history books. They should be interested to find out a little bit more about the true history. And then I thought, hang on a minute. So this is a story about this wonderful Rangaswamy who comes from Tanjore, Kuttur, to be specific, who comes to Malaya. Surely the subcontinent would be interested in these stories. And so I kept getting a little bit greedy, and here I am today. And I just want to give a little shout out that I studied in a school literally around the corner from here called Vidya. So for me, this is really like coming full circle. So I think our stories are really important to be heard, and I think you need to tell these stories because we're all migrants, we're all moving through space and time, and in only reading other people's stories can you really pierce that whole, our own myopic views of others, isn't it? When you read other people's stories and there's empathy, then you understand other perspectives. So I think, so I'm a greedy girl.
Time for truth. There was no question of a reader. You see, I fancied myself a writer. So when I wanted to write about these topics, part of it was showing off. I need to show people how clever I am, that kind of, part of it is that ego. I had to learn to push that ego aside, because I'm telling a story that really is about characters and places, and they kept telling me, shut up, move, move, move. you're only the channel for our stories. So every time I tried to manipulate the story to show how clever I am, the story failed. And every time I tried to manipulate the story to peddle morality or some higher thing, it didn't work. So apart from I didn't think about readers. I thought about honoring the craft of telling a story as honestly as possible, as authentically as possible, so that that would come across, that would tell the story, that would carry the theme. And after that, I thought, if it's really a very good story, there will be a reader for it. And I did have a reader from the Bronx at a Zoom meeting. He said, "Man, you're writing about my mother." So it was not the reader. I was just concerned that the craft of writing, I had to stay true to that craft of authenticity, honesty, and telling both sides of the story so that you don't just scream victimhood and patriarchy. And always the abuser can also be a victim. I needed to be fair. And that was the thing in my mind.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that there has been interest from the diaspora, I mean the wider diaspora, not just from the Western Indian Ocean that I write about. Because I didn't see myself writing about the diaspora, because I'm in this peculiar, stories about the diaspora usually emerge from the diaspora. But I'm an Indian living in India, and I just went to learn about this history for other reasons. So I actually saw my book as a book about origins. It's an origin story. And so I thought that's pretty universal, because I think I've met so many people. Everyone tells me, oh, I had this wayward uncle who went off and did something, or there's always a mystery in every family. And I think my book would sort of appeal to that impulse to tell, to find out more about your past. But also I think I had a little project in mind, which in terms of style, Saras talks about craft. And I think what I wanted to write was an adventure story. Like the colonizer used to write, like the explorer going off, like E. Rider Haggard and King Solomon's Mines, or Dr. Livingston, Stanley on Dr. Livingston. And I thought, I'm a woman, and I'm a post-colonial woman, and I want to write my adventure story. So I think it would appeal to anyone who's interested in creative nonfiction in that sense, because I was having a bit of fun with that too. I think I wrote an adventure story.
Thank you so much. These 3 books are so rich that to ask you to summarize this seems to be almost unfair, but thank you very much. Just to get the audience a little more flavor of your books, I was just wondering, Saras, I just marked out a few things in your book which I had truly enjoyed reading. Somewhere on page 138, you say, growing up in a multicultural society as children and the reality that emerges later. You talk about that. But essentially to say that diversity was only celebrated during elections, which those of you who know of other societies too, is that happens. So I'm just wondering, given the time, if you can speak to just the issue. 138, I have it all marked for you. Here.
Shall I read it?
You can read it or speak to it, your call.
Let me just read that very small paragraph so you know where it's coming from. Growing up inseparable, always running in and out of each other's homes, playing on the corridor together, Shankar, Azam, and I, we could have been poster kids to celebrate a diverse Malaysia. Only diversity wasn't celebrated, except during elections. This was true for the longest time, as in children growing up not really understanding about race, religion, but I don't think it is the same for now. We grew up literally running in and out of each other's houses, eating food from the neighbors. There's a scene where Amin comes and eats sambar. He's a Chinese, and he always comes during lunchtime in one of the other stories. It doesn't happen like that anymore, because race and religion, they're like the serpent inside your stomach that have awoken. And so is the food halal? Is it this? Is it that? You know, so children don't really eat in each other's homes anymore unless you can guarantee that it's people. My friends come to my house, they'll drink packet drinks. Now, these are friends who used to eat with me. They don't do that anymore. So the reality is different because of race and religion and politics taking over, right? So, the situation is, you know, it's evil. I can't think of a better word, where kids look at you and see an Indian or a Kling, you know, or they see a Chinese and they say useless Babi. Babi means pig, which is the ultimate insult. Or even if you look at a Malay and say, oh, you lazy fellow. So many assumptions that are seeping down even to the children. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Viji, early in the book, you write about the sons of the Iyer family being in different countries. Suresh is an ENT surgeon in Manchester, Ravi an aeronautical engineer in Houston. It's a marvelous capturing of the dispersal of the Indian diaspora, right? Going to England and then going to the US, and just there's a sort of a labor history right there. So why was that important for you as a, I was going to say novelist, but I know you characterize yourself differently. Yes. Why was it important for you to include that detail, that nuance?
Because that is the reality, really. Most of us want to, I mean, I come from a family where, you know, first you want to be a doctor, and if you don't get the grades for that, then you do law, and if you still can't get the grades for that, then, okay, maybe something in the sciences, or maybe an accountant. God forbid you want to do interior design, I mean, all of that is out the window. So all of this just shows you how far you want your young to go. And this is a very Malaysian thing, where you have, my grandfather's generation, for example, left India for a better future to come to Malaya and try and build a life. And in 2 generations, we as Malaysians are now sending our children off into the, you know, to England and America and Australia and Singapore to become citizens of other countries, because the opportunities that we have as non-Malays is very limited. So this is a true reflection of what actually happens in Malaysia. I don't have my reading glasses.
That's okay. Thank you, Viji. Amrita, in your book, there's powerful writing. You know, this is a book, as Amrita mentioned, which is a part memoir. It's a very well-researched book. Towards the end, you wonder why your ancestor, who shares a name with the other Mohan, what moved your ancestor to write letters after a while about racial discrimination that he might have faced, and what was the power of the other Mohan in your Mohan's life? So there's this, if you want to talk about that, how did the experience of one Mohan gain meaning and action from the vision of the other? And those are not my words, it's yours. So if you want to, it's right here. If you want to just speak to it or read it, it's so beautifully written.
I'll read a bit, but I think I know what the question sort of is about. And in the last section, when I left Mohanlal gravitating towards the Satyagraha movement, I assumed that the adventurous interpreter had been affected by a recent sensitivity to racial injustice. His letters to colonial authorities complaining of mistreatment as an Indian, followed by his actual participation in the protest campaign, suggested that he had been moved by Gandhi, whose ability to inspire people was legendary. Eric Erickson, I quote him saying that, you know, Gandhi made people feel augmented in his presence. This is what, and I write, that is what I believed had happened. Mohanlal's experience of racial discrimination had coalesced with Gandhi's vision. The two Mohans had become one. So to briefly explain, this book, all through the book, I'm not quite sure about what my great-grandfather Mohanlal had to do with Gandhi. I mean, I know that he joined the Satyagraha movement and he was arrested. But you know, in his later life, he was someone who was English speaking, wore a suit, smoked cigarettes, ate porridge for breakfast, which is so unlike a normal Gujarati breakfast. So he was very English in many ways. And I thought this is not so Gandhian. And so I was always sort of leery. But when I started researching, I come across letters he has written complaining that, you know, the authorities have discriminated against him, they've done this, they've done that, and, you know, they've kept his luggage, and they should not behave like this with Indians, all this. So this is the passage where I think the two have become one, that maybe despite his own inclinations, Mohanlal has become like Mohandas. But of course, that's not what I found had happened. I think Mohanlal was a total opportunist. And I mean, it's a bit left a bit kind of unexplained and a little ambiguous because there's room for influence. But I think this is another, you see, because the kind of Indians who went abroad were adventurous. They went for opportunity. And I think that is the strain that develops through my story, my reading.
Thank you. Maybe in terms of time, I'll ask you one last question, which arises organically from your comments. I think, Saras, you mentioned that these characters, in a sense, write themselves. All your work has this panoply of characters, you know, so many actors involved, from time frames, from geographies. So I was just wondering, is that true? Did the characters sort of have a runaway life through your creativity?
I can just give one example. Sure. The title story, My Mother Pattu, I took the longest time to write it. Not because I'm a dinosaur, which I am, but also because I must have written about a gazillion drafts, but they all failed because I was trying to punish Pattu. Pattu was a horrible woman, but she was also a great friend. And she was a very complex, complicated character. But I was interested in just showing her up as an awful person and to punish her. So gazillion drafts, the stories were shit. I had to learn to forgive her and to forgive myself for wanting to hate her. And when that was done, then the story came honestly. Then Pattu emerged as a really complicated, complex person who hates her daughter, but who also is a wonderful friend, attractive, great sexy lover, but she had so much going for her. But there was this rage in her. I had to learn to talk about the rage without preaching about it. So, yeah.
There is a theme of rage and motherhood, right?
A lot of it, yeah. Because the women at the end of it, really, however educated they were, did not have agency. Pattu didn't have agency over her life, so the rage, but she was not allowed to study or move on. We also had, you know, educated professional women, and the husband would come and tell them, maybe you should stop working. I mean, I'm earning enough. As if that's the only reason why you work. So the rage is there. How the women handle that rage and or not handle it. Like the migrant women, right, who came as servants, maids, and were treated barbarically by the people. But at the same time, the men, the family back at home in Indonesia, elsewhere, they were very comfortably expecting money to come in. And they didn't want to understand that this woman was suffering, was being abused. They didn't want to know that because the money was just too good. So, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The same sort of...
yeah, the characters.
I think mine, in a way, I got to play a little bit of God because then, you know, I could sort of like decide what I wanted them to do, and they were quite organic. So I wasn't extremely organized or disciplined about, how I was going to write them out. I think, like, to a large extent, what Saras says, they do take over, they do lend their own characters and personalities. But I did get to play God, so I did get to maneuver them a little bit and tweak them, or the likes and the dislikes, and so they, so I had a bit more of a hand. They were a little bit more putty, maybe.
Okay. My cast of characters that you've assembled.
So my restriction, if you could say, is that I insist on everything being fact-checked. I mean, so everything. I mean, even if my characters, not characters, the people are going on a journey, and I'm trying to make it literary by saying the moon was up, then I actually checked if the moon was actually up that night, So I was restricted by fact, and I was happily restricted by fact. But that did mean that I had to have a lot of fact. As much as I could collect of the time, so I was looking at scholarly papers of all kinds, people, what ships they owned, what businesses they were into, and small little details would come up which were wonderful. So for instance, the early traders who went from Western India were mostly sort of semi-literate or illiterate, but they were poor people who just cut up they cut up these tin trunks to make suitcases and flung some clothes in and just took off, and then once they got there, they built these empires actually in South Africa and Mauritius. They traded in sugar, they traded in, they even started going to England to buy fashion goods for the ladies, the British ladies. So they were very, very resourceful. And then you see a new generation coming, and the way I would see, I was told that, so I read somewhere, someone's son, he had now gone all over the world, and he started wearing suits while the others would wear their pajamas. And, so I used all this to create the atmosphere, to create characters. I mean, as I said, I didn't add anything. I just wrote it in a way that was not sort of scholarly or, academic, or you could read it like a story.
I think we're just perfectly in time. We have about a little short of 10 minutes for questions. Yes, Hema.
The question really is about, I guess, Malaysia, primarily about how the politics and the political structures influenced your stories, if they did, and the lives of your characters?
Definitely. You can't run away from politics of race, religion in Malaysia. If you did that, you wouldn't have an honest story, So yes, and I was petrified when I was writing, because you're so used to self-censorship. But at the same time, you can't run away from the fact that lots of Indians are gangsters, lots of Indians came in as laborers, and you also have to write about that. So the politics of it is a very funny animal, because it's got all these aspects. And I wanted to write, you're not honest if you're just writing about victims. It's like in one small dialogue, this mother says, yeah, you did nothing, you're just a clerk. But yeah, what can you do? Wrong race, wrong religion. But you didn't do anything, So yeah, stuff like this. I don't know whether this answers your questions.
Yes, please.
Yes, this is Mohammed Nazib, assistant professor, New College. Thank you, ma'am. This is my research area. Migration studies is something like, it brings new perspectives based on people in South India where they haven't got that much gravity of pain and also the challenges. So thanks for giving more inputs. As a women, what's your opinion or how far you have done the profound way of research in your work? And I'm talking about the feminine point of view, where the current scenarios in Syria, Palestine, and other nations. As a woman, how much is a tough thing when migration happens in the present time? Thank you.
Perhaps we can, thank you for your question. Perhaps we can qualify it to the context of your stories, if that is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
So women and migration.
I just want to say something. I'm not sure that applies to your question, because not specifically about women, but I think what I found as a background to the current migration patterns and what they're calling the refugee crisis, I found it quite interesting that when I was studying how the colonial laws were being framed in South Africa to restrict entry of people who are sort of undesirable, it was so many categories. You know, it was, of course, the Indians were primarily because they were scared they would flood in large numbers. So this whole terminology, you know, flooding and so this whole idea of hordes and but they were also not friendly to East Europeans, not friendly to Jews. There was a whole hierarchy of who was a desirable and immigrant and who was not. So and women, I mean, women really, if they came unaccompanied, they were just assumed to be prostitutes and not allowed in. So, that's my two-bit for.
Do one of you want to take a shot at it?
No, the only thing I want to say is in terms of research, you mentioned being fact-checking. I did that too. So because you're writing about, let's say you're writing about discrimination, or you're writing about women, you're writing about mates being abused, you jolly well better get some facts. So like Indian men being arrested, then a couple of days later they die of perforated stomach ulcers. Okay, that was I get all the facts, because all the newspapers to back up. You had to be very sure about what you're saying.
Just to add to your the question about gender, I think in almost every society that women have migrated to, mostly as dependents typically, there have been layerings of patriarchal structures, right? So the patriarchal structure that one carries from India gets redoubled in the name of maintaining tradition. So that sort of thing happens, and also outright structural issues, for example, anyway, I don't want to get too detailed, but there are structural issues as well. Is there any other question for our writers here? Well then, thank you very, very much for this wonderful work of creativity. An applause, I think, for our writers. And thank you very much for your attention and your being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can we have a round of applause for all of our speakers for that wonderful session and a lot of layered perspectives? We'll now take a break for lunch. I think we'll also get a group photograph of all of the lovely ladies. A big thank you to our audience as well. We'll start our next session at 2:15 p.m. Thank you so much.
Your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate life.
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion, and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join NMIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology, and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork, and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர் உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யார் தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன். என்ன மாதிரி எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனாலதான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலா வேலை செய்யறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விடட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது, ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
New India Assurance Mahila Udyam Bima, exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Sum insured up to rupees 5 crore, cover on loss of profits, theft cover, personal accident cover, and optional cover for employees. When it comes to business, protection is the key to success. New India Assurance Nari Samman Bima, a special policy designed for all women aged 18 to 70 years. Up to 2 lakh rupees cover for accidental death, permanent disability, and acid attack. Get covers for livelihood protection, legal divorce, and more. Every woman deserves protection and dignity.
Chennai's first pin code 600001 stands Chennai Port, the cradle of the city, South India's premium maritime gateway. For centuries, it has powered commerce, shaped communities, and connected the region to global trade. Now connects directly to more than 50 countries worldwide. At the heart of operations are three major docks: Dr. Ambedkar Dock with 11 berths, Jawahar Dock with 6 berths, and Bharati Dock with 10 berths. The Port of Chennai houses two exclusive state-of-the-art container terminals operated by leading global players, Dubai Ports World and the Port of Singapore Authority. As India's #1 automobile export hub, the car terminal at Chennai Port offers dedicated port entry, stacking yards, and state-of-the-art berthing facilities, and remains the trusted choice for prominent exporters like Hyundai and Kia. Cruise terminal offers modern amenities and seamless services. Huge marine loading arms enable faster, safer handling of crude and POL products. With a depth of 17.4 meters, it can accommodate Suezmax and very large crude carriers vessels, and are fully integrated with pipeline networks connecting to large tank farms and refineries. Chennai Port has ample facilities including 4 transit sheds, 11 warehouses for bulk, vast open areas.
Our focus is on making Chennai Port smarter and more efficient every day. With digital technologies, automation, and modern logistics infrastructure, we are easing the port process and improving the service for our stakeholders. We are working closely with our trade to ensure Chennai Port remains future ready and globally competitive.
Coming projects to further streamline operations include a double-tier elevated corridor of 21 km from Chennai Port to Madurai for 24/7 unrestricted entry to the port and smooth cargo movement. A multimodal logistics park at Mapedu as a key logistics node integrating road, rail, and warehousing to streamline cargo movement. The Port of Chennai charts the course towards a sustainable future where history, innovation, and progress come together.
கேளு, ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ்
ஒரு
பாலிசி.
நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி ஏஐயே கேட்போம். எப்படிப்பட்ட பாலிசினா குறைஞ்ச வருஷத்துக்கு பிரீமியம் கட்டணும், ஆனா வருமானம் வாழ்க்கை பூரா வரணும்.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
நமக்கு அந்த பாலிசி தரணும், வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரும் கூட.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாவ், சரி, நாம LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ் பாலிசியே எடுப்போம்.
நான் உங்ககிட்ட இதையே தான் சொன்னேன். LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாழ்க்கையின் கொண்டாட்டம் தூளு. LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவுடன் எதிர்காலம் ஜோரு.
Spread over 130 acres in Hyderabad, a campus that's lush and green, always buzzing with ideas and innovation, with state-of-the-art research centers, 3D printing and prototyping laboratories, India's first university to drive digital transformation of higher education, powered by emerging technologies, enabled by innovation hubs. It's time to reimagine higher education, to educate future citizens for and of a better world.
The Mahindra Group has a significant presence in Hyderabad, especially after the acquisition of Satyam. Hyderabad also provides great infrastructure and a metropolitan lifestyle for faculty and students. Finally, with many of India's leading research laboratories and multinational corporations, Hyderabad is an ideal location for interaction between industry and academia.
Mahindra University, global thinkers, engaged leaders.
இந்த பொங்கல் நாங்க எங்க சொந்த வீட்ல கொண்டாடுறோம். பல வருஷ உழைப்பும் காசா கிராண்ட் மேல் இருக்கும் நம்பிக்கை தான் இந்த கனவை நினைவாக்கு. தமிழ் மக்களின் நம்பிக்கையால சென்னையோட நம்பர் 1 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
அதே நம்பிக்கையால இந்த மண்ணில் ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ இந்தியாவோட டாப் 7 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
நம்ம நம்பிக்கைக்கு நன்றி சொல்லும் விதமா இந்த பொங்கலை நன்றி திருநாளா கொண்டாடுறாங்க. With a great Pongal savings, now save up to rupees 11 lakhs across all Casa Grande project. உங்க கனவும் நினைவாக இப்பவே புக் பண்ணுங்க.
A vibrant space where passion comes alive to grow and flourish in the path of life, with guidance, support, and goals in sight, helping young minds excel and thrive.
SSVM Residential School, ever shining bright, climbing greater heights. Yeah, SSVM Residential School.
SSVM Residential School.
Explore and we create, we play, we learn and innovate.
Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and please put your mobile phones on silent mode as we're starting in the next few minutes. Thank you so much. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 13th edition of the Hindu Lit for Life. This year's Hindu Lit for Life is presented by the all-new Kia Seltos in association with Christ and Nite. A big thank you to our associate partners, Orchids the International School, the Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshay Kalpa Organic, United India Assurance, ICFAI Group, the Chennai Port Authority, KPL, Vajiram and Ravi Institute for IAS Examinations, LIC, and Mahindra University. Our realty partner is Casa Gran. Our education partner is SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore. Our state partner, Government of Sikkim and Government of Uttarakhand. Our official timekeeping partner, Citizen. Our regional partner, DBS Bank. Our tourism partner, Bihar Tourism. Our bookstore partner, Crossword. Our radio partner, 92.7 Big FM. And our water partner, Repute. We'll dive right into our next session, Women Know Your Rights. This is an essential conversation on law, agency, and awareness. Please join me in welcoming with a round of applause Manasi Chaudhuri, lawyer and founder of Pink Legal. Today she will be in conversation with Vidya Singh, Princess of Vijayanagaram, who is also a committee member of FLOW and former president of IWA. As you all know, she's a fitness enthusiast who's won several gold medals at the national master level. She's also a trekker who submitted Kilimanjaro just last year. Congratulations, Vidya. And we're very, very excited about this conversation. So ladies, over to you.
So Manasi, welcome to our city and welcome to this wonderful Lit Fest. So happy to have you here with us.
Thank you, Vidya, and thank you for having me here.
Your book, Legally Yours, ladies and gentlemen, this is her wonderful book that we're going to be talking about. And I think it's a perfect guide, every woman's guide. Congratulate you on putting this together with so much clarity. That's what I loved when I was reading the book. every section of it is so clear to the reader. And I think the time has come when women are standing up for their rights far more. They're asserting their rights as well. And I think the book has come at absolutely the right time for women especially. And I love the special note from Navya Nanda, especially where she says that you are not just someone who knows the law, you understand how it affects our everyday life and care deeply about helping women navigate this. And this comes through with so much clarity in every chapter of your book. And the foreword by Mrinalini Deshmukh also, where she says that this book serves as a comprehensive legal toolkit. I love that sort of caption for it. Mansi, tell us when and how did the idea of writing this book and compiling all this information come to you?
So firstly, hello everyone, good afternoon. And thank you for welcoming me to Chennai. And thank you for being here for this conversation today. So to answer your question, Vidya, the idea of a book called Legally Yours actually came back in 2020 when I started Pink Legal, which is my not-for-profit organization for women's rights, focused on making law accessible and understandable for women. And the work that we were doing had kind of gone viral, and it reached women all over the country. And that's how we were discovered by HarperCollins, who is the publisher of my book. I found a message in my inbox one day which said that I'm so-and-so, my editor from Harper, saying, why don't you convert the work that you are doing with Pink Legal into a book? And I thought it was a fantastic idea because that way the legal rights and information about it would reach many, many more women, because my personal mission is that every single woman in India should be aware of her legal rights and be legally empowered. Absolutely. So that's how the idea of a book came about. And then, of course, it was about compiling all the information, firstly understanding what are the various areas which affect women's rights, putting them together in different sections, and then compiling not just information about the laws, because knowing your legal rights is of no use if you don't know how to take action and how to use it in day-to-day life. So also practical on-ground information about how can you act now that you know that this is your right, how can you use this and go and fight for your justice and rights. So that's what the process of putting together the book was like.
So before we jump into the book, tell us a little bit about Pink Legal. How do people, women especially, access it, and what does it do to help them?
So Pink Legal is India's first digital platform for educating women about their legal rights. And we are digital so that we can reach the entire country and not be limited to a particular city or state. And through Pink Legal, we do three things. One is we, of course, simplify legal information in bite-sized, easy-to-understand terms so that, you feel like a friend is explaining your legal rights to you versus a lawyer or a legal textbook which will put you to sleep. Then, second thing we do is we run a helpline called Project Nair, which is a free-of-cost legal and mental health counseling support for women who are going through an issue and would like to speak to a lawyer or take the help of a mental health counselor to help them understand how to process it. And the third thing we do is we have a pan-India network of about 100 lawyers who have signed up with Pink Legal. And whenever a woman reaches out to us asking for, a lawyer, because mostly, you don't know where to go look for a trusted, good lawyer, we connect them with somebody from our network. And through this connection, just 2 days back, I got a message from somebody who had, in Chennai, in fact, asked us to connect them with a lawyer, and through that lawyer, their sister's divorce came through. And so they had messaged me when they read that I was, coming to Chennai. So that's what we do. It's a three-pronged approach to make sure that women have a 360-degree support when it comes to legal rights. And in the second year of Pink Legal, we were also empaneled with United Nations UN Women. So we are a generation equality ally with them, one of 8 in the country, where we participate with them on projects for, again, creating legal awareness in different forms for women.
That's absolutely wonderful, and I'm happy to know that women can actually access it fairly easily and ask for the help when they need it. I wish we had something like this 25 years ago when a lot of us may have jumped into it ourselves. Now, as far as the book is concerned, your chapters are separated into sections, and that makes it so easy for the reader to understand section by section. It's absolute clarity there. And it's actually like a handbook that takes you through a legal system. And also, I think you use a lot of pop culture examples, real-life case studies, and even some fun games in the book. Can you tell us about that?
So the idea to do that was because, the minute anybody hears the word legal or law, you want to run as far away from it as possible, right? Because it sounds intimidating, it sounds boring, and if I wasn't a lawyer, I would have done the same. But it's important to know your legal rights. It's like insurance or health insurance, life insurance. You don't want to sit and read the document, but you have to get your health insurance. So it's the same with legal rights. It's important to know your legal rights, even if you, fortunately, don't need to use them. And that is why I wanted to make the book accessible, fun to read, and very light. So I've done this by using lots of pop culture examples from movies, where, we look at scenes from certain movies which interact with how legal rights work, or we use real-life case studies to show women how a certain situation pans out in real life and what she can practically do about it. And at the end of every chapter, there are like fun games like quizzes or a crossword just to test your knowledge, to know how much you have understood from the book. There are also like chai and coffee breaks where we have like these food for thought segments, because law is not just about understanding your legal rights. You're not going for an exam. It's about thinking about what is the law and is it enough? Or do I want to demand more, or is this correct? And so that's what the food for thought sections leave you with. So that's how I've tried to make this book a light and slightly more fun read, if I may say so, for a heavy subject like law.
It's certainly an interesting read, fun in little bits where you try to lighten the story, but it is a very serious documentation of you lead us through so many segments of problems that one can have and the solutions to it. And I think that's amazing. Things like cyberbullying, which today is part of our new age life. I love the chapter on sexual harassment. I think that's something people face not just at the workplace, but maybe even when you're traveling, someone in a bus, someone in a train. And in fact, I have one cute, funny incident. I mean, it's not funny because it was sexual harassment. So I bicycle on Sundays, and I was telling Manasi this, and I was bicycling along at 4:30 in the morning through Tidal Park, and suddenly I found someone pinched my butt. And I turned around in shock, and there was this very young fellow on a scooter. So I shouted at him, "Hey, you F off," something I shouted at him. So he just waved and went off. That is actually something to do like a sexual harassment thing. So I was very agitated for about 10 minutes, and after about 10, 15 minutes, I thought, okay, at 72, someone pinched my butt, it's okay. So but it's actually not funny at all. It's a situation that anyone can be in a bus where you are sexually harassed. So Manasi gives us a lot of solutions what to do in a situation like that. I think that was something very, very useful for people who put themselves or happen to be in a situation like that. Also, there are certain things now, so many women are in the workplace. You talk about rights for women in your workplace. Could you just expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I have an entire section related to workplace rights in the book, which talk not only about your rights against sexual harassment in the workplace, but also rights like your maternity rights, or rights if equal pay for equal work, because these are also equally important topics that women should know about. And so I've covered all of these 3 sections. And in the sexual harassment chapter, I've talked about the POSH Act. POSH Act is basically the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Against Women law, which was passed very, very late in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. And this law came to us thanks to the efforts of Supreme Court judgments, which unfortunately have a very dark history of the struggles of a woman in Rajasthan who went through a terrible, I wouldn't want to talk about that dark, topic right now, but you can find it in my book, because we should know who we owe our rights to today. So I've spoken about not just the law, but the origins of the law, just to give readers a context of how law evolves. It's not evolving in a vacuum. It comes through the society and the context in which we are. But along with that, there are, of course, very, very practical day-to-day tips and guidelines on what can you do if you find that a male colleague is getting paid more for the same work that you do, or what can you do if you face sexual harassment at the workplace, or if the HR is not taking down your complaint, or when you join a company, what kind of questions should you be asking? How do you do like a health check of the company? So all of these really practical tips. Similarly, even for maternity rights, I've spoken about not just about maternity rights which you get from your office, which you get a certain maternity leave, but to add context to it, I've also touched upon the fact that maternity rights don't just begin in the workplace or in law, but they begin at home with equal parenting, where women don't have to take a step back from their careers for the sake of raising children, and don't have to choose between the two the same way probably their husbands don't have to choose. So it's law packaged with a lot of day-to-day context where women can think about it in their everyday lives.
I think that's very practical advice you're giving people, because increasingly so many women are in the workplace, and I don't know if it's threatening, men feel threatened by this, because a lot of them are super bright women who are rising very quickly in the ladder of the work area. So people do face this kind of harassment. It's very, very obvious, and you read about it all the time. So I think you're giving people a lot of very practical advice from that. And then the other chapter I loved was your chapter on marriage and the issues that go with it. Behind closed doors also, domestic violence and marital law. I mean, these are all subjects that are so relevant to us, because maybe 25, 30 years ago, people did not know that much, but now everyone knows that they have a right to something, and there is a point at which you can say, that's it, I'm not taking any more. Could you expand a bit on that?
So, when I started Pink Legal in 2020, I thought that sexual harassment will be the most visited section on our website, because you step out of your home and there is somebody waiting to catcall you or give you dirty stares. But within within a week, our inbox was flooded. We had more than 60,000 visits, organic visits on our website. And guess which page had the maximum views? It was domestic violence. And this first-hand experience was shocking to me, and it was a shocking revelation at how prevalent domestic violence is in India. And we are talking about Pink Legal, which is a platform on the internet in English. So it is this section of society that has accessed it and is still facing domestic violence. So in the chapter Behind Closed Doors, I talk about domestic violence, on how to identify it, and that it's not only physical abuse, but also mental, financial abuse, and sexual abuse. And all of these together are domestic violence, because most women believe that only physical abuse counts as domestic violence. Then practical tips on how do you get out of a situation. If you're actually in that situation, should you file a police complaint? Should you go to the court? Should you, if you plan to leave the house and escape from it or go back to your home, what should your bag contain? Your Aadhaar card, your passport, all your documents, because a lot of women face this issue that they are so traumatized, they just one day get up and leave, and they go back to their house, to their parents, but they're not able to recover their documents, they're not able to recover their belongings. So just like before going to a hospital for for giving birth, you have a little bag ready, like a hospital bag ready. I say you should have the same thing in case you want to, leave home. If you plan to do that, have all your documents ready with you so that you are not suffering additionally after already going through what you're going through. And then I also touch upon marriage and divorce, the exit option of marriage, and explain how personal religious laws affect it, because in India, your religion determines what your rights are in a marriage and what is the procedure you can use for getting divorce, what are your rights in a divorce. All of this is different, so we have so many women sitting here, and your rights could be different from the woman's rights who's sitting right next to you, simply because you follow a different religion. So it's very important to understand that difference, what to expect. And of course, nobody gets into a marriage thinking that they're going to get a divorce, right? So we get into a marriage believing that it's going to be the best thing. So I've also spoken about, while getting married, what are certain things you should be safeguarding, like wedding gifts. How do you handle that? The question of dowry, question of like, who bears the expenses of the marriage? Is it only the bride's family that has to bear? Do you have to change your surname after marriage? What about the surname of your children? So all of these like really practical day-to-day questions. And when it comes to divorce, the exit option, we again talk about, within each religion, how do you approach it, as well as alimony, maintenance, custody of children, what are the practical things to keep in mind? Because a lot of times we see in divorce cases today, what happens is when a husband and wife are living in a house and both are working, the husband's salary or income is usually used to pay the mortgage or to pay the rent of the house, and the wife's income is used for groceries, utilities, etc. And this very simple arrangement causes a lot of issues when it comes to divorce, because then, even though both of them are jointly running the house, it's always, the husband can always claim that it is me, it is I who have, bought this house, or I'm responsible, so I'm going to get this house, and I'll probably give her like some mere, alimony or maintenance. So a lot of these practical, day-to-day things that women will not know about, because nobody's there to tell you about all of these things, and there's no guidance. So that's something that I've tried to cover in this chapter in Legally Yours.
These are all things that are going to be very, very helpful to a lot of women. I mean, I can say in my own personal case, in 2010, I filed a domestic violence case against my ex-husband, and it took me 11 years of going to court every day. It's the most terrible court somewhere in Saidapet, ghastly place, and actually it's a criminal court, and unfortunately domestic violence cases come under the criminal court. And there was me and a few other women, and then there were real criminals, people with handcuffs and with police with them. So it was a very weird place to be in. I went for 11 years, only missed one time in the court because I was in a swimming event. Otherwise, I would have been there for that too. And it took 11 years to get a judgment from the judge. So it came in my favor, of course. But having said that, 11 years is a long time to just go through with this focus constantly in front of you. So I'm glad this book, I think, is definitely going to help a lot of people in all these kind of matters, which are so important. You don't think of it too much, but a lot of people have never even heard of domestic violence cases. They don't know there's such a law even. And another thing you've dealt with very interestingly is what is again becoming more common, lived-in relationships. And could you tell us how you gave us the understanding of legal rights for women in those kind of situations?
So live-in relationships are becoming increasingly common these days, and a lot of young couples choose to, be in live-in relationships either as a replacement for marriage or as a testing ground before you get married. So in this chapter, I've covered, things like, are they legal? What are your legal rights in a live-in relationship? What if the housing society where you want to rent an apartment says we don't want only married couples? No live-in couples allowed. You are spoiling the culture of our society. So what about nosy neighbors? How do you handle them? Then also about, there's a smart girl's guide to live-in relationships within that chapter, which talks about how do you secure yourself financially if something goes wrong. Because unlike a marriage where you have to go to court and get a divorce degree, a live-in relationship is as simple as today you're together, and tomorrow one of the partners may just walk up and leave. But if you have built a whole life together as a live-in relationship, it's very difficult for you to, handle that if your partner tomorrow just gets up and leaves. You don't have any legal rights in terms of being a wife where you can claim inheritance or, you have a proof. So how do you secure yourself in such a situation? How do you prove your live-in relationship? How do you make sure that your rights are not affected? And if something does happen, what is the recourse you can take? So all the scenarios that could possibly come up and how do you handle those is something that I try to cover in this as a way of saying there's no, do whatever if you choose to be in a live-in relationship, that's great, but just make sure that you protect yourself because the law may not always protect you.
It's interesting that there are not too many laws to protect someone in that situation, because increasingly a lot of younger people, not the very young ones, but the younger people are choosing to live together. I think it just makes life easy, and they just happen to share a home together and live a life together. And what happens when one of them decides to walk out? That's where your book will come in handy for them. I think that's again another very good chapter that you've put together. Another thing which I was very interested in is your money matters and inheritance. You have a whole chapter for that, inheritance laws and inheritance. Could you just briefly tell us about that also?
So I strongly believe that women need to be financially independent no matter what, whether you're a working woman or whether you're a homemaker. In either situations, you can be financially independent. And the money matters section deals with this on how do you deal with inheritance? So what are your rights? Then how do you pass on your property? And again, as marriage and divorce is governed by your religion, the same way your rights to inheritance and your rights to pass on your property are also governed by your religion. And we have very weird scenarios here where, your closeness to your family is decided by which religion you come from. For example, for a Hindu woman, supposing she were to pass away without a will, her property will not go to her parents. They are not her first legal heirs. Her property will go to her husband and children, and in their absence, to her in-laws. So her in-laws are ranked higher than her own parents. Whereas for a Muslim woman, her parents continue to remain her legal heirs, and whether she's married or not, that doesn't change. So we have very peculiar situations in India, where your rights, your relationships, and the closeness is governed by laws which were made back in the, British era, and which have not really been updated and kept up with times. So it's very important for women to understand these nuanced details of how they can, secure their property rights, or what can you do if you as a sister are left out of the inheritance by your brothers. What should you do, and how do you ensure that that doesn't happen? How do you claim what's rightfully yours? All of these are covered in that chapter, and I believe it's very important for women to know about their financial rights, because financial security is the #1 security you can have for yourself to create a life on your own terms. And I say this from my personal experience of dealing with thousands of cases in Pink Legal. We have seen that most of the women who come to us, whether they're able to walk out of a toxic or an abusive situation or not, is completely dependent on whether they are financially independent or not. And we have seen that when women are financially independent, they are able to make that choice to leave a toxic marriage. And therefore, I really stress upon the fact that, financial independence is extremely important for women.
That's my favorite one chapter of all that you've written, which I think everyone should read, Knocking on the Doors of Justice. I think when a situation arises, how do you go to a police station? It's absolutely intimidating. First, they won't even probably acknowledge you, and then there are all kinds of characters in the police station who can take advantage of the situation. And what do? You talk about filing an FIR, filing a case of other matters when you go to, suppose you've been molested or raped. What happens then? It's a terrifying situation actually, and I'm glad that these things that you've written has so much clarity that actually you know what to do next and what to do to go to a police station, what to expect, and what is an FIR, what are any of those things. I loved that chapter.
Thank you. And the reason I've written that chapter in detail is from a personal experience, because before I started Pink Legal, and one of the incidents that pushed me to start Pink Legal was a personal experience where one day when I was driving home from work, my car met with a small accident with another car right in front of me. Our bumpers touched. And out came these, two men who were in a rage, and they blocked my car. They were banging on the doors. They were like really terrifying. And this was at 10 p.m. in the night, and I was alone in the car. And they broke my side view mirrors, and they were very abusive. So I somehow got out of the situation and drove back home safe. But being a lawyer, in that situation, I remembered that the devil lies in the details, so I took a picture of their number plate. And this is what helped me file a police complaint against them the next day. Now, even for me, it was a very intimidating experience to walk into a police station with a police complaint because I had never done that before. And walking over there, preparing my police complaint, actually made me realize that if as a lawyer, I feel so scared to walk into a police station, what about other women who do not know their legal rights? And that's when I decided that I must do something about it. And, Pink Legal was born, and also the chapter on knocking the doors of justice, where I have given very detailed steps on what is a police complaint, how do you write one, what is the difference between a police complaint and an FIR, what do you do if the police refuses to take your, complaint. But I must say, Vidya, that times have really progressed, and the police were very open, very receptive. They were very helpful. It could also be because I'm a lawyer and I knew my legal rights. But I did experience that it was a positive environment, and I would encourage women, and I would say that if you ever feel the need, do not hesitate to walk into a police station because things have really progressed. And if you find any kind of pushback, you have legally yours and you know what to do and what step to take next.
Take out the book, keep it with you as a handbook. I think when you're moving around, I had a very odd incident some years ago where I was jogging in Boat Club, twilight, and as I went past one huge big white car, the chap got out of the car completely stark naked. I can tell you it wasn't a pretty sight at all. But it was a shock. It came as a shock. It's the first time that had happened to me. And I turned around, ran back to a friend who lives close by, called him and his cousin. They came actually with 2 hockey sticks to beat this fellow up. By the time he had dressed up, and when they came and questioned him, he said, no, that was not me. That was my driver. And, we just left. My friend warned him and said, don't ever come back to Boat Club, otherwise you're in danger from us, don't come back. He never came back. But the fact is that did happen, and there was no time in those days, no phones and no awareness to take a photograph or anything. Not that I would have photographed him naked, but at least I would have had his car number and things like that, So, but it can be very, very intimidating in a public place or anywhere else to be confronted with this kind of sexual harassment or anger management with people who do it when they bang into your car. That has happened to me a few times too. And it's interesting, all these various examples. One last question before we wind up. So have a lot of people come to you for help in these various cases, these kind of cases, Mansi?
Yes, a lot of people do come. A lot of women reach out to Pink Legal and sometimes even to me through my personal, Instagram or LinkedIn. And a lot of these cases are, as I said, domestic violence, divorce, stuck in an abusive marriage and I don't know what to do, or I have left the marriage and come back home, but all my jewelry, everything is stuck over there. How do I recover it? How do I, the husband is supposed to provide maintenance and alimony, but he's not paying, and I have a child and I don't have the means to raise the child. What should I do? Or there are a lot of cases of cyberbullying nowadays where, young girls are trying to seek help. So there is a different variety of cases or different variety of problems that, women are facing. And they do come and we do try to provide the best solution we can by guiding them in the right direction so that, they can take action for their problems.
Do you help them with lawyers as well and legal advice too?
Yeah, so as I said, Pink Legal has, the helpline. So if they need to speak to a lawyer, then they can speak to our lawyers and get guidance from them. And if they need to connect to us, supposing now they've spoken to the lawyer and they have understood that, okay, I want to go ahead and file a case, then they can also connect with us. We will connect them to a lawyer and then they can go ahead and file a case. But we've noticed that it's a funnel. So if there are 100 queries that come, out of those queries, maybe 20 women will actually go out and speak to a lawyer to understand their rights. And of those 20, maybe 2 or 3 will actually go ahead and file the case.
That's unfortunate to hear. The rest have to suffer and just manage on their own, I guess. Your book, Mansi, is definitely going to be a handbook for most women, not just to educate themselves on their rights, but be ready, I think, for any situation that comes their way. There are a lot of scenarios that you've given which can apply to some of us, not all of them, but some of them can apply to some of us. And a lot of us are going to wish that you'd written this book 20 years ago. So thank you very much for this wonderful book, and it's been an absolute pleasure reading it and chatting with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidya. Thank you for having me.
So I think we're open. Mansi is open to some questions. If anyone would like to ask something of her, she's right here ready to answer anything. There we have someone right in front. There's a mic coming to you.
Hi Mansi, my name is Shruti and I'm getting married and I'm moving out of country and my citizenship status is all going to change. So does that impact my inheritance because I no longer will be an Indian citizen?
Your inheritance will not be affected by your citizenship. It will be affected by your marriage, because once you are married, I'm assuming you are a Hindu girl, right?
Yes.
So once you are married, that will affect whether how much of your property you will get, and it will also affect how you can pass on, like who your legal heirs are. So that's what will be affected. But it's okay if you take up the citizenship of another country. That's completely fine.
Thank you.
Hi Mansi. First off, thank you for writing the book. Second, I wanted to ask, if there was a law you could have passed that would protect women, any law, what would be your priority?
So there are two. One is marital rape, of course, which has been, a subject of discussion. But another law I would really like to pass is harassment of women via death and rape threats. Because this has become an increasingly common menace where anything happens, people want to take out their frustration. They go and start threatening women with life and rape, death and rape, and it's just disgusting. But there are no recourses to it. There are no laws that directly criminalize it or punish it, and you can hardly take action. So even women who are on, very big public platforms have spoken about this, but have not really found a solution to their issues. So I would really like to pass a law on that.
Hi, I'm Saumitra Srinivasan. I operate a trust called Shakti Public Charitable Trust. Any professionally working woman in Chennai city who's undergoing domestic violence is free to reach out to me. I provide counseling and legal redressal just as much as you do. I think the challenge is not only that these women come to us, the inordinate delay it takes for them to get a solution in the court. So do you have any thoughts about fast tracking at court level?
So I've also addressed this in my book, to give women a realistic idea of what happens once you file a case. And we do have fast track courts. We have family law courts which are also dedicated to certain subjects like domestic violence, or even there are fast track courts for rape. But what happens on ground is that for a case like Nirbhaya, which shook the entire country and was being tried out in a fast track court, for many months there was no judge in that court because the judge retired and then there was no replacement. So that case took 11 years. So even if we have fast track courts in the country, on ground it doesn't translate into faster or more effective justice. And therefore in the book I have tried to, wherever possible, I've tried to address that if the law is not able to help you, or if the law is getting delayed, how can you help yourself within this situation? And that's something we really need to know, because unfortunately I cannot change the law, but I can at least tell women what to do in the current scenario and make their lives better.
Hi, I'm Ranjini. I have a question in connection to the question which she asked about the citizenship. As a Hindu woman, if I register a will and make my parents as, if I want to bequeath my property to my parents, then that stands, right?
Yes, of course. So as a woman, you are free to give your property to anybody you want, not just your parents. It could also be me, if you ever think of it. So, yeah.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Bushra. I'm an 8th grader. I would like to ask you, what inspired you to write Legally Yours?
Hi, Risha.
Bushra.
Risha.
Bushra.
Hi, Bushra. So what inspired me to write Legally Yours was the fact that India has many strong laws for women, but most young girls and women don't know about these laws and their rights because law is very complicated and you don't know where to find good information, which is also easy to understand. So I wanted to bridge this gap and make sure that everyone, every woman and girl from 16 years to 60 years old can understand her legal rights in all areas of life. And that's why I've written Legally Yours.
Thank you.
Mansi, I had a question. I think it's great what you've done, but I find a lot of women who are from the villages or who don't speak or read or write English. A lot of them are the ones who really struggle. So is there a plan through you and women or whatever you're associated with, is there a plan to put this into vernacular languages?
Yes, of course. As we speak, the Hindi version of Legally Yours is getting printed, and we just finalized the title for it. So Harper is, getting the Hindi version out, and hopefully other languages soon.
I think we have time for one or two more questions. We have someone here.
When I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, flashing by men, of course, was common. And has that reduced today? And is that a punishable offense?
I am not sure if it has reduced or not, honestly. But I know that the incidences of flashing are quite common even today, because when I was doing research for my book, I found many incidences, newspaper reports about in Mumbai, in broad daylight, a mother and daughter were going in a cab, and the taxi driver, he started flashing them and refused to stop the car and pull over. So luckily, they went and filed a complaint, and they got redressal. And I've also mentioned about this in the book. So I believe that it is still very much common, but it is definitely a criminal offense, and you can take action, and I'm sure that the police will take something like flashing very seriously and take immediate action against it.
Hi.
It's good to know that.
Hi, I'm Jashwita.
Just stand up. Oh, sorry, there she's here.
I'm Jashwita. I have a doubt. Is why men are always taking advantage over women?
I love that.
I wish we could ask this question to the men, and maybe they are scared of us, that, if they don't take advantage, then we will become very powerful. But times are changing, and women are becoming much stronger, so it's not the case as much now.
I actually have one question. So, my name is Abhishek. I'm in my third year of law school, and I came across CRPC and BNSS in my second year. Now, if my memory serves me right, section 125 to 128 of the current BNSS, Bharatiya Nyaya Suraksha Sanhita, talks about maintenance to essentially the family members of any particular person. So it quite struck me that when we were talking about live-in relationships, there is no particular recourse through the CRPC or the BNSS for live-in relationships. So would an amendment be required to integrate live-in relationships into this particular section, or is there any loophole that allows one to file for during a live-in relationship?
So rightly said, there is no law in India about live-in relationships at all. Okay, and the only legal rights that we get about live-in relationships are through Supreme Court judgments, which are again random, right? It's not a proper structured law. The criminal law, which is BNSS, does not address live-in relationships. If you think about it, the BNSS is basically the Indian Penal Code, which came from 1860s. Okay, in 1860, we did not have live-in relationships. And the same law is applicable even in 2026. There is no change. Only the name was changed. So, I say it's like an old ambassador passed down from generations with a new coat of paint. That's the only thing that has happened in this law. It has not changed. So we do need an amendment, not just for live-in relationships, but for everything, right, from marital rape to sexual harassment, making it more gender neutral, and an overall, restructuring of laws.
Hi, this is Angel.
I have a question about, you have discussed something of the visible male domination.
I can't hear you. Ziya, come.
Put your mic closer to your mouth.
I have a question about, you have discussed some visible male domination. What about the invisible male domination in the career? Even a smarter woman have to work 200% out of the 100%. Well, how do you see it?
That's 100% true, and I have addressed that in my book because, you know, visible discrimination is easy to fight, but invisible is not. So I've spoken about how, you know, if you feel that colleagues are being unfair, what can you do? How can you gather support? How can you gather evidence? How can you make a soft, you know, if there is this soft invisible place, how can you kind of make that change? I have spoken about this, and I hope you will find that helpful in the book.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one last question. Anyone out there? Here we have a lady in front. Would someone give her a mic, please?
Hello. Hi, this is Vaishnavi. So I have this question. In this digital age and social media, the new form of harassment and abuse has raised questions when it comes to laws. How these laws are able to help women in need?
Sorry, could you repeat your question? I can't hear you.
My question is, in this digital age and social media, the new form of harassment and abuse has raised questions when it comes to laws. How these laws are able to help women in need?
I didn't get it.
Cyberbullying?
Yeah, when it comes to harassment
okay,
and abuse on social media and digital age.
So, are you asking about cyberbullying laws?
Cyberbullying laws,
Okay.
as well as like all the other stuff women face on social media.
Yeah. So I would say that there is a gap in the laws. We don't have adequate laws for cyberbullying. The only law we have is the Information Technology Act, which is again from 2000, which was a very different era of the internet. And we do need a cyberbullying act, which addresses all of the different forms of bullying that have emerged today. And hopefully, you know, our parliament will soon enact that too.
I have an incident to tell you. That I have an older cousin who's about 83 years old, and she was a victim to this cyberbullying. These people called her and said that her son is in danger. They're going to arrest him unless she transfers a certain amount of money. So over the whole day, they made her transfer 1.30 crore to them. She kept transferring. Even the bank manager told her, "What are you doing?" So she said, "No, I've got to do it." After she transferred, then her son came back from out of town, realized what happened, and it was too late, even though they gave the police complaints. So this is clearly what they call cyberbullying. And they tend to target senior citizens and older people. So that's a danger we've got to be very aware of, I think. Your book deals with that as well.
Yeah, it does deal with new forms of cyberbullying, but honestly, forms of cyberbullying are emerging every week. And the book will have to be updated every week to address each and every form of cyberbullying that exists.
That's right. Paloma? Thank you. Thank you, Manasi. It's been wonderful chatting with you, and I think we'll hand over to Paloma now.
I felt really sorry to interrupt. So, Mansi, thank you so much for being here. And I think that was an extremely interesting session. Thank you for helping us feel more empowered, giving us a little more clarity. And can we have a round of applause for the audience? Thank you all for being so engaged and involved. And of course, you're available for people to have copies of their books signed, and the book is available outside. So thank you once again. Vidya and Mansi, could we have a picture of the both of you? Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for both of our speakers, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, ladies. We'll now move on to our next session, another riveting one. This one is sponsored by IOCL, and it is very aptly titled Super Cop. So this session is drawn from real life policing and public service. So we're just going to take a moment, and for all of our audience members joining us, we'll quickly have you take your seats. And those of you that are just stepping in, please make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. The message has been clearly drilled in. So those of you who want to meet Mansi and have your book signed, as I mentioned, her book is available for purchase at the stall outside, and she'll happily sign it for you so you can meet all your favorite authors today, live and in the flesh. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very excited about our next session. Please welcome Madhukar Zende, former ACP Mumbai Police, who has chronicled his experiences in the force in Mumbai's Most Wanted, and he will be in conversation with KC Vijaya Kumar, sports editor, The Hindu. We are very, very excited about this session. Thank you so much, and over to you, gentlemen. Vijay, over to you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor and privilege to talk to Sir here. A bit of an apology for the Super Cup title because you've been fighting against it all these years. There was an interview with you some time back when the movie with Manoj Bajpayee was released. And I think you told the Indian Express that I'm not a super cop, I just did my job. I mean, there was an endearing humility to the way you said it. But like your fellow Maharashtrian, Dilip Vengsakar, who was always referred to as the Colonel, and he was never comfortable with it, but it stuck with him. Super cop sticks to you, and it's very apt.
Thank you.
So I think first up, I think we should deal with the elephant in the room. You know, there's a huge bunch of fans here from all over, especially from Bombay. The Charles Shobraj episode, how do you look at it? A catch dropped and a catch taken again?
Actually, Charles Sobraj, I got a lot of publicity. But it is a unique case wherein right from the Director General of Police to the constable, members of public, government servants, hotel keepers, mechanic, everybody contributed. And as you have, just like in football match, everybody pushes the ball. I was fortunate to be just near the goal post. I pushed it and I got publicity. But it is actually everybody's contribution. And as some of you must have read the book, there are many good things I could do in the 37 years of service in my Mumbai police. And this is one of the cases, but I got more publicity because I arrested him 2 times. Because I arrested him in 1971 and again in 86 I arrested, so I got a lot of publicity. I am thankful to you all for listening to me.
What are the quirks or idiosyncrasies you noticed about him? I mean, was there something unique about him? I mean,
the unique about him is he has murdered more than 30 ladies all over the world. And he has escaped from more than 5 jails, right from French jail, Iran, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, and India twice. So he is such, and after that, after getting released from Indian jails, after suffering 20 years punishment, he was released on bail. He was released by High Court. He wrote book, How Kai Committed His Murders. He got a lot of money. With that money, he came to Nepal for casino. And there one retired inspector, he was working as security man there, he identified him, that he had committed 2 murders in Nepal. So he was arrested for those 2 cases. He was sentenced to again life imprisonment, but his advocate's young daughter, 34 years, he is now 82 years, she married him in jail at this age, knowing fully well that he has committed so many murders. So that is something I don't understand, what charm ladies, as they say, as a serious charitam purushasya bhagyam, devono jadati kuto manusya.
was he a smooth talker? Was he a smooth talker? I mean,
Yeah, he was very smooth talker. Actually, when first he was a youngster, about 20 years old, he used to commit thefts from Middle East, bring them, the imported cars to Mumbai and sell them. Alfa Romeo, Pontiac, those type of cars. And he got in touch with one very rich very illustrated families, Parsi girl, and he started staying with her. That is how he is to charm. I don't know how.
There's this interesting anecdote in this book about, I think you're on a scooter in a flyover, a bridge in Bombay, and Haji Mastan is in a car behind you. And he tells the driver, let's not overtake him because he's the most honest police officer I've ever seen.
No, that was actually, I had arrested Haji Mastan in 1964 when I was attached to Palton Road police station. That time, now it is Ramabai police station. But I dragged him, and because he was very influential, my inspector asked, how you arrested him? I said, sir, वो police को मारता है, हम कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा. I put him in jail. And then in that case, he got conviction. After that, in 84, he was again wanted in Misa. And he was staying with his artist, actress, near Chandan Cinema in Juhu. So I knew that he is staying there. But when I went, and she said, "Kaun Mastan? हम नहीं पहचानता है कि Mastan कुछ नहीं है." So I told her that you just tell him that Zende आया है, वो देखो क्या बोलता है. वो कुछ बोला तो मैं निकल जाएगा. So he heard my voice. He came down. अरे साहब क्या है? बोला you are wanted. चलो मेरे साथ. He came with me. And next day, Mr. Ribero was a very illustrious police officer. I produced him before VOG commissioner. बोला Mastan ऐसा फालतू आदमी है. बोला साहब वो ऐसा ही दिखता है because he was merely a smuggler. But we arrested him. That means I arrested him he also twice. But after I retired, I had gone to a furniture shop. And one fellow came and told me, Salam साहब. बोला कौन? साहब मैं दाऊद. बोला तुम किधर दाऊद है? वो दाऊद नहीं साहब. मैं मस्तान का ड्राइवर है. मस्तान भाई का ड्राइवर है. वो माहिम पे आप स्कूटर पे जाते थे ना, तो हम लोग मर्सिडीज में आ रहे थे. तो भाई बोला इसको ओवरटेक मत कर, बाजू के गली में से निकल. इतना भाई आपको इज्जत करते थे. Because even criminals also have their own standards. They know if some person is very good, they will not involve you in any other case. Somebody just asked me, Sahab, are you not afraid when you are working in police? I said, when you have taken the job of policeman, you have to face all the difficulties.
In the early part of the book, you clearly say that you always aspire to be a cop.
Yeah.
You're driven to be a cop. And then you also clearly say it's a social service.
Basically, I have come up with, from childhood, from Rashtra Sevadal. Rashtra Sevadal teaches you that you serve people. I have been always living my life serving people. You must do something. You see, somebody he just tolerates any injustice to him, he is a useless man. A man who fights for his right, he is a good man. But a man who is very much alert, if so second man disturbs the third man, he goes to his rescue. That is a real man. So I thought that I should be a real man. And all my life I tried to be a real man.
Weren't you scared at any time? Like there were episodes where you get into scuffles, there are people trying to attack your colleagues, and then you just take on the crowd. Wasn't there even an iota of fear in you?
No, fear had never entered. I always felt that if I am doing something, you know, in Gita there is a very nice श्लोक in 6th chapter. नहीं कल्याण कृत कश्चित दुर्गतिम तात गच्छति. तुम अगर अच्छा करेगा तो तुम्हारा बुरा कभी नहीं होगा. I believe in that. Fortunately, I learned Gita completely because Suhasini Mulgaonkar, a very famous actress and dramatist, she used to do this Sobhana Sanskrit single-handedly. Ek patri, what you call in Marathi, ek patri. So she had come to police station to complain to me that somebody had molested her daughter. We took complaint, took action, but I asked her, how you can narrate the whole drama single-handedly? She said, when I was child, my father told me that every day while going to school, you are going in bus, write down one shloka and then just keep repeat it instead of chatting with girls. While returning, again repeat yesterday's shloka and today's shloka. In 3 years, I mastered completely, I could narrate the entire Gita. So I said, if she can do it, why can't you do it? Okay. So I used to go for morning walk every day. I got the Gita Press as Marathi translation. So I purchased that book and I started doing that. In 3 years, I also started completely Gita. I can recite Gita with meaning. So that is how I have a conviction that if you are doing your duty well, act your part well, then all the honor lies there.
there's also a lot of empathy in the way you dealt with people, be it your colleagues, be it criminals. There's this nice anecdote about, there's a murder in a train, a lady is killed.
Shanta Devi
murder case. And the case turns cold. And then you bump into a pickpocket, a former pickpocket guy, and then you are very kind to him. And then he gives you a lead. And then you catch the real assailant. How does all this work?
See, basically, the main principle is no policeman can be successful without willing and active support of the people that he serves. You must be very, very cooperative with the people. Generally, anybody goes to police station, constable, क्या काम है, क्यों आया, pocket मारा, खुला रखा तो मारेगा तो नहीं होगा. So I used to tell my policeman, don't do like this. You see, if a person enters in hotel, that hotel wala says, "Hey, porya, phadka mar, saaf kar, pani de." So similarly, he has come to you for some rescue. Always first give him a seat, give him a glass of water, ask compassionately, what is your problem? Even if you don't record it, because many policemen want to avoid recording FIRs. So don't record his complaint, but listen to him. He will have a satisfaction that because he has come in grief. So I used to tell my constables, and the constables followed it. That is how people started liking me, because I am a good officer. There is always a feeling that every day people say that Muslims, they marry five ladies, and they have 25 children. So I gave a challenge. In Agripada police station, I had put a board. 5 औरत और 25 बच्चे वाला मुसलमान मेरे को लाके बताओ बम्बई से, मैं उसको 25,000 रुपए देगा. And not a single person came to claim that. So it is a very wrong. So that is how I started developing good things, helping people. During Eid, I used to collect all the Hindus, about 50, 60, and distribute rose flowers. Then when Shivaji Jayanti is there, I used to tell all Muslims, chalo aap log aao, udhar sharbat ka handa banao, sabko sharbat pilao. That is how I could create very good atmosphere in the members of public.
So since you spoke about the two communities, the Hindus and Muslims, and so we got to talk about the riots in Bombay, 92, 93, and you dealt with it. How difficult was it to see people fighting against people?
After Babri Masjid was pulled on 6th of December, on 7th December, there was a total ban of Muslim area. I was working in that Paiduni area, which is Muslim dominated. And Muslims were saying, वो उधर हमारा मस्जिद नहीं बचाया, तो उधर कुछ नहीं गया, इधर क्यों आता है पुलिस, हमको हमारे एरिया में मांगता ही नहीं है. And they were actually chasing away police. They were pulling down all the Hindu shops, burning them, and bringing their article on road and burning that. So one person went to a police chowki and stabbed one constable. So he gave a message. Message was sent to our control room. Control room sent one vehicle with 10 constables and officer to save him. But it was very heavily stoned. And when it was stoned, they said, "Udhar nahi humko masjid bachane ko gaya, idhar aaya." Abhi they surrounded, about 3,000-4,000 people came down. And they surrounded the vehicle. They put big obstacles. बोले उधर तुम हमारा बचाया नहीं ना और हमारे इधर मारता है, अभी तुमको जला डालेगा. Actually, they wanted to burn that vehicle. And serious, because about 5,000-6,000 people were there on the road, and they were not permitting that vehicle to come. But because of my good behavior with public, I contacted some gundas and told them कि चलो तुम मेरे साथ उनको समझाओ. बोले साहब आप अकेला आएगा क्या? मैं बोला मैं अकेला आता, तुम चलो, मैं रिवॉल्वर बाजू के रखता है. I took about 200-300 Muslim boys in that lane, and when they saw साहब आया ना, अच्छा गाड़ी छोड़ने का, and they released that vehicle. And actually those 10 cars, the driver was so much frightened that he was reversing, and by the time he about 500 yards he came up to JJ Junction, the vehicle overturned. But their life was saved. And after 30 years, I retired and I am staying in Pune. I was walking, one fellow came and caught my leg. I said, क्या करता है, क्यों पकड़ा? साहब आप पहचाना नहीं? बोले नहीं, आज मैं जिंदा हूँ क्योंकि उसने आपने मेरे को तो बचाया था. वो they called his friends, उधर ही मेरे को फूल दिया, चादर पहनाया, उधर वो सबको बोला, स्टोरी बताया. So that is how policeman should be a good policeman. The ideal policeman in world is Bobby. And you don't know why Bobby is called Bobby? Bobby is a London policeman who is supposed to be a most ideal policeman. Actually, those days, London police also used to carry arms. But Sir Robert Peel, who was Home Secretary then, he conceived an idea that we must make these policemen serve people, help people. And then he removed all the weapons, gave them only baton. And he told them, you must help people staying in your locality. Simple thing. If some old lady is unable to get up and make her tea, go and make tea for her. Supposing some lady reaches her daughter every day to school, today she is not able to do, go and reach that. So such attitude changed entire England. And they started feeling that they are very people, those who used to browbeat us, now they have become so polite and so nice. So this actually, if a London policeman used to enter a bus, the ladies used to get up, no, you sit down because you are doing very good work. So he became because he was created by Mr. Robert Peel, and the short form of Robert is Bob. So a policeman created by Bob is Bobby. So Bobby Police is the best policeman in the world. So that is how name came Bobby. London Police is called Bobby Police. So that is how.
So one question I want to ask is, whenever there are riots, usually the state police is called in first. They are the first responders to deal with it. And then you'll also have, social commentators, people in the media saying, ideally the army should be called out because the army is neutral. The perception is army would be neutral, while the state police would have their own biases and prejudices. It could be hyperlocal, it could be religious, it could be linguistic. How do you look at that? I mean, this whole idea about, you also need the army to back it up.
Army is a last resort. When the local police are not able to control, the army is called, and people have faith in army because they know that they are absolutely impartial. That is how army always helps. Just those who don't believe what I told you, I got fortunately the photographs. You can see the photographs. You can circulate it. Just see the photograph that I am going all alone. Just please bring back the.
So you dealt with a lot of criminals, underworld people and all that. Is it always black and white, or is there shades of grey? I'm asking this because I think a lot of people in this room would relate to it. It's a movie you refer to in this book, Nayakan, based on, Varadaraja Mudaliyar, and who became Velu Nayakar with Kamal Haasan playing that role. In the climax, his grandchild asks him, "Ninga nallavara kettavara? Are you a good man or are you a bad man?" And he says he doesn't know. How do you look at the whole crime space? I mean, is it shades of grey?
Actually, I never met Varda in my life because he was in North Mumbai.
Not just Varda, generally. The general.
Generally, people want to take advantage of their facilities because they feel that whoever is downtrodden, if you exploit him, he will get money. That is how a criminal does what? He does always exploit the people who are innocent and then extract money from them. A cheat also does that, thief also does that, everybody does that.
But is an underworld don also a Robin Hood for the poor? Because in a lot of movies portrayed that way.
Now you see this Arun Gaudi, his daughter, he himself, while in jail, he gets elected. What they do in that locality where they stay, they always, any poor man's, any marriage is there, they will send 25,000 rupees. Or their temple, they will put a lot of money. But people don't know from where that money comes. They always pressurize all the big businessmen to go and pay money. So that is how they gain sympathy from poor people. And they exploit the rich people.
There's also this topic of police reforms. You always have these op-ed pieces saying we need police reforms, you got to sensitize them. Like what you said, you spoke to your colleagues often. How critical are police reforms?
Police, that is pending for last 40 years. Rustomji commission was there. They tried to put police. Basically, police attitude is very bad. They don't want, as I give you an example, they don't want to help police people at all. Generally, all government servants, my observation is कि कोई भी government office में आया तो इसको कटाने का कैसा? अगर कटा नहीं तो काटने का कैसा? The only thing, basic principle is they don't have this attitude. Basically, the Indians don't have this attitude to help. आया तो इसको कैसा डिफिकल्टी के यू गो टू एनी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस दे विल बी चिट चैटिंग पासिंग messages talking but they will neglect you. That is general apathy of the government servants in our country. That I don't know what.
There are these cliches and metaphors about crime never pays, speed thrills but also kills. How do you see it? I mean, you have dealt with so many people with the underworld and all that, this whole ecosystem of crime. What is the motive for crime? Is it poverty, unemployment, or is it greed? Is it
it's a basic
real
attitude.
Real estate?
It's a criminal attitude of a person. Generally, you don't want to commit crime, but a person who is antisocial, who is against society, he wants to commit crime. So that.
But is there scope for reformation? Is there scope for reformation?
Reformation, I don't find anybody has reformed by any law. It has to be from school level, you have to reform people.
How do you see this whole trend about underworld dons becoming politicians and stuff?
Now what has happened is, you see, most of the people, now all the MPs and MLAs, 40% of them are criminals. There are cases against them. But still we vote for them unless we become absolutely straightforward and select good people. We don't select good people, and good people don't stand for elections. That is how they get chance. And now politics is taken over by criminals. Now you see, so many criminals are there.
So I just want to ask, because you held multiple official positions. In this book, how much did you reveal and how much did you conceal? In this book? In this book, how much did you reveal and how much did you conceal?
I have not concealed anything. In my life, I have never concealed anything. I have written everything. You see, there are very funny incidents you may not be knowing that actually when I was very young, 20 years old, circus elephant had escaped from the circus and he was running on the road. So I was passing in the bus. I didn't know what happened, but I stopped the bus and I saw a sugarcane stall there with a handcart laden with sugarcane. So I just pulled that handcart and in front of that elephant I kept it. And then on seeing that sugarcane, he started following me. I started running in reversion, and then the elephant started following me. And then we from DN Road, we went to PM Road, and then we went up to Custom House. Custom House is a big gate. It looks like a circus gate. So I pushed that handcart, and that elephant went inside. And next day, because Times of India is there, they published big news that inspector saves the situation. And so
But how do you have this reflex to respond immediately? Is it very natural or is it something you worked on? Or
I don't know.
The way you are.
It may be God's gift that I feel. I always feel that somebody in difficulty, I must help. I don't care for my life. I care for society's life.
So there are a lot of high-profile cases you have cracked.
Yeah.
But is there some case which you thought you cracked and you never got the credit or you never got the visibility for it?
See, as I told you that no policeman can be successful without willing and active support of the people. It may be criminals, it may be good citizens. See, as you are referring to Dr. Shanta Devi case. Shanta Devi was murdered in 1980 while she was traveling to your local train. She was all alone in first class. A robber tried to snatch her chain. When she did not give, he stabbed her. He stabbed her 16, 17 times. And actually it was blood stained. So he pulled the chain, jumped from near the Villapala police station, railway station, and ran away. While running, he also lost his chappal. And then he went away. After that, there was a big row because her husband was Professor, this Narayan was a big politician also. So he raised questions in Lok Sabha, Parliament, everywhere. And then for 2 years, Mr. Ribeiro, a illustrated policeman, he was the railway DIG. He also tried, but they could not trace this case. For 2 years, case remained undetected. Once, while working in crime branch, I arrested one chain snatcher and this wristwatch snatcher. So after arresting him, we recovered about 20-25 wristwatches from him. Well, while doing that, he said, वो जो एक घड़ी है ना वो HMT का, वो साहब मैं चोरी का नहीं, बाकी चोरी में सब कबूल किया ना, ये चोरी का घड़ी नहीं है. बोला वो मेरे को वाइफ ने मेरे को शादी में दिया. SMT was 100 rupees those days. So वो साहब वो घड़ी मेरा चोरी का नहीं है. So we sent him to court. We were sentenced for 3 months, and after release he came back to me. और वो साहब मैं छुट गया, अभी अच्छा जिंदगी जिएगा. बोला अच्छा अच्छा ठहरो. So I took out that watch which I had kept for him and gave it to him. बोला साहब आपने सच्ची मेरे को मेरा घड़ी रखा. मतलब तुम बोला ईमान से औरत का इसीलिए मैं दे दिया. बोले साहब. Then he went home. After 3 days he came and बोले साहब एक बात बोलने का है. आपने मेरे को इतना मेहरबानी किया ना, आपको भी मैं एक मेहरबानी करेगा. मतलब क्या? वो शांता देवी का जिसने मर्डर किया ना, वो किसने किया मेरे को मालूम है. क्योंकि वो मारने के बाद वो उसका चड्डी उधर छोड़ के गया था, मगर वो अंडरवेयर पे मेरे घर में आया. मेरे को बोला मेरे को लुंगी दो. उसमें मेरे को चेन बताया था, 4 बंगड़ी बताया था. बोले साहब अभी ये बम्बई में नहीं रहता है, वो अभी सिंदूरी जलगांव डिस्ट्रिक्ट में रहता है, साइकिल शॉप में उधर है. मगर साहब उसको ये मत बोलना, मैं उसको लुंगी दिया उस टाइम. उसको ये मत बोलना मैं लुंगी का बात तो उसको मालूम पड़ेगा. बोले ठीक है मैं नहीं बोलेगा. तो वी वेंट टू सिंदूरी, गॉट हिम, एंड देन we tried to put that pant on him. By the 2 years he had gone fat. So बोला ये मेरा नहीं है मेरा. तो but there was one chappal also he had left. So I examined that chappal, and then I found that it was repaired. So he was staying in Vikroli Park side. There I collected all the shoe repairers, brought them to office and showed that chappal. Anyway, नहीं मालूम. But one Mr. Shinde, he said, साहब ये चप्पल मैं पहचानता है. बोले क्या? बोले बहुत सेठ का चप्पल है साहब. सेठ? बोले साहब पिछले बरस वो रमजान को इसको पॉलिश किया तो उसने मेरे 20 रुपये का चप्पल मेरे को पॉलिश का 25 रुपये दिया. तो हमारे लिए तो वो सेठ होगा ना साहब. वो बोले तुम पहचानेगा उसको? हाँ क्यों नहीं, कभी जिंदगी में नहीं बोलेगा. So he was not admitting this crime at all. I brought him from lockup and showed before that man. As soon as he said, हाँ साहब यही सेठ. As soon as he realized that his game is over, he accepted his crime and completely gave all the details and proof. And government had declared by that time 10,000 rupees reward. But I told him, शिंदे तुम्हें माझा एवढं मोठं आपने इतना बड़ा काम किया तो अब कुछ तो मेरे को अभी 10,000 रुपये रिवॉर्ड मिलेगा. बोले साहब मेरे को रिवॉर्ड कुछ नहीं, मेरे को कुछ नहीं चाहिए. बोले ऐसा कर कुछ तो लो. नहीं बोला साहब हम सच्चा बोला काय का मेरे को क्या लेने की क्या जरूरत है, एक चाय पिलाओ. हम बोला चाय पिलाए. तो while I was sitting there, I saw him wearing तुलसी माला. सो हम बोला आप वारकरी हो, महाराष्ट्र में वारकरी लोग हैं, वो पालकी के साथ चलकर पंढरपुर जाते हैं. तो बोला आप वारकरी है क्या? हाँ. बोले साहब मैं वारकरी हूँ. बोले तुम फिर जाता होगा पंढरपुर? हाँ पंढरपुर फिर दर्शन के लिए लाइव बुला ही नहीं, 20 घंटा ठहरना पड़ता है. तो तुम ऐसा करो, मैं उधर का इंस्पेक्टर को चिट्ठी देता हूँ और कि इसको ताबड़तोब दर्शन. बोले साहब मेरे को ऐसा वशीले का दर्शन नहीं चाहिए, मेरा भगवान का दर्शन मैं अपने 20 घंटा खड़ा रह के रहेगा. आई फेल्ट सो मच humiliated that I actually touched his feet. हम बोला आज मेरे को भगवान इधर मिल गया. So these are the same. See, these are human things that in life give you a lot of good feeling.
So there's a little, I'm digressing here. I mean, a lot of movies have come on the underworld, on cops in Bombay and all that. Satya, Company, Shootout at Lokhandwala, Ab Tak Shapan. How do you see these films? I mean...
Unfortunately, I don't have TV in my house. I don't go to movies.
You don't see them at all?
I don't see movies.
But do directors come and refer you? I mean,
this Om Raut came to me after I retired. I wrote my memoirs in Marathi. They're publishing by Marmik. So these HarperCollins people got hold of that. They approached me. He said, we want to publish a book on you. I say, publish. Then after that, the Om Raut came. So I want to make a movie on that. So, आप कितना लेगा ऑनरिज्म? बोला मेरे को कुछ पैसा वैसा कुछ नहीं चाहिए, तुमको करने का करो. And that is how we made the book.
So were you happy with that film? With Manoj Bajpayee did?
Manoj Bajpayee.
Were you happy with that?
No, it is completely distortion. Then, because they say that we have taken cinematic liberty. It's absolutely, because if you read actually, I thought you will be asking me the Sobhana story. Everybody wants to hear Sobhana story. You better read it in the book. But it is absolutely fictionized. That Goa police is unnecessarily defamed. Goa police never did anything like that. It's a very good story, but absolutely fiction. Their actors are good. I think Manoj Bajpayee takes 5 crores of rupees. It's his luck.
So if anyone in this hall aspires to be a cop, if anyone, any of the youngsters aspires to be a cop, what would be your advice to be them?
Nothing. Just do your work. Act well your part. There all the honor lies. Nothing.
And when you look back on your careers, it's a long, celebrated career. How do you sum it up? I mean, you aspired to be a cop, and then you became a cop, and then
I had a very, very happy police life. I never had bad times. You see, because of my good work, municipality built Dharavi police station free of cost for police. This is a unique case in Maharashtra. Municipality built, because of my good help to these encouragements in that locality, they built police station and donated it to police, free of cost. So you do good work, everybody. In 37 years, 32 years, I work only in South Mumbai. Because every time I was due for transfer, that area deputy commissioner would say, Jendela Mayakade Patwa, send Jende to me. And that is how 32 years I work only in South Mumbai. You do good work, people will appreciate. People appreciate, everybody respects you.
Did you ever face any pressure from the real estate mafia in Bombay or politicians, you know, cotton mills and stuff? Did you ever feel any pressure from that zone?
During my lifetime, I never got any political interference. Only once, Intak president, when I had arrested Arun Gowli, I was in crime branch. So constable said, Sahib, Bhai Jagtap's phone, Bhai Jagtap has phone. I said, Bhai Jagtap? So I took the phone. I said, Bhai Jagtap, Intak president? Yes, yes, Intak president. साहब आप तो बहुत बड़ा आदमी है, मैं तो सादा इंस्पेक्टर हूँ, मेरा हाथ कांपता है, इतना बड़ा आदमी के साथ मैं बात नहीं कर सकता है, आप कमिश्नर को फोन करो, मेरे को बहुत डर लगता है आपका, करके मैं फोन दे दी. And beyond that, there is no interference in my life. Now there is a lot of political interference. I retired in 1996. Now I am 88 years old. And so I don't know what new generation, what they are facing, I don't know.
How do you look at the overall police structure in India? The police structures in India, and how do you look at it overall?
I believe in theory of evolution. Every new generation is bound to be better than the old generation. So new policemen are bound to be better than what I am, because we never had these cameras, towers to trace criminals. But now today you have this cyber crime. Formerly we used to record complaint of hubcap theft. 15 rupees hubcap we used to record complaint FIR. But now in minute you lose 10 lakhs of rupees. So everything has changed. And I don't know what they are facing, but they will be facing good, because by theory of evolution, the young generation must be much better than what we are today.
Do you regret not being part of this generation, because there's so much technology to crack a case? You know, there are mobile phones, cell phone towers, you shadow people's phone calls. It must have been difficult those days when there's just a landline and...
Those days it was very, very difficult. You see, Charles Sobraj wanted to phone to his wife in America. So you had to go to CTO, Central Telegraph Office, to book your call, and then only. But there one very intelligent telephone operator told me, Sam, nobody comes to our office. In Goa there is one restaurant where they have got very good connection with our staff. And from there you can get call immediately. So please try there. That is one single clue by this person, that otherwise we don't know where in Goa, where to find the needle in the stack. But we were going and sitting in that restaurant every day. And that is how we subsequently traced him there. So these simple things, those days which were not available are available, but their problems are increasing. New types of crime is emerging. We don't know what new crimes are coming.
Thank you so much, sir. Absolute pleasure.
Thank
now.
You. Thank
the floor
you.
is open for questions. The gentleman.
Thank you very much.
Can a mic be passed to him? The gentleman in the blue shirt. Mic.
Sir, good evening,
Thank
sir.
everybody for being patient with me.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I am Veera Bahu. Sir, you were a super cop. Have you have any other police officer you are impressed with their performance in India or abroad?
Are you impressed by any other cop in India or abroad?
See, human beings are same everywhere. If you have seen that French movie where that French policeman goes to the clubhouse and everybody comes and puts money there. What is that movie? Very famous movie. So policemen are same everywhere, except possibly Bobby is very light police. But everywhere police are always you see, people always criticize police. All movies you see, police are always victimized.
Sir, in our country, are you impressed with any police officer?
In India, are you impressed with any police officer? In India?
In our country.
Has any police officer impressed you?
Yes, Mr. Ribeiro. Julio Ribeiro is a big man and he is now 95 years old. He still writes against the government fearlessly and he's a very, very straightforward man and he was my mentor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Satyendra. How to save fake encounters and how to save lock-up murders and why there is no CCTV inside the police station and why there are no conjugal visits in India.
Conjugal?
Conjugal visits in India. Conjugal visits in India, the jail.
See, basically, encounters cannot be fake. What they call fake is not correct. Section 100 of the Indian Penal Code, now law is changed, that permits you, even actually, every member of public has more rights than the policeman. Everybody has a right to save his own life and somebody tries to rob you by using weapons or trying to kill you, you are permitted to kill that man. That right, and that is why all policemen encounter specialists use that section 100 of the Indian Penal Code. That is called right of private defense. So everybody, a woman, if somebody is trying to rape her, she can kill that man and she is protected by law. Unfortunately, this law is not taught to us in schools and colleges. We must know this basic. You see, the basic principle of law is ignorance of law is no excuse. Ignorantia juris non executat. That is not, every Indian must know basic rights, fundamental rights, rights of property and right of person. And in that, law has permitted you to kill a person who is likely to kill you. So all these encounters are done under section 100.
I have a question here. Yeah, why is it so difficult to prosecute criminals? It takes very long and most cases don't come to a conclusion.
Now, cases, you see, because of pendency, the advocates try to put some legal obstacles and witnesses don't come. People are afraid, hum court mein jayega, I don't want to come. If people who have seen thing and they start coming to courts, people can be convicted very easily.
So does that mean that we need those reforms, witness protection and so on?
Nothing is more now required. You must have an honest man who goes to police and you must have an honest policeman who records his complaint and prosecutes him successfully, and you must have an honest judge who convicts him. Unfortunately, very few are there in our society who are honest. That is a fact.
Hi, sir. The lady. Yeah, you, ma'am.
Please sit down and talk. Not coming.
Hi, sir. One second.
Hello. My question is, you say that it's okay for a woman to kill a man if he tries to rape you. What happens is if the man has money, he proves that he was killed and he never tried to rape the woman. And in the end of the day, the only person to suffer is the woman. What do you say to that?
Now it is very difficult to understand that question. There are unique cases where actually each case is different. And you can't explain every case.
Sir, initially you were referring to Haji Mastan and all that in the earlier portion of your talk. Would you, with your wide experience, justify the Robin Hood type of syndrome? Would you justify the Robin Hood type of approach?
It cannot be justified at all. Robin Hood, the method is not good. Otherwise, everybody, you see, over enthusiasm, they will do anything and say, I'm public ke liye karta. It's not good. Law must be maintained. And there should be rule of law everywhere.
Sir, next question is from here. First of all, thank you for your service. My question is about the gun culture there in Bombay, right? So, being a finance capital, I think the safety is a bit compromised because an ex-MLA was gunned down there by a couple of goons, and it's been like publicly, voiced out there in Twitter that, we claim this type of murder. But when you compare it with a state like Tamil Nadu, we are following traditional way of crimes. We still use machetes or something. So I just want to understand if the government knows about this gun culture, is there a way to stop it, or is it happening under their supervision?
For possession of gun, there is a punishment of 7 years of imprisonment. Unfortunately, our courts are very, very lenient in granting, because even if punishment is minimum 7 years, they consider that only 1 year is sufficient. So there is not sufficiently rigid law that there should be law that they should not be less than 7 years. That amendment should come. That minimum punishment should be there, and then it will be controlled.
Sir,
sir,
this lady?
The lady here.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I'm from Bombay, and I have never seen something which I see in Chennai. The police, the traffic police especially, don't seem to work for the public. The only time they come out are when all the VIPs are coming out, the chief minister or any VIP. Literally, you see a cop at every corner, and they will keep shooing you away if you've parked legally on the side. Why? Because 2 VIP cars are coming. But I have never seen this in Bombay. And when there are traffic, people are coming from the wrong direction in traffic. And there's not a single cop ever to be seen to protect the common
Mumbai is a
citizen.
very, very different city.
It is.
Because even in Maharashtra, Mufasil, if I am a sub-inspector ordinary, I went to a police station for a visit. And then early morning, there is no toilet. So early morning, one constable came with a tumbrel. साहब किधर जाने का है? साहब टॉयलेट जाने का. हम बोला कि ते क्या कर? मैं बोला आपको लेके जाता ना. So that type of all old-fashioned serving of bosses just to please them is not there in Mumbai. That is why Mumbai culture is quite different from the rest of India. Even in Maharashtra, same culture is there.
We have time for one question. Vaidi.
Sir, I have a question.
No, one second. Vaidi.
हॅलो या सर मी पण मुंबईत आहे मुंबईचे आहे आणि तुमच्याकडे 2 क्वेश्चन आहे फॉर 2 क्वेश्चन्स फॉर यू वन इज व्हॉट इज द सिक्रेट ऑफ युअर फिटनेस ॲट 85
काय
88
Your fitness at 85. The secret.
I have reduced intake of my food to 1/4 what I used to eat above, and I do minimum 3 hours exercise every day.
Wow.
I walk 10 kilometers, otherwise do yoga, pranayam for 3 hours. If I don't do exercise, I don't take breakfast.
Wow. Okay. Second question is, sir, most of these chain snatching cases, when they get back the gold, the person who lost, who doesn't get the entire amount of gold, the police invariably remains, about 20-30% with them. Why do that though?
No, we recovered whatever we recovered, we return. It depends upon how much we are able to recover. Not that it is absorbed by somebody. Because, see, by the time that man takes it, he melts it. Then it becomes less. 20%, 30%, whatever he has, because mostly he melts it next day. So whatever he has melted, we take that much gold. But if we recover a car, we return the full car. We don't take 2 wheels and then return. We return full car.
Thank you. Just one question, please. Last. Yeah. The lad here. Yeah. Yeah. Him. Stand, yeah.
Every policeman are the same except you. So, so I think this is one of the best sessions which I have attended today. So my question is, despite all these political pressures, you would have been so much of duty pressures. What was the role of your family to support you on this duty, and how was it able? How were you able to spread?
I observed one thing. I never told anything about my work when I went home. My home was different. Actually, whatever I did, they used to read in this newspaper next day. I never discussed things with my wife and family. My children also never know anything. That is a secret of my success.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being patient and hearing me. May God bless you all.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that deserves a standing ovation. A big, big thank you, sir, for sharing your stories of a life lived in courage and service. Can we have a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now if we can have a nice photograph, perhaps in front. And thank you to the audience for all of your amazing questions and being so involved with the entire session. Thank you so much. That was an absolutely riveting session. Reminding all of our audience members, of course, that all of our dignitaries on stage will be available for the book signing and, of course, the purchase of their books right at the stall outside. So, requesting Vijaya Kumar to also escort our dignitaries. Don't worry, all of our authors today are here to meet and greet all of our audience members. The book signing is right outside. So all of our authors are available for book signings today, ladies and gentlemen. The books are also available for purchase. The stall is right outside, so you can leave with your very own signed copy of all your favorite books and get to meet your favorite authors live and in the flesh. We'll now move on to our next session. This one is a panel discussion, and those of our audience members who are just joining us, please do take your seats, and of course a reminder for everyone to please put your mobile phones on silent mode before we begin. Our next session, Translation, the Bridge Over Lives and Landscapes. This panel examines translation as a bridge between culture and worlds. So please join me in welcoming, with a round of applause, Chandan Gowda, professor and cultural historian. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome our panelists to the stage? We also welcome, I think on one side is usually better, Gauri Ramnarayan, playwright and translator. Vanamala Vishwanatha, translator and editor, who will be in conversation with Mini Krishnan, veteran publishing editor. Can we have a round of applause for all of our panelists as they take the stage?
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I have bits of paper. Gauri and I, like the voyage of translation, Gauri and I lost our taxi. jumped into an auto rickshaw and came here pell-mell. So, first of all, I thank the Hindu for this opportunity, a newspaper which has, for 35 years... Oh. Can you hear me? I think I can hear my voice booming here. This newspaper has for 35 years given translation so much importance. In the 1990s, when print was king, when there was no crossword award, no DSC prize, not a single literature festival for authors and translators to speak, no Booker International, no platform for writers except rather stiff academic conferences, the Literary Review of the Hindu lavished attention on Indian languages, gave translators space to write. They were interviewed. There were 8 pages every second week, I think, every fortnight, on translators, translations, and the publishers who were struggling to stay afloat in the ocean of publishing. No Indian setting out to publish translations today will ever know how difficult it was, how difficult that terrain was at that time. But there was also no internet, so any search had to be done by foot. Now that ocean, that industry of publishing in English was for at least 50 years dominated by Indians writing in English. Translations, what's that? They said, Ramayana, Mahabharata. Till women and Dalit writers struggled their way to the desks of publishers, who were nearly all of them men, and through translators, who were nearly all of them academics. After the Ambedkar centenary in 1990, things began to change. Just a few remarks to set the context of this session. It has taken us humans nearly 500,000 years to accumulate the cultural capital called language. Historians say that the other most vital aspect of civilization right across the globe is the discovery that seeds sprout and could be used for food security. The second is language. Language is our cultural security, closely associated with identity. It is a matter of emotion, memory, imagination, sentiment, and quite naturally, conflict. Since this session is about translation, let me say that translation is one way of protecting and preserving the memory of the human race and crisscrossing experiences, knowledge and information right across the globe. There would have been no modern medicine, engineering, astronomy, science without translation. So translation is not only about literature. People think it's only about literature. There's a close connection between land and language, and carrying the words of populations who received no formal education is one of the most fatiguing things to do for a human brain. From Peru to Poland, from Coimbatore to Canberra, we enter the lives and languages of people we will never meet or hear, except through the grand orchestra of words assembled by translators. Translation is about inventing languages. There's a popular misconception that translation is about locating equivalences. Our panelists will tell you why it isn't only that. Fortunately, we have 3 outstanding translators. One of them is not, they're going to talk about their recent books. Truly bilingual word artists, each approaching his or her work from different angles. We're going to be discussing 3 books, though they all have many books behind them, many works of many publications. They will each demonstrate 3 different aspects of what a language warrior does to preserve and to protect. Vanamala Viswanatha will talk about translating a milestone novel running to over 700 pages. Gauri Ramnarayan will talk about another aspect of the translation industry, namely the need to translate a classic, an already popular and widely known work, Ponniyin Selvan. That calls for a different kind of courage, because critics will eternally compare her translation with this or that went before. Thirdly, I give you Chandan Gowda's contribution to language. He's translated Ananthamurthy, he's translated, what is As I See It? Gauri Lankesh. That was a very, very moving connection. This was not translation, but he found the work of a woman who wrote stories and essays 60 years ago. She also translated her own stories, and all done before the age of 25, 26. And then, unlike most writers, she renounced the world to engage with spirituality. Chandan brought her right back into it at the age of 94. So curating, selecting material no one ever heard of or barely known to a particular language group is also part of translation and reviving and curating. Just like, is Deepa Basti here? No. Like Deepa Basti looked at different collections of Banu Mushtaq's work and curated a collection of short stories. Banu Mushtaq was not known outside Karnataka. And here I also want to mention the role of literary agents today who select, chase, and project and promote our writers. So, carrying all this way over the heads of naysayers into the sea of English and from English into other languages, because I'm working with the Tamil Nadu government where after moving Tamil works into English, people from literary agents from 50 or 60, actually more, 70 countries are here to move those texts into their languages funded by government. So this is a different kind of operation, rescue and revival. I'll start with Vanamala. I'd like to invite her, whom I've worked with for nearly 30 years, always just a couple of steps behind her. 3 years ago, Vanamala began work on Kuvempu's, an acronym. I'll leave her to tell you about that. Malegalili Madhumagalu, Kuvempu's majestic novel set in the Western Ghats. It's called Bride in the Hills, and I think it's a book every city dweller should read to experience the life of a range of people, animals, trees, and hills. These are all lives unfamiliar to us, and they are as incredible as myths. When I was talking to her, I said, it's almost like a cosmos, a mythology. Vanamala, going to the title of our panel, how many bridges did you build? Did you break any as you crossed them? And please tell us about the musicality also. By the way, she's also a very fine musician, though it's one of the best kept secrets. Vanamala, over to you.
Thank you, Minnie, Chandan, and my old friend Gauri. It's been a pleasure to be here with all of you, and thanks to you for coming. When you could be taking a happy siesta, you decided to come here. Thank you for that. This is the book we are talking about, doorstopper of a book. In the original, it's called Malegalalli Madhumagalu, and those of you who know Tamil or Malayalam or Telugu will know the meaning. Malay is Malay in all Dravidian languages. So hills, and hills is wooded hills, green hills. And then it is Madhumagalu, is a bride. So the title of my book is Bride in the Hills. And this is by Kuvempu. Kuvempu is an acronym, but it's a name that every Kannadiga knows. So if I say Kuppali, Venkatappa, Puttappa, nobody will immediately respond. The moment you say Kuvempu, yes, yes. So I shall stick to the word Kuvempu. And to presume to translate Kuvempu is an act of daring. Why? Because Kuvempu is not a person, not a writer alone, not a person alone. He is a symbol of Kannada language, literature, culture, and he's an icon of Kannada pride. So when you're translating somebody as great as Kuvempu, you really feel very nervous, because when you have to translate, you are trying to represent the author in the other language. It is representing and also representing. Translation is representing, which means change is at the heart of translation. So how dare you presume that you can change something that the writer has done in one language? But without changing, you cannot bring it to another language. That's in the nature of translation. Therefore, when you have to translate a writer, like a giant, like a literary giant like Kuvempu, you have to have a lot of audacity. And 3 years ago, when I started thinking about it, it was some publisher said, no, this is too big a book. You know, it has come to 762 pages in English. And so they said, no, we don't have that kind of budget, and so on and so forth. And finally, Chandan prevailed, and Penguin said, yes, we will do it. And they did it in the Modern Classic series. And so the book is here with you today. Okay? So, what do we have here? So what gives me the energy or the audacity to translate it? Kuvempu is a writer, and especially in this novel, his politics and his poetics have coalesced so organically that it's very hard to resist. You know, you feel if you're a translator worth your salt, you must do it. No, that's the kind of, passion you feel for the text. And so I said, yes, let me do it. So, what is this book and what is his politics? Very briefly, this is an epic of modern India for modern India. What he has done, Kuvempu has done in this text, is to construct a past, chronicle a present, and conjure up the future, right? The novel itself is set in 1893 and thereabouts, and the story happens all in a matter of about 6 months. It's not your generational saga, typically, which happens to be the canvas for most major novels in our languages, but it is more like a spatial, it's a text that traces the spatial geography, spatial history of Malnad, rather than a temporal history of a region, right? That's what is very special about this. And also, he has kind of, his view about the past was that you have a gold instrument, a gold ornament which has come to you as an inheritance. You don't like the design, it looks so old-fashioned. Do you throw it away? You give the gold and reshape it and refashion it to suit your current needs, current tastes. So he said we should do the same with the past. We can't throw it away. So what is it that he did with the past? And how did he construct the present? Now he drew from 2 sources to put together this subaltern epic, right? So what are the 2 sources? One is Enlightenment ideals of rationality, equality, and a sense of sorority, fraternity, if you please. So all of these things were his values, and he used them very, very potently to fight against gender inequality, to fight against caste prejudices, the oppression of caste system. All these things were very important. So for identity politics, he is the guru of identity politics today in Karnataka. You know, for every one of these causes, they use him as the, acharya of, these movements, social movements. So he is that, committed to helping the subaltern, to representing the subaltern. In the process, he didn't stop with the materialist, the notions of rights, equal opportunities. He didn't stop with that. What he did was also, he sculpted a new humanism, drawing from Vedanta, where he believed that every being, everything has its own value, has its own place in a vast society, in a vast framework. So his canvas that way. So what is the future dream that he has? What has he, how has he conceptualized it? There is an epigraph to this novel, a very short epigraph, which it summarizes this vision of his. He says, it's addressed to the reader. He says, here, where in the world that he is visualizing, the future, here, no one is important, no one is unimportant, nothing is insignificant. Here, nothing ever begins, nothing ever ends, nothing ever rests anywhere, nothing arrives anywhere. Here, haste too rides on the back of mindfulness. Here, everything has meaning, everything has worth, all waters are sacred. So what he's pointing here is the quality of the sacred in human life. And he treats human life as an expression of that sacredness. And therefore, he feels every being has a right and an opportunity and a possibility to, grow and to be free. So you all know about this Ulagam Alanda Perumal in Kanjivaram. So while Kuvempu has one foot like Lord Vishnu on the earth, the other foot is directly there, right on top, right? So seeking the skies. And this is Kuvempu's canvas, okay? And this is a canvas he's trying to, picturize for you. And it is not a human-centered, anthropo-centered world, but it's a biocentric world. That is, he locates this human life in the heart of the Western Ghats, with its forests, with its trees, with its hills. It's a treat to read through this novel for the kind of depiction of nature, animals, trees, birds, etc., all of that. So the whole problem then is, how does one translate this huge, vast, immense cosmos of Kuvempu? That was the challenge before me. And in this epic, Gutti is the central character, and he's a Dalit. The other feature about this text that is very fascinating is that it's women-centric. Women are absolutely at the center of this narrative. They are the reason for its being, almost, one could say. So they not only are, are at the receiving end of change, but they are agents of change in the novel. And that's yet another very important step in terms of, his conception of gender roles and things like that. So Gutti begins his journey, from he's a bonded laborer, in this Gauda's house. And from here he's going to another place, another place, another place, and the narrative moves like that, okay? Therefore there are, he and his dog, Hulia. He and Hulia are inseparable in the novel, right? Therefore, you know as much about Hulia by the time you read the first chapter as you know about Gutti. That's the kind of, no one is important, remember that line I read? No one is unimportant. The dog is as important as the man who owns the dog, etc. So it's true for everything that, he's talking in the very first opening chapter about a flooding stream, right? And the stream has a character of its own, has a life of its own, and it has its own, dynamics. All that is, comes alive. So in this novel, there are 77 characters. Now, anybody approaching the text from outside will feel flummoxed at these many characters. Who is married to whom, and what is their relationship, etc., etc. So I thought maybe, like Minnie was talking about the bridges one has to build as a translator. One of the things I did was to give a list of characters along with their locations. See, this story is spread out maybe within a radius of about 5, 6, 7 miles and so much action, within that confined space, you would think. But whole of human life is here. In fact, one of our critics says, wherever you touch, this novel breathes. It breathes. You can feel the life palpitating. It's that alive, the text. So the other support I have tried to give the readers is I've given a map of the region, to trace what are the places that Gutti goes to. That map I have given, so that you have some memory of the spatial history that he's creating. So while these were two changes that I gave outside the text, and within the text, of course, they were within the text glossary and things like that, where you gloss the meaning of a word in context. And otherwise, there were a few footnotes I have given as a support. But there was one thing that I did change, and it was something I really had to really think about 10 times before I did this. And that is, I changed the tense of the narrative from past in Kannada to the present tense in English. Now, I found this very, very helpful in recreating the immediacy of the text, and to be with Gutti and travel with him wherever he goes. Rather than doing it in the past tense, I found using the present tense made it much more active. Like they have this idea, in medias res, that is in the middle of things. The novel starts in the middle of things, and therefore I thought to keep up that spirit, it helps to use the present tense. And throughout the text, that's a change I have made. And I have used 3 kinds of styles to match Kuvempu's narrative. There are dialogues between characters. So that's a dialogue, one level, where I have used language that is somewhat informal and somewhat flexible, like that. Then there is a descriptive part, and that is where it is narrative. And then, so then there is reflective, where philosophical kind of ruminations that the poet has presented, all of that. So the long and short of all this is that it became an experience of going beyond, even for myself. Like in Kannada we have a saying, the flower also went up to heaven with the Nair. Nair is the, what, like that. So Kuvempu himself has written a poem. I was talking about transcendence, just 2 minutes, I'll finish. Transcendence. So he says this, "Oh, my spirit, grow boundless, going beyond all forms, going beyond all names, even as feeling tears the heart apart. Oh, my spirit, grow boundless. Winnowing the chaff of every religion, surpassing the borders of every thought, rising beyond the furthest horizon. Oh, my spirit, grow boundless." So in Kannada, just if I can just present one stanza as song, this is how it goes. ರೂಪ ರೂಪಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ನಾಮಕೋಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮೀಟಿ ರೂಪ ರೂಪಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ನಾಮಕೋಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮೀಟಿ ಎದೆಯ ಬೇರೆಯ ಭಾವದೀಟಿ ಎದೆಯ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾವದೀಟಿ ಓ ನನ್ನ ಚೇತನ ಆಗು ನೀ ಅನಿಕೇತನ ಓ ನನ್ನ ಚೇತನ ನೂರು ಮತದ ಹೊಟ್ಟ ತೂರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೀರಿ ನೂರು ಮತದ ಹೊಟ್ಟ ತೋರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೀರಿ ನಿರ್ದಿಗಂತವಾಗಿಯೇರಿ ನಿರ್ದಿಗಂತವಾಗಿಯೇರಿ ಓ ನನ್ನ ಚೇತನ ಆಗು ನೀ ಅನಿಕೇತನ ಓ ನನ್ನ ಚೇತನ Thank you all.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you. I wish there was time to share some of that humor in the book. There's a fabulous thing about a priest teaching the villagers how to cycle. It's one of the ways he tries to get them to convert, introducing the cycle as part of the Christian. I request Chandan Gowda now to present to you. Something I forgot to say is that all these writers were actually publishing at more or less the same time. Rajalakshmi in the 50s, Kalki's Punyan Selvan in the 50s, but much later, 67, yes. Yeah, right, that's right. So more than a century, around the same time, the same meta space perhaps. Chandan.
Thank you, Minnie. Thank you all for being here. I was putting together an anthology of modern Kannada short stories for Aleph. You must have seen that series, the greatest Tamil stories, the greatest Telugu stories. You know the series. Kannada is not yet out. You know the reason. It's just taken forever. Anyway, so while I had to make the cut, which stories will surely go into it, and I'd heard of Rajalakshmi and Rao. I'd only heard of her as the first modernist Kannada writer. And I felt in my mind, she must surely be in this book. I had not read anything by her. For that reason alone, I felt was justified. It's just a little wokeness working through me, I suppose. And then when I found the book, each of those 12 stories, published in 1956 as a book, scintillating, absolutely stunning stories. And I wondered, how can it be that I had not read her? And how is it that I had not found her stories in anthologies? I mean, a couple of anthologies in Kannada, which include her story, included likely candidates, a story where a woman's equality issue may be tangentially being touched. But most of her stories in Kannada didn't do that. They were just doing a whole host of other things. But you can already see the previous editors wanting to slaughter as a woman writer. I don't blame them. I don't know what they were trying to do. Anyway, so when I read it, it was absolutely fresh. The story is called August 15th, and I'm always been interested in poems and stories that have August 15th or Independence Day as their theme. And almost always you run into a certain kind of a class critique. We got independence, but the class structure has persisted, or some other structure has persisted. Or in the case of Tejasvi Kuvempu's son, who's written this great story, Tabara's story, which is made into a film, for him, the bureaucratic nightmare is what has been, that characterized the independence era, allegorizing the nation that way. So here is a story that tells what does August 15th do? There's a young man living in a suburb in Bombay who gets into a train at 5 in the morning, goes to Bombay for the Independence Day celebrations, and come back at night. There's no conversation, nobody speaks to anyone. And it's only images and metaphors from beginning till end. And I realized later on, it's an opaque story. I mean, the story is actually trying to say it's an inscrutable situation. And why is the story special? At least for me, 3 things stood out, or 4 things stood out. One was it was not realistic at all. You had surrealism, you had other kinds of imagery coming in. And secondly, it was psychological. It was about a mood. It was trying to capture in an inward mood, a conflicted mood, a sadness, a loneliness being conveyed through opacity, really, if you think about what she was doing. And it was also, what should I say? Vanamala talked about how Kuvempu's characters are set in a bio setting. Here she actually makes objects feel and speak. And in a very natural way. It does not feel like a forced experiment. It doesn't feel like I'm trying to be avant-garde or cool. It just happens. The bus is heaving a sigh, a flicker is getting extinguished, and the wind rushes there to prevent her from screaming. A lot of this. So I thought, my goodness, and she's gone uncommented on. Vanamala is here. She can bear witness to my claim right now. Not a single paragraph of critical commentary exists on her stories. It's a scandal, really. So yeah, there were all these reasons which made me fall in love with the story. I used it. Of course, I had to look around for how to get permission to include it in the volume, etc. And I discovered she's actually living outside Mysore. She's been back for 20 years. She's in her 90s. I seek her out. I interview her and also find that she has written several English stories. The debut story appeared in the Illustrated Weekly of India, after which there was some news that, my God, a Kannada girl has written this story, and the Deccan Herald people, Minnie's father may have been there at that time, I don't know, 1950s. They invite her to write stories for the Sunday Herald, and she writes a dozen stories, most of which Deccan Herald would not publish today. I mean, they're so bold and so provocative. Anyway, so these stories I got dug out from the archives, and they're part of that book which I here. So she's the only writer in Kannada who also wrote in English equally powerfully. No one else has done that. And she wrote short stories, very, very powerful short stories. And what is happening in the Kannada stories? 3 of them are retellings of extraordinarily well-known stories from outside, 2 Greek mythological episodes, 1 Matthew Arnold's famous poem, Scholar Gypsy. If you didn't know the originals didn't exist, you won't even meet the connections, but they're there. Retold, effortlessly adapted, etc., transcreated. I don't know what the word would be, translating, sort of kind of a world sensibility, if you will, into this. And one of her stories is Ave Maria, where there's Western classical music. She heard a lot of Western classical music while growing up. She did not go to school or college because her father was being transferred frequently. Her education happened at home. She said, give me lots of time. And she and her sister listened to a lot of Western classical music, so there is Mozart in that story. A lot is happening in that story. Even the title Ave Maria is unusual for a Kannada story, Hail Mary. I won't get into that story. Now, what is happening here as far as interest in translation is concerned? Of course, her Kannada stories are translating these sorts of things from outside. I mean, the question of translation always makes you think there's an original that you're receiving it in a way. But we also know that the idea of influence encourages you to think of something influencing something else, but it's really a two-way process. Something in here is also reaching out to certain things there and bringing them here, and that's what I find happening, art forms, musical sensibilities. And what has happened is, I mean, through these stories now discovered, the Kannada and the English ones, nothing less than a certain reconstitution of what that modernist phase was imagined to be. So this voice will have to be made space for. And our English stories, which are unlike the Kannada stories in the sense they're all about educated men and women trying to find freedom in relationships, and they're modern Indian men and women, and extremely psychologically oriented, and the metaphoric sort of descriptions are really intense. And she's unlike anybody else writing at that time, not Kamala Markandaya, not Nayantara Sehgal, not Anita Desai. I mean, she's incredible. And the men writers also, why just compare them? I mean, R.K. Narayan's prose is very staid and measured if you compare what she's doing. It's wild prose. So there's a reconstitution of what we construed Indian writing in English to be like at that time. Now, Kannada modernism was also global feminist thought. I would not be any less ambitious in terms of placing her as a source of thinking. And we just now will have to wait for people to read and comment. This is just an inaugurating a discussion of this writer. And please get the book. There are 6 copies, and we have only printed 100 copies. So you may be able to auction them for a lot of money later on. I don't know. Okay, with that, thank you. Look forward to your questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Chandan. what Chandan didn't say, in fact, when I read the book, he gave it to me in Bangalore. When I came back, I read it and called him and said, if I hadn't known that this was a Kannada woman writing English, I would have thought it's a native speaker of the language. Her stories in English are so fine. The English is so fine. Perhaps you can call it old-fashioned or Babu English, but there's not a flicker of native rhythm behind it. I found that quite extraordinary, and she's in her early 20s.
She wrote between ages 19 and 22. And she stopped writing afterwards for all kinds of reasons, but that's not of relevance for this book.
Gauri, she writes plays, she translates, she writes poetry, she sings. I often bring her in to hold up the safety net in my workshops because she sings a particular verse in Marathi, and then she sings it in about Kalki, how Kalki rendered it in Tamil. So please, Gauri, we'll now talk to you about Ponniyin Selvan, and I should find a place to hide my face because I published an edited a translation of Ponniyin Selvan many years ago, 1999. 6 volumes, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And the last volume was 95 chapters or something.
God.
Okay, over to Gauri.
Yeah. Good evening. See, when Penguin asked me to translate Ponniyin Selvan, I really felt like Sisyphus, you know, standing right at the bottom of the mountain and looking at the stone that he had to roll up, you know, right to the top. And it seemed like an impossible task, really. And I also had reservations on other accounts. One was that there were already 6 translations available, so why should you have one more? And then imagine being locked up with a book for 2 to 3 years. I mean, and Ponniyin Selvan is not my favorite Kalki novel. Then finally I thought, look, the translator's job is really something that is overlooked and negated almost. So, I mean, what's the point in taking up this massive task? But in September 2025, when the last volume, Crowning Sacrifice, was published, I knew for sure that in my life, if I've done something worthwhile, it is translating this book. And I'm talking about my gain, I'm not talking about the readers, really, because I learned so much from translating this book, because it is such a huge, vast epic. It's a kind of a recasting of Mahabharata as a Mahachoda epic. And the novel was not new to me. I was 9 years old when my uncle read every word to me, you know, over a long period of time. And since then, like Christopher Lee in Lord of the Rings, who read Tolkien's book every year until he died, I have also been reading Ponniyin Selvan once every year. So I really knew the book inside out. And I also knew, having translated Kalki's biography, by the way, I don't know what it is about Kalki, but everything concerning him turns out to be really bulky, because that biography is in 2 volumes, over 1,000 pages. So having translated it, I knew that Kalki had begun his writing career as a teenager when he quit school at the Mahatma's command, and his first writing was pamphlets for the Congress Party. So, and therefore, right from the beginning, he was a rebel, a political remonstrator, a social activist, a freedom fighter, and he remained a dyed-in-the-wool propagandist all his life. He admitted it. And it's a well-known fact that Kalki's fiction brought to bear the glories of the Cholas and the Pallavas on contemporary Tamil self-fashioning. His purpose was very clear. In every piece of writing he did right from the beginning, it was to banish the sense of inferiority and insecurity that his people had endured for so long under the colonial rule. So this was a very clear objective for his writing. And the thing is, it was only when I translated Ponniyin Selvan, I realized how much propaganda goes into that book, okay? And I had read that book so many times, but that swashbuckling adventure, the romance, it just sweeps you along, and Kalki is his own enemy because he doesn't give you time to pause and reflect on what he has written, because he writes with such speed and with such gusto. And then I realized, it's only as a translator I realized that Kalki was transforming the historical novel into a treatise on ethics. He was writing about the past to influence present action and definitely to inspire future progress. Now, PS is definitely a meditation on leadership, political leadership. Those who are not interested in power must get power. Political power and economic prosperity always happen only when there is religious tolerance, when people accept people from any background, irrespective of caste, creed, gender, and every other thing, race, every other thing that divides man from man. And religion must not invade politics, even if the ruler himself is very devout. And art and culture foster wisdom, communal harmony, and liberal values. These are the things that I noticed when I started translating. For example, Aditya Karikalan, whom everybody knows now because of the film, Aditya Karikalan invites tragedy because he lacks foresight. And he is very hasty in his actions. He does not have the kind of foresight that is required in someone who would become the king of kings. And Kalki didn't stop there. He shaped his own character, Ponniyin Selvan. Ponniyin Selvan is not the hero of the novel, but his name is given to the title. Why? Because Kalki wanted to create an ideal character for us to follow. He invested him with Rama's adherence to Satya and Dharma. He made him like Arjuna, who was repulsed, who was called Bibhatsu, because he was repulsed by anything that smacked of cowardice or dishonor. And he believed that Ponniyin Selvan was epitomized for him. Ponniyin Selvan epitomized the goals of Buddha and Ashoka. So these are the ideas I think were running through his mind. It's pretty obvious. Read that book again and you'll know that I'm not spinning my own story here. And he also believed that ordinary citizens were the arbiter of a nation's destiny. Kalki didn't stop there because he was a political animal. He wrote fiction in order to propagate his political and social ideologies. That is very clear. And so what he does is he invests Ponniyin Selvan with all the qualities that he admires in his leaders and all the qualities he thinks future leaders of any country must have across the world, and qualities that citizens must foster and develop in themselves. And what are these? Nehru's charm. Then you have Patel's strength, Rajaji's foresight, Abul Kalam Azad's gentleness, Mahatma Gandhi's rectitude, wisdom, and compassion. So these are the values that Kalki really wanted to emphasize as vital for the growth of the newly independent India. Remember that he started writing Ponniyin Selvan in 1950 when India had become a republic. And Kalki was writing about royals, imperial dynasts, but he was very clear that very clear that all human beings were equal beyond class, caste, creed, and gender. And his socialist leanings are also very, very obvious in the novel, because what does he do to he chooses his hero, Vandiyathevan, from the third estate, an orphan, an abandoned, destitute man who must live by his own wits. He has nothing to back him. He has no godfather, nothing. He has to make his own life for himself. And secondly, he turns a gardener into the emperor. He turns the fisherwoman into the empress. And the mute woman, Mandakini, who wanders through the forests half mad in Sri Lanka, she is the woman for whom a temple is built after her death, which she sacrificed her life to save someone. So these are the values that Kalki emphasized over and over again, because he knew that India's freedom struggle ran not only on political wheels, but on ethical and philosophic fuel. Satyagraha, of course. It was not enough for freedom activists to be rebels and reformists. They had to make Satya, Dharma, Karuna, and Tyaga their own. They had to have role models for inspiration, and Kalki proceeded to create them. He never underestimated women, we know that. They were always equal to men, sometimes superior, and they drove the narrative forward. He invested them with intelligence, acumen, the ability to stand tall. Look at Ponkurali and Mandakini. He invests in them physical strength as well as mental resolve, because he believed that women should develop their bodies as well as their minds and acquire strength of will. And of course, we know that he made Kundavai the most brilliant person in the Chola dynasty, and said that she, her own brothers, her grandfather, uncles, everyone agrees that if only she had been born a man, she should have been the emperor, because she is wiser than everybody else put together. Nandini, the antagonist, is absolutely unmatched in her brilliance. Even characters who are not given so much space, like Manimekalai, they are smart. And Sembian Mahadevi, the Dowager Queen of the Chola Empire, stands absolutely tall in her wisdom and her compassion. So the way he treated women was something that was really exemplary in his times. Today, I mean, we are very familiar with the women-centric novels and so on, but as Vanamala mentioned, there are only few writers who wrote women-centric novels and gave them the status of being as good as anybody else. I also noticed that he Kalki's embodied his ethical convictions in the two characters whom he created, mother and daughter. Both of them are victimized, betrayed, they're cheated, they are abandoned. I'm talking about Nandini, but Nandini chooses rage, and she completely focuses on taking revenge and leads a miserable life. Her mother, Mandakini, was equally a victim, takes another path. She opts for love, forgiveness, and compassion. Not for nothing was Kalki Mahatma Gandhi's disciple. Kalki also saw the act of writing as fulfilling a certain responsibility. And what was that? A writer had to oppose injustice, violence, retrogressive ideas. He had to stimulate awareness in the community. He had to enrich the world, leave it better with the values that he embeds in his novels, mostly liberal and humane values. In a world that's turning right-wing now more and more, where authoritarian regimes are not only praised but accepted, I think Ponniyin Selvan has acquired a new relevance for us to look back and see India and perhaps the world was not what it is today. We have lost much that we can reclaim. No author can change the world. No book can change the world, though I actually have my doubts about it, because, I mean, why would any dictator start his regime, his reign, by banning books? That's the first thing they do, right? So I think books have great power. And I think Kalki realized that books have power, and he wrote in order to exercise his power, to insist that everyone was equal, everyone had a right to have aspirations, and everyone should be free. I think I've said all that I wanted to say, but I would like to say something a little, I would like to make a single point about the struggles of translation. Translating Kalki's Ponniyin Selvan was not as difficult as I thought it would be. It was very difficult. I'm not saying it wasn't. What was most difficult for me in translating the book is translating all the verses and songs and poems that he has embedded into the novel right through, right from Sangam poetry down through the Middle Ages and then to contemporary times, even his own poems. So there's a huge linguistic variations in all those songs. To handle them and to translate them was really hellish. But I couldn't delete them either because they were so essential to the novel. They created the ambience, they developed the character, they told you about the situation. It was impossible to delete them. And also gave you an understanding of the richness of Tamil culture, which was very important at that time because everyone was so totally infatuated by everything British, everything English, everything Western. So it was very important for them to realize that they had a literature which was very great and wonderful. So I think Kalki succeeded in many of the things he did, but not in everything, because I am not sure that we have realized that these are the angles that we should look at in Ponniyin Selvan, which I'm sure young readers will do today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gauri. 3 years ago, Gauri translated Alayose, which is Kalki's own favorite novel, of yours too, for the Tamil Nadu government program, and Ashet published it. It also got the best book of the year in some category of publishing. Thank you very much. 2 huge epics and 1 unknown author. This is the role of the translator, the role of the curator, the role of publishers as well, and the role of translation, which is the language of languages. I open the, how much, do we have 9 minutes? Okay. If you have, please raise questions and not, yes please, and not long statements about what you appreciated and all that, because let's have a really nice dialogue. Thank you. And you can direct your questions to the person.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, my first question is to Vanmala. When you wrote about Kuvempu, everybody knows the role he has played in Kannada literature. How difficult was it for you to get into the shoes of Kuvempu and translate his work?
Yeah.
1. 2, translation probably does not occupy such an important space in literature today, in fiction today, or in prose today. Everybody is into writing, works of their own. How difficult it is, therefore, for a person like you, a writer like you, a professor like you, to translate?
The first question, yes, it was very daunting for me. The specter of Kuvempu would hover here, and so I couldn't, make a good beginning. So one day I said, Kuvempu sir, please go. And I said, me and the text. I'm happy to do your text and not you, so you please stay out for a bit. So I kind of exiled him for a time, Kuvempu, out of my mind, and I started interacting with the text directly. Then it was easier to translate. So I think the interaction with the text is what saved me, because that's a very accessible text. And with some hard work, like homework if you can do, then it's easy enough to do it. And secondly, the second question about, yes, if I had a choice of doing creative writing on my own, I might have done it. But short of that, I feel this is the closest I can get to being creative. And I find translation to be most engaging. Even the smallest, what should I call, I told you, the dog and the man always are together. I have to use a pronoun to describe the dog, describe the man. So my tendency was to call the dog he, because he's so alive. Use the pronoun he. But is it referring to Gutti or is it to the dog? There was always this confusion. So I said, fine, I'll just use it for dog, he for man. But as the narrative moves, there's a scene where, you see Julia in a very heroic kind of a thing. So despite my decision, I found myself having used he all through. And so the mistake is here for you to see, inconsistency. But I refuse to change it. It is the honor that Hulia has demanded and I have granted. So inconsistency is okay. You can blame me for it, but that's fine.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah. This is for any one of you. Any language, the words are really big worlds of ideas. And only when you use that word in that language, people of that region, that language understands all the imageries of the stories, of everything that is behind that word or that ritual. What are some of the strategies that translators use when you are using a totally alien language like say English to translate it into? How do you deal with this one word which had 1,000 imageries for the reader and now you are stuck with that one word in English? How do you make meaning of it?
This is a question that all translators wrestle with straight away. And some notion of fidelity, loyalty will constantly keep working. Some will say, forget fidelity, I'll recreate the thing entirely on my own. So I lie somewhere in between, being loyal now, not being loyal next. But you're really rewriting it. It's not, you're not offering a mirror to the original. I mean, the fabulous thing about the reader is that you go to it thinking it is a mirror to the original. And, and if the translator can do that, it's success. But really, if you think about every little word is the experiential level at a remove. And in the sense of you have, it's not a complete departure. It's not as if it has nothing to do with the original, but at the same time, you can do strategies. You want to italicize words or retain them with non-italics. People have a variety of ways of retaining the original. The way time is worked out between the subject and the object, if there is a variety of ways in which you can try to retain that. Now people feel a little more confident, I feel, in trying to do these sorts of, take risks of this kind. But it's not as impossible as it may seem.
Also, I think what are you trying to translate when you're translating a text? It's not just the language or not just the word or not just the image. There is a certain effect you're trying to create, a certain bhava, as they say, because it's a literary text. Bhava is very important. I may have done a tremendous research to make the passage function, but if it doesn't create the kind of effect that Kuvempu intended for it, then no amount of research I have done will have any value. Therefore, I think the ultimate test is whether you have been able to recreate that feeling of the feeling level. Have you recreated the text at the level of feeling? And that is my unit of translation. And within that, the word takes its own place. Because I do believe translation is the art of the possible.
I would just like to add, because this is such a fascinating question, and I've asked myself this question many times, and this is a caveat, I agree with what she said, that when I translate, I really sit back and think, will my son be able to read this and enjoy it? Because he's an intelligent young man who doesn't know his mother tongue. He can't read Tamil. So I want him to understand his culture, or whatever I translate, whether it's from some other culture. So will he understand this? Will he feel this? And that is very important for me because it guides me in my choice of words. And finally, I think it's important, it's not accuracy, but communicability. That is the most important thing when you're translating, I think.
Just one quick addition to what I just said earlier. Two things actually. The story has to work as a whole, so you can't get hung up on clinical sentence by sentence thing. It has to really work as a whole, but it also has to work at the unit level of a sentence and a word. It's a going back and forth at those levels. And the second thing, here is an imaginary thing. You have to strike up a relationship with the voice of the text, and it's something that you have to do on your own. If you inhabit a voice and if you respect the voice, if you love the voice, the translation is a different thing altogether. I've seen the same translator do well with A, not so well with B, and that tells me something about what the relationship is with that writer. Anyway.
And very quickly, one response to the value of translation. Yes, there's not much money in it, you know that. Huh? In fact, you spend money to do it, which is okay. Huh? Then secondly, love. So it's for love that you do it. And it's a very happy thing, you know, to do translation. We were talking about it before we came here. Why do we do it? Because it's a very happy experience. It's so engaging, so absolutely engaging. It's a reward in itself. You don't do it because let people honor me or whatever and so on. And I've also gone ahead and done an audio book out of this big one. And it was an entirely different translation of the work. And there's, again, not much money there, but I get a pension from the government. So I said, that's okay. You have to justify my...
I think I have taken two different things which don't bring money. One is theatre, where there's absolutely no money, no fame, nothing. And the other is translation. But we love it.
We've run out of time. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening. How many translators in this audience? There we go. Thank you.
Requesting our panelists for a quick group photograph. Just in front of the stage is perfect, actually. Also a reminder to our audience members that we have our bookstall right outside, so you can have your books signed and you can purchase them at this stall. Thank you so much for all of your questions as well. Just give us a second. Just give us a second, please. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much. And a reminder that our bookstall is right outside. If you'd like to purchase your favorite book, meet your author, or have your copy of the book signed by them. For the others who are making their way in, please do take your seats, and a reminder to put your mobile phones on silent mode. We'll now move on to our next session, 1,000 Loves, Ways of Being Polyamorous. This is a nuanced discussion on relationships, choice, and social narratives. So please join me in welcoming our speakers to the stage. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome Arundhati Ghosh, writer and cultural practitioner, in conversation with Priya Ramani, editor and writer. Ladies, over to you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. Finding the one true love, one and only, love of my life, other half, better half. Our popular culture is flooded with the singularity of love. It's an idea that my friend Arundhati Ghosh here, the author of All Our Loves, doesn't believe in at all. In a country where our families even decide who that one person will be, Arundhati's way of loving is transgressive. Remember, she's polyamorous in a country that that criminalizes interfaith relationships, a country where marriage equality wasn't passed by our courts. And intercaste love, as you well know in this state, often results in what I like to call dishonorable killings or murders. Some 80%, 90% of us still count on our parents to find us a partner. courtesy that great Indian arranged marriage institution. Loving outside all these tightly held boundaries is a political act, even more so in today's India. Arundhati defines polyamory as the practice of being in love with or without sexual intimacies with more than one person simultaneously, with the consent of all. In true Arundhati style, she describes it as loving to your heart's content. And her book is about being polyamorous in India, where even the most open-minded people, quote unquote, stumble when the singularity of love is challenged. Arundhati, thank you for sharing your wisdom and your learnings about being polyamorous in India so openly in your path-making book. Why do we find polyamory so threatening?
Thanks, Priya. I've had so many conversations with Priya that it seems like these are episodes of our conversations on love and relationship that continues. And thank you, Chennai, for having so many people in the audience today to listen to us. I must say, before I answer your question, that this book is not just my life. It cannot ever be. It is the lives lived in this country across cities of many people who identify as being polyamorous, but for various reasons of stigma and other reasons, who cannot often come out and say and claim it as their way of life and loving. So I must say that this book is about all of them and also in the name of all of them. So though I have written it, it is a collective book. It is a collective book that believes in collectives. Why are we threatened? I'll give you two. There are many reasons why polyamory is seen as a threat to individuals, to society, to patriarchy, to many, many folks. But I'll give you just two. One, let me talk about the very personal and private reason. It's a very intimate reason. I think all of us live with great amounts of fear of loneliness in this world. We are afraid of being abandoned, of being exiled, of not being loved. I think it's one of our truest needs to feel loved, to be seen. But we imagine, because of conditioning, because of popular culture, because of so many things, we imagine the space of the heart, if I can call it Dilistan, we imagine the space of the heart as a very confined space with only one chair to sit on. And if you are not the person who's sitting on that chair with the light focusing only on you, then you have no space in that heart. However, if you could only think of the heart as a place that has, a couple of chairs, a few muras, one futon, some gaddas, and there's a possibility that multiple people may sit there and enjoy the company of that person who their heart belongs to, then it can seem very different. So one of the fears is this fear that if somebody else is being loved, then it automatically means I will not be loved. So this binary. The second is patriarchy hates polyamory because it immediately takes your control and your possession away from the person that you say you love, and attachment is just another word for possessiveness. Then you give the reason as attachment, but you can be attached to a beautiful poem and still share it with somebody. Attachment has never stopped us from sharing things we like and we love, unless you see it as a product that you, or a thing that is yours and nobody else's. So trespassers will be prosecuted.
Sexuality is such a fraught subject in this country. We all grew up with distorted notions of it, and it takes us a while to navigate our way to clarity. You write in your book that the realization that you can love multiple people came to you early while you were still in school. Would you like to walk us through that early journey and your confusion and how you resolved it? And
yeah, I think that I realized very early that this one true love thing wasn't really working, because what it made me feel is that if you're calling only one thing true, then everything else is false, kya? So, and And I realized that so what happens in monoamory? You love a person, and when you fall in love with another person, you assume that the first one is over. So it can only happen in a serial manner, right? But in my lived experience, as with many of my friends, I was noticing that is not necessarily the truth. That is not how we live. When we do fall in love with a person, it does not mean that your relationship or how you feel about another person has changed, and that's why this has happened. They are two completely different ways of connecting with people. Initially, I was very confused, and I also felt like maybe I was very frivolous, maybe I'm not good enough, or strong enough, or I don't love enough. And like a lot of queer people, you start seeing the faults in yourself, because that's the mirror that the society is holding up to you. It takes you some time to realize if it is your truth, then it is one of the truths that live in this universe, and then you have to make your own relationship with that truth, which I started making much later when I read this book called The Ethical Slut, which was obviously written in the US about people leading polyamorous lives in the US. But it did have the insights from it, the feelings from it connected with me and some of my other friends who were also wandering a bit lost in this world of we all have to find that one true love or else we are doomed forever.
So did it have the word polyamory in it? Because one of our friends whom we were chatting with earlier today said she just heard the word polyamory today. So you heard the word in your 20s?
Yeah, in my early 20s, yes.
Early 20s.
But I think, of course, it took a much longer time to understand the struggles with it. I mean, love anyway is hard. And to be in the kind of love that crosses a few of the boundaries or borderlines, rather, that society sets for you just becomes harder. You've named so many of them: intercaste, interreligious, sexual orientation-wise, queer love, all kinds of love that crosses that boundary that is created by the powers that be in society is harder. And to that extent, polyamory became harder. But I would say that loving anybody, the idea of love itself is a struggle.
So how does this Western polyamorous discourse integrate itself into the Indian cultural situation context where we have no privacy, arranged marriage, joint families, controlling parents, you know?
It doesn't actually, and one of the reasons that I felt I was very unnerved when I was asked to write this book, because I felt it's such a massive, expansive subject, will I be able to? And then the reasons for writing it became stronger, and one of the reasons was that everything our community of polyamorous people have read comes from the outside, and while they are really courageous, brave stories about life, they do not represent our realities. In India, the idea of the family, the reason why so many people in India are polyamorous but they can't own up to that life is because of families, especially if you're married with children. Then to say that you're polyamorous would bring your entire extended family into a conversation about who you love and who you have sex with. So the bedroom in India, even physically, is not that private a space. We don't consider privacy like that. So it becomes a whole different kind of practice, where the negotiations with parents, the negotiations with many queer people, you are forced out of your natal homes, your natal families, and you create what is understood as chosen families. But in India, you really never leave home. You don't quite leave home like you do in some Western countries. So those kinds of push and pull continue. And it becomes a much more messier and much more struggling kind of enterprise to be, I guess, either queer or polyamorous or both in India.
So in that sense, was it slightly easier for you because you grew up in a family that where your parents had already run away from home through an intercaste family and you didn't have all these nosy relatives around you? I mean, I know it was, or the opposite is also true, it was hard. But in this context?
Oh, of course. I have a lot of privileges that many of my other polyamorous friends don't. To begin with, I'm a single polyamorous person, whereas I know we'll talk about it. I'm solo polyamorous. But so people who are married and have kids.
You can tell people a
solo polyamorous person is just who likes being both single and has multiple relationships, and most probably lives singly, individually, and makes decisions of their life, is not attached to their partners necessarily. But those of my friends who live with parents or with children and partners have a much harder time. But I didn't have it easier because my parents ran away and got married into an intercaste marriage. One would think that would make them more open, but that made them more scared actually for me. And I think I took a very long time. I didn't ever get to tell my dad. I hid it from him and then he passed away. But I have told my mother, and she's filled with more fear and about my future and how she knows some of the ways in which I get trolled on social media because I write openly. So she stays mostly worried and sometimes happy.
But in a sense, you still have the best of both worlds. You're single and you love to your heart's content.
I also have the worst of both worlds. I'm a single income household. And so it cuts both ways, I guess.
So in polyamory, there are a lot of adjectives used to describe polyamorous people: promiscuous, predatory, desperate, amoral, easy, pathological, shallow, only interested in sex, short-term, react.
Okay. To begin with, I don't think any of these words on their own are pejorative words. If somebody is shallow and interested in superficial things, that's just what they are. So to begin with, I would say let's detach value judgments from these words. And if somebody wants to live in the short time and really doesn't care about the future, so be it for them. That's the life they want. So to begin with, let's just detach the value association from the words itself. And then, no, polyamorous people, most polyamorous people that I know, struggle to build long-term relationships of love and care. You know, unfortunately, in the word polyamory, there are two words, right? Poly and amory. People get so excited with the first word, poly, they forget there's love attached to it. And to anybody in this audience would know how difficult it is to love, right? So what do you do when you love somebody? You're actually going in front of someone and saying, hey, I love you. That means you have my heart. I'm also giving you the right to hurt me. I hope you won't. But actually, I'm giving over the right to hurt me, to pain me, you're giving away power when you say you love. And to give away power to more than one person, I think takes that much, slightly more courage than, or being slightly sadistic, I don't know. But it is about making these relationships of love, care, nurturing possible over a long period of time.
Some words that are also associated with polyamory that you like: honesty, consent, respect. You know, the rules of relationships are built on these metrics. And why is this so critical, and why don't monogamous people use these words in their relationships?
Okay, so looking at these words, one would assume, right, that any relationship, forget relationships of romance or sex, any relationship, even between two friends, there should be trust and honesty and openness, etc. However, there is a word called ethical non-monogamy. So monogamy is just monogamy, and non-monogamy has to be described as ethical because the assumption is that non-monogamy is, as somebody, an audience member in one of the talks said to me, cheating with permission. So I would say that these words that we use often very purposefully, very intentionally, while talking about polyamorous relationships, that these relationships are built between two or more people with honesty, consent, trust, agreements on what you will allow, because there are no templates. Everybody is making their own template of a relationship. It is not given as a legacy to you. You don't follow just what other people are doing. So you create your own little world of a relationship that you're building, where your expectations, your demands are co-created between people. We purposefully say these words so in order to protect ourselves or to negate the earlier words that you had used, rather than describing the relationship itself, because all relationships are supposed to have these in any case.
So what are some rules, like practical rules of polyamory?
See, I think one of the biggest things that must happen in polyamorous relationship is consensual honesty. And there's a difference between honesty and consensual honesty. Consensual honesty is, suppose you and I decide to date today, Priya. You and I will tell each other how much honesty we want from each other. Because maybe I don't want to know the details of your other love lives. Maybe I just want to know highlights. Maybe I don't want to know when you're going on a date. I only want to know when you're serious about somebody. I need to know that there's going to be a new person coming into our life. So this consensual honesty is something that is at the core of it, because this defines the particular relationship you have. Then again, there are polyamorous relationships where two people have one relationship that is primary, that they decide on, and others happen, they may change, shift, but the primaries remain. So other people in their lives need to know that there is a primary. So these kind of things. Practically, another thing that's very important is that before you get into any new relationship, you know how saturated you are, how much resources in terms of, we all know how much time, effort goes into building relationships, maintaining relationships, giving to relationships. So, plus you have to work, you have to do so many other things. So you need to be aware of that.
So it's not simple math. More relationships equals less depth. You know, if you love more people, you have less for each one. That's not how it works.
No, it's not finite, I guess. Yeah. But also, you know, this more and less is also quite interesting. So monoamorous people believe they love one person. But you don't, Priya. You have a partner, you have children, you have parents you look after, you have a mother who I know lives in Bombay, and for whom you have to keep traveling up and down. You have your friends, you have your co-workers. All our lives of everybody sitting here is like a platter with circles of intimacies of people who we care about. The amount of time and care that we give also depends on the phase of life, whether you have a parent who's aging, who needs more time. However, in all our popular culture, in our mind somehow, we seem to believe that the romantic sexual relationship is the most important. It is the only one, and it sits on a pyramid right on top as a couple is at the height of that. So I would think that when you speak about love, when you speak about especially love and care together, that we anyway distribute across our life to various people. Not here, it's only a question of having one more partner. And again, when you say more, it's just, we're just talking about more than one. So it could just be two as well.
So love is not finite. Couple over everyone is a no-no. What other rules of monoamory do you break on a daily basis?
Oh, the one that I began with, that you asked me about, this thing about true and false relationship. But there again, I think personally, I have a big problem with one. We know that, you know, a single story is a dangerous thing. Similarly, today we have you know, this one nation, one language, one leader, one culture, very, very, very problematic. And I think that I only would take it a little, extend it a little more and say that this idea, this belief in multiplicity, this faith in the many cannot just stop in your drawing room and in your living room. It has to enter your kitchen. It has to enter your bedroom at some point for those who would like to.
But how do you juggle these many? Like, how do you juggle the practical and emotional and sexual aspects of many?
In some ways, the way you or anybody else, any woman certainly sitting here, juggles family, work, kids, husband, help at home, relatives who come constantly to visit, friends, co-workers, bosses. It's one part of it is the same, that you need to juggle all of this as part of your life in any case. The other aspect is between the partners, there is conversation, there is a sense of trust that builds over time, and you know that there are, and so you have to be very aware of the needs of the different partners that you have, but also build expectations to the extent that you can fulfill them.
Can you elaborate on that practically?
So for example, okay, I'll tell you a couple of, one probably, a story that looks at how you have to contain your expectations. So say you have two partners, let's stick to just two, and you want to spend a special occasion or a birthday or something with one of those partners. Now, obviously, in a polyamorous relationship, your partner has other partners as well. And it may or may not be possible with them to spend that day with you or even give you that expectation, fulfill that expectation from you. So that's the time that you have a conversation around what is possible. And in many cases, one looks at it as something that you develop over a period of time, and it is not constant, it's not the same with every partner or their partners, but it's beautiful when you also can create a relationship with your partner's partners or metamorphs. Doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes it happens, and it gets slightly easier when that happens.
Have you created that relationship?
Yeah, in some cases, and in some cases not so. And I think it depends a lot on how your own insecurities play out. I have seen that I'm very, I can have less insecurities about a partner's partner when I'm not feeling threatened by them at any place where, say, so I'll give you another example. I don't ride a bicycle, I'm not an academic. So when I know that my partner's partner is an academic and they do work together, that threatens me more. So I feel more insecure, and my effort to make friends there is higher, and I try harder. But where I know that there are no such insecurities, it's so much easier to make friendships. So, you know, people are people, and these things are going to remain. Jealousies, insecurities will remain. But
you have a whole section on jealousy.
On jealousy as well. Okay. So I'm just saying that it's about how you deal with them. And
tell us about jealousy also.
Jealousy also happens.
How you've struggled and with it. And
yeah, I've been a super jealous person for many, many years. But I've also figured that jealousy is something that is not a deal breaker. That's the first thing. And jealousy is something that happens not because what your partner is doing, but because of your own incompleteness, your own insecurities, your own fears. Once you own that for yourself and feel responsible for it, it's easier to work through it. You work through it by sometimes talking to your partner. You work through it by telling yourself that this is something you've created in your mind. It's not because your partner is seeing someone else, but it's because you feel less than, you feel afraid. You feel you'll be abandoned. What if the partner, they like someone more? So all these ways of feeling competition, feeling that there's a finite amount of love to give, and if it doesn't come to you, then it'll be given to someone else and you won't get it at all. It's hard because it's conditioned into us so much by Hindi films, by romance novels, by all of this, because everybody talks about this holding on and possessing this one person for yourself.
And jealousy is a total mood killer.
Jealousy?
No?
Jealousy can be, I don't think so. I think jealousy can also be something that that teaches you things. That
brings
teaches
you closer as you work through it.
As you work through it and makes you aware of your own feelings many times. But I also have seen, you know, I grew up at a time when a lot of rejected lovers and boyfriends would throw acid on women's faces.
They still do.
They still do. Yes. And somehow I used to feel terrified at how often the tone in which people talked about these acts were jealous tha, you know, poor thing, he was rejected in love, as if that justified the violence. So I do want to point out that while jealousy has become such a measure of love for some people, like, oh, you're not jealous means you don't love, jealousy has a terrible violent side that we have to be aware of and not let it build its nest inside you.
Stalking, etc.
A lot of that, yeah.
I read this Substack piece by an African matriarch, and she described polyamory as a collective of people who help me return to myself. You know, she says, I have not dated several people at once. I have built with several people at once. That difference matters.
Yes, absolutely.
So tell us about your collective, if you don't mind.
Yes, my collectives, I would say. I have a collective of collectives. So I have one collective of, obviously, of lovers, partners, friends, people I call chosen family, who help me embed myself, who help me live. But there is also a collective of mostly women in Bangalore. We protest together, we stand together, we live for each other. I know one of them is here, thank you. And these are also connected collectives. There is another collective of queer and polyamorous people who come together, support each other because they feel the same kind of stigma from society towards them. And they stick together and help each other live, survive, cope. These are some of the collectives that we have to live with. And I do want to say that we have to stop imagining ourselves as isolated people. We are part of groups and collectives, and that's the only way that our living on this planet can be a little more connected and with love.
And so if we broaden the definition, I guess we're all polyamorous.
I really believe that everybody is polyamorous. Some choose to build a relationship with one people because they feel they have resources for that. But at the level of the heart, I do feel everybody loves more than one person in a romantic and possibly sexual way as well.
And how do caste and class shape poly relationships in India? I know your book focuses mainly on urban, sort of middle class Indians, because that's probably where the most data is available. But in your travels and like, what experiences have you had of the other India being polyamorous?
I would say, see, in matters of the heart, every India is very similar. In fact, I would say that in places where there is less privilege than there is in the urban spaces, polyamory happens with much more ease and much less talk. People just live their lives, and people live their lives very differently across this country. I'll tell you about one specific story I want to end with. This is a migrant woman who is a construction worker in Delhi, who I met through some of my other friends, and who lives in Delhi with one family that they have created. There is a man, there's a woman, and now they have a child. She and the man have another family in the village, and what she tells me is that the families in the village also know that they have this other family because 8 months out of the year she lives in Delhi and moves from construction work to construction work with this family unit. Now, one way of looking at it would be, oh, this is like practical. But I would say this is also a matter of the heart. And she has found connection and family in this little unit. They all go back to their homes where there are other units. And we live like this, actually, in very messy and strange ways.
How does polyamory foster chosen families that rival or integrate with biological ones, particularly in cultures like ours, where everything is collective and...
Yeah, I think here, both with the polyamorous as well as I'll talk about the queer world also. 2 years ago, I was at the Pride Parade in Kolkata, and one of the things that I really felt amazed at was there was a group of older, like me, older people who were holding a banner and walking with the other much younger queer people. And these were the parents of queer people who had come together to form an association. And I'm hoping that more and more these other ways of life and living our desires out, will bring our biological and chosen families closer to each other, remove some of the prejudices that people have about it. And hopefully some more people will write about it, and some of this writing may also help in breaking these locks to bring people together.
And I guess the more the state criminalizes it, the more young people will insist on going exactly there and doing exactly that.
Absolutely. Young people today are experimenting, and young people across caste and class are experimenting with so many ways of loving and living. I am amazed at how much courage they have. And talking to them actually made me feel less lonely.
What happens when there's dating apps and virtual connections, and how does technology interfere with polyamory's transparency roles? Like online it's don't ask, don't tell, polyamory's full disclosure, how do the two worlds meet?
Yeah, it both enables and disables. I feel enables because often this is the place that you come out first, because on dating apps you write because this is where you think you're going to meet more polyamorous people. But on the other hand, it's also very dangerous because there's a lot of, unnecessary trolling, stalking, etc. that happens. There are layers behind which you can hide online, which you can do less of in real life. So it also becomes a very toxic place. And so I would say technology both enables and disables ways of loving.
Polyamory has been around long before you started practicing it. What are some practices of non-monogamous cultures that you find endearing or you found endearing in your research?
So obviously, before the colonizers came to this country, there was a fluidity of existence, both in terms of identity, sexuality, family structures. There were so many. I mean, this morning, Ghazala was talking about what colonization did to this identity of Hindu-Muslim and how they couldn't tell. So they got really threatened with fluidity, and fluidity in every way, family structure, sexuality, all of that. So in this country, there were many ways of being, but also I did a little bit of research across other countries. And I want to talk about one particular one. There are many in the book. So there's the Bulsa community in Ghana, where when a woman gets married, she is allowed to bring one of her earlier boyfriends or romantic partners into the new home. And the job of this boy, because obviously he understands the woman, is to be the arbitrator every time the husband and wife fight. Also, when he does that, the husband is supposed to kill and cook a chicken for him. And so he remains in the house as the woman's best friend, best male friend, with the husband knowing that the presence of this character actually makes their relationship work much smoother.
I just saw on the screen that we have 5 minutes to go, so I'm going to ask you to share your favorite Ghalib couplet, and we'll open it out for questions so that we don't, so everyone can get a chance.
Yeah, so this couplet was the first time I felt that some poet, some artist actually understood what polyamory was all about. It is of course, हजारों ख्वाहिशें हैं ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. I think that is at the height of, at the heart of
and you can translate
polyamory.
it for the Chennai audience also.
Okay, translation would be that there are thousands of desires, and as more and more desires come out and manifest themselves, you feel that it's still less than what you hold inside your heart.
Thank you so much, Arundhati.
Thank you,
Your
Priya.
love
Always
lessons
a
are
pleasure.
universal and relevant to all of us. We'll open it out to questions now. Anyone has any questions? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Neela.
Hi.
Hi. Are polyamorous relationships also long-term relationships? That's one part of the question. And the second is, if we have been monoamorous for a long time and to break this pattern and to become polyamorous or even to explore, we understand that, you know, it's better to not put all our eggs in one basket, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so what exactly is one step or a couple of steps that we can take towards polyamory?
Thank you for this question. I think we were polyamorous for the longest time and then went monoamorous. So I'm just talking about a return to the old ways of life. You said what are some of the steps that we can take? You would, if you're single, then it's easier because then you can start right away and just allow yourself to fall in love with people without thinking that you're going to be, this is the one and only thing that has to work for you. So therefore your list, all the tick marks should be there in the list. I think the first thing is to be excited about seeing beauty, courage, compassion in another person, feeling excited about it, wanting to connect with that person, not necessarily thinking this is the be-all and end-all of my life and that's why I have to be absolutely correct or else. That fear is also what stops us from falling in love because we feel, oh, this has to stick for the longest time and this is the ultimate one true, etc., etc. Yes, there are, most polyamorous relationships are long-term because that's why we build them. Otherwise, why would we want to waste so much time, effort, energy in love? But if they happen to be short-term, that's also okay because the time that you have with each other is really precious.
This is Narendra Keshav here.
Hi.
Hi, very good evening. My grandfather, of course, he was married to my grandmother. He had another woman in his life. Both these women knew each other. Also, they knew what's happening. Can we call it, was that a polyamorous situation those days?
Sir, of course it was polygamy and I just would wonder what your grandfather would think if your grandmother or the other woman also had other lovers and if he was okay with it, then perfectly, that's polyamory, of course.
I thought about it. Of course, I believe they did not have or get the chance to.
Or that your grandfather didn't know. Probably there were other lovers.
Possible.
I hope so. I hope the women enjoyed themselves also.
I wish.
Ma'am? Ma'am? Yeah. Hi. So here. Here.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
So I was wondering that in this modern age of like overstimulation and our nervous systems already being overstimulated and triggered by a lot of emotional like dysregulation, even in normal relationships, do we need to have like a discernment with regards to like commitment phobia when it comes to going into like polyamory? Because like I do see that there are some people who are like they consider polyamory as their identity and they have that working through the jealousy and envy as a form of open attitude. But then there are some people who just use polyamory as a form of commitment phobic escapism, rather just avoiding their nervous system regulation and just escaping into whatever, dreamland, you know. Yeah.
Thank you. Very important question. You know, one chapter in the book is about the red flags. And this is one of the red flags that I've talked about, that there are people who like having sex with many people And that's perfectly fine. Just don't call it polyamory, because polyamory is about, I would call polyamory commitment philia rather than commitment phobia. Imagine making commitments to multiple people. Keeping commitments to one is bad enough, and now you're talking. So for me, it's the other way around. So polyamory for me is about building relationships of love and care. And sex may or may not be there. But what you're talking about is people just using the term to sound really cool and progressive and get away with it. So be very careful of those people.
Sounds like a lot of people on the internet.
A lot of people on the internet,
dating
but
apps.
even otherwise, every such word is used, even the word feminism or any of these words are used with such callousness. And so you should know the real from the fake ones.
Any other?
Yeah, I think it's a follow-up question. So there are a lot of relationships which I've seen wherein one person considers themselves polyamorous while the partner doesn't.
Yeah.
Because they have the hope that this person would someday understand their true love and become monogamous. So how do we handle that? And how do polyamorous people get away from the label of being exploitative, which people label them as?
So I think one of the most difficult relationships that I've also talked about in the book is when monoamorous people and polyamorous people fall in love. I think you should fall in love for who people are rather than imagining who they will turn into if you have enough influence on them. That never happens. So best if you are in love with a polyamorous person and you are monoamorous yourself, you have to imagine that life and what it will be for you. Not because one day they might change. Even the other way around. A polyamorous person, if you are in love with a monoamorous person, don't expect just because you are poly, they are going to change over time. You have to love them for who they are today, not possibilities of who they might be 10 years from now. I think that will bring a lot of heartache. You cannot get away with any labels except for being an honest and conscientious and rigorous practitioner. I think you just have to practice it with enough honesty and dignity, and if people get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't.
Thank you so much, Arundhati. Apparently, we're out of time. If you buy a book, Arundhati will answer one of your questions. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank you so much to both of our speakers, and of course, it was great to see the audience so engaged. Arundhati, before we let you go, I'm sure people want to have their books signed and they'd like to pick up a copy. We'll have a quick picture, ladies, and then we'll move to our next session. Can we have a big, big round of applause? That was a very insightful, open, honest, interesting conversation, so thank you so much for that. For our audience members who are just joining us, we'll have you all take your seats, and in just a few moments, we'll get started with our next session. Just a reminder to put your phones on silent. And those of you who'd like to meet Arundhati and get your copy of the book signed, you can do so just outside. There's also a stall where the books are on sale, so you can pick up a book by your favorite authors, meet them, and have your copies signed as well. Thank you so much. So with that, we come to our last session of the day, Enter the Arena. This session brings together graphic art, literature, and creative dialogue. So please join me in welcoming Appu Pen, graphic novelist and artist, Perumal Murugan, acclaimed Tamil author. Yes, let's give them both a round of applause as they make their way to the stage. And they'll be in conversation with Ramya Kannan, the Hindu's health editor, and the Tamil Nadu bureau chief. Can we have all of you on stage, please? Ramya, over to you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Welcome to this last session at the Pavilion, Hindu Pavilion today. Thank you all for staying on, or if you went out and came back, thank you for coming back. It's my great privilege today to be with two of my favorite creators. Of course, all of you know Perumal Murugan and Appupen. I just want to start with a small history. I want to tell you, இது வந்து ஒரு ஆங்கிலமும் தமிழும் கலந்த ஒரு உரையாடலாக இருக்கும். I hope it's okay. I'll also do a bit of English. ஸோ இதே மாநகரத்தில், இந்த சென்னை மாநகரத்தில் தான் பல வருடங்களுக்கு முன்பு 2017ஆம் ஆண்டு in 2017 there was Arab Spring and it happened for ஜல்லிக்கட்டு. ஒரு அரப் ஸ்ப்ரிங் மாதிரி நடந்தது. எந்த காரணத்துக்காக? ஜல்லிக்கட்டுக்காக நடந்தது. அண்ட் இன்னைக்கு காலையில் தான் உலக புகழ்வாழ்ந்த அந்த அலங்காநல்லூர் ஜல்லிக்கட்டு நடந்திருக்கு. காலையில் மதியம் வந்து நம்ம முதலமைச்சர் சிஎம் ஸ்டாலின் ஹேஸ் ஆல்சோ விசிட்டட் தி அரீனா. ஸோ ஃபார் த தமிழ்ஸ் அண்ட் ஃபார் த பீப்புள் ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு, ஏதோ புரியல, இந்த ஜல்லிக்கட்டு வந்து ஒரு ரொம்ப இமோஷனல் இஷ்யூ ஆயிடுச்சு. It has become something, the 2017 protest went on for 15 days. நாங்கள் யாரும் எதிர்பார்க்கல அவ்வளோ நாள் நீடிக்கும் அப்படின்னு. அது முடிந்தது ஒரு விதத்தில் ஒரு வருத்தத்துக்குரிய விஷயம். There was violence at the end. But the fact that people were out on the streets protesting against the Supreme Court's guidelines, law against Jallikattu, it took us all by surprise. We were all on the streets covering this. And today, in the same January, we are talking about the bulls again, and very interestingly portrayed. இப்போ for those who are not aware, வாடிவாசல்ங்கிற நாவல் வந்து சிஎஸ் செல்லப்பா முதல்ல தமிழில் எழுதினார். அது வந்து ஆங்கிலத்தில் மொழிபெயர்க்கப்பட்டு இப்போதைக்கு வந்து ஒரு பிரமாதமான ஒரு கிராஃபிக் நாவலாக நண்பர் அப்புப்பன் கிரியேட் பண்ண ஒரு கிராஃபிக் நாவலாக வெளியில் வந்திருக்கு. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் அ ஸ்மால் இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன். நவ் லெட் த ஃபன் பிகின். ஓவர் டு யூ.
Thank you. Hey, can we just have the images? I thought it would be a nice idea to just show a few images in the beginning, so you get into the mood of the book and you see something of what we did, and then we can get into the discussion, make more sense, I thought. Can we see the images? Yeah, first one. So beginning of the, when we started the project, it was the first page was of course the most tough decision for me, because without much introduction, without like really saying too much, I want to bring you into the story and the place. So I was trying to depict the, it's also set in like an earlier period, so I don't want to like disturb the reader in that. We want to bring them into that area without talking too much. So there was this one image that I worked out for the first page, which I thought like, you know, after that everything went smoothly. That's the one that took the most amount of time, just like it's taking a lot of time to come on the screen. But, you know, after that it became like pretty chill. So, where is it? Trying. It's a simple image, and that's what it is. Sir, you can see them. So once you start with this image, you kind of like get an idea. It comes from like a very, I think, subliminal sort of image you had of having traveled through Tamil Nadu as a kid or something, you know, it's just somewhere in there, and I had to just look in there, and then it came and it sort of set the mood for me. Can we have the next image, please? So the palm tree, like, you know, just bringing in the mood.
Did it take you as long to create your scenes? Or?
Yeah, kind of like, So I'm just trying to show you like first few pages of the book so that you get the mood, and then it's very easy for you to go out and buy it and like enjoy it at your leisure. So yeah, it's available everywhere, you know, Vadivasul book is available everywhere. So the second image, which is also taking a lot of time, is basically like the landscape is moving. People have started like coming. You see like trickling in of like people from here and there. You don't know where they're going. Slowly more and more people are coming, and then you get together. So there's general activity. People haven't started coming yet. There's like this flutter in the air. So there's like motion in terms of like birds and all that. And that third and the bottom frame over there is kind of like I'm trying to start this Perumal Murugan graphic novel universe. So, you know, that's a hint of like what book we will do next, you know, together. So that third panel in there is a little clue like that, only for the ones who saw it. Now it's gone. And then the next one, please. So basically, slowly people start coming and the thing starts moving. It's a fast-paced novel, and so that's the third one. So it's still like coming in. Now we can go fast, okay? Next one. I'm just gonna like just flip through them. So go back to this every time. Yeah. But people have to start coming, sir. Like, you know, people haven't started walking yet. Like, we're still in the backgrounds. Because the entire novel, I figured, is happening inside the arena. So we don't have much space to get out and like talk about anything else. So before that, I want to set the stage by bringing it in like that. And then you're just stuck inside the arena. And for that, I went and like traveled and like visited a couple of like Jallikattus, Alanganallur, and a few more places around Madurai. And got a great idea. It was crazy, it was mad, like, you know, it's nothing like what I expected, too much. But I think we'll get into the discussion, like, yeah.
Hopefully they'll figure this out. இப்போ வந்து சார் உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு கேள்வி. அவர் அந்த முதல் சில இமேஜஸில் பார்த்த மாதிரி உங்களோட ஒரு உலகம், அந்த பனைமரம் இருக்குது, அப்புறம் அந்த ஆடுகள் இருக்குது, ஒரு ஒத்தையடி பாதை போகுது. உங்களுடைய ஒரு உலகம், நம்முடைய ஒரு உலகம்னு சொல்லலாம். நம்முடைய ஒரு உலகம் வந்து இந்த நாவலில் வந்து அருமையாக ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காரு. உங்களுக்கும் அவருக்கும் எப்படி வந்து அந்த இன்டராக்ஷன் இருந்தது? அவர் வந்து மலையாளம் பேசுவார், இங்கிலீஷ் பேசுவார். நமக்கு வந்து தமிழ், ஆங்கிலம். ஸோ எப்படி வந்து அந்த இன்டராக்ஷன் நடந்தது?
அதாவது மொழி, எல்லாத்துக்கும் வணக்கம். மொழி வந்து ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. இன்னும் ஆக்சுவலாக சொல்லப்போனால் அப்பூபன் நிறைய பேசுவார். ஆனால் அவர் வரையும் போது பார்த்திங்கன்னா எந்த டைலாக்குமே இல்லாமல், வேர்ட்ஸே இல்லாமல் காமிக்ஸ் பண்ணுறது தான் அவருடைய ஸ்டைலு. அவருடைய புக்ஸ் நிறைய வந்திருக்கு. ஒரு வார்த்தை கூட இருக்காது, ஃபுல்லாக படங்கள் தான். அது மூலமாகவே கதை சொல்லக்கூடியவர். அதனால் ஒரு இன்ட்ராக்ஷனுக்கு வந்து லாங்குவேஜ் ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம்னு நான் கருதலை. அதுவும் குறிப்பாக தமிழுக்கும் மலையாளத்துக்கும் இன்ட்ராக்ஷன் நடக்கிறதுல என்ன பிரச்சனை இருக்க போகுது? அவர் மலையாளம் கொஞ்சம் பழைய தமிழ் வார்த்தைகள்லாம் கலந்துருக்கும். அவர் கொஞ்சம் மெதுவாக பேசினா எனக்கு புரியும், நான் மெதுவாக தமிழ் பேசினா அவருக்கு புரியும். அதனால் எங்களுக்குள்ள அந்த மொழி சார்ந்த பிரச்சனை எதுவும் கிடையாது. அப்புறம் இந்த நாவலை வந்து நாங்கள் பண்ணணும்னு முடிவு பண்ணினதுக்கப்புறம் நான் இது சிசு செல்லப்பா எழுதின நாவல். உங்கள் எல்லாத்துக்கும் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, தமிழில் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, இங்கிலீஷ்லேயும் வந்திருக்குது படிச்சிருப்பீங்க. தமிழில் ஜல்லிக்கட்டை மையமாக வச்சு எழுதின மிக முக்கியமான ஒரே நாவல்னு நாம் இதை சொல்லலாம். வேறு சில நாவல்களில் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் வந்திருந்தா கூட இதுதான் மிக முக்கியமான நாவல். 1946 அவர் எழுதினது. ஒரு தொடராக வந்து 1956 மறுபடியும் புக்காக வந்துச்சு. கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 30-40 வருஷம் ரீஎடிஷனே இல்லாமல் இருந்தது. இந்த 2000க்கு அப்புறம் ஜல்லிக்கட்டு பிரச்சனை வந்து பெரிய அளவுக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் பிரதிபலித்த போது மறுபடியும் இது புத்தகமாக ரீப்ரிண்ட் வந்து நிறைய காப்பீஸ் இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் விற்பனை ஆகிட்டுருக்கு. இன்னொரு காரணம் என்னென்னா, எவ்வளவு இலக்கிய மதிப்பு இருந்தாலும் அதுக்கு ஒரு சினிமா வேல்யூ இருந்ததுன்னா அதுக்கு கவனம் கூடுதலாக கிடைக்குது. இதை வெற்றிமாறன் படமாக எடுக்கிறேன்னு செய்தியெல்லாம் வந்தது, இன்னும் எடுக்கலை. அதுக்கப்புறம் இதுக்கு இன்னும் மதிப்பு கூடிடுச்சு. ஆனால் அதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி இது ரொம்ப மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு நாவல். ஏன்னா நமக்கு 2000 ஆண்டுக்கான ஜல்லிக்கட்டு வரலாறு உண்டு. சங்க இலக்கியத்திலிருந்து கலித்தொகை, அதில் கிட்டத்தட்ட முல்லைக்களின்னு சொல்லக்கூடியதில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 15 பாட்டு வந்து இந்த ஜல்லிக்கட்டு பற்றி பேசக்கூடியது. 2000 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடியான பாடலில் அவ்வளவு விரிவாக அதை பற்றி பேசியிருக்காங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் தொடர்ந்து நீங்கள் கல்வெட்டுக்களில் நடுகள் இப்படியெல்லாம் நிறைய வரலாறு நமக்கு தொடர்ந்து உண்டு. அதை பற்றி வந்த நவீன இலக்கியம் ஒரு நாவல்னால் இதுதான். அந்தளவுக்கு இது முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்தது. அதனால் இதுக்கு நான் ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுதுகிறேன். இப்போ ஒரு படத்துக்கு எழுதுவது போல தான், ஒரு காமிக்ஸ் புத்தகம் அவர் பண்ணுறாரு அப்படின்னா அதுக்கு ஒரு படத்துக்கு எழுதுவது போல தான். எனக்கு என்ன முதல்ல தோணுச்சுன்னா, நான் வந்து எழுத்தாளன், மொழி தான் என்னுடைய கருவி. அவர் ஓவியர், அவருக்கு வரைகிறது தான் அவருடைய கருவி. இப்போ ரெண்டுக்கும் அவர் வந்து முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் சொற்கள் இல்லாமல் கதை சொல்லக்கூடியவர், நான் சொற்கள் மூலமாக கதை சொல்லக்கூடியவன் இல்லையா? இதுதான் வந்து ஏதாவது முரண்பாடு வருமோ அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கான இடம் வந்து இந்த இடம்தான். ஆனால் இதை நாங்கள் ரொம்ப எளிதாக தான் கடந்தோம். எனக்கு என்ன தோணுச்சுன்னா, அவருடைய அது காமிக்ஸுங்கிறது ரெண்டும் கலந்த ஒரு வடிவம் தான். படம் இல்லை, வசனம் இல்லாமலும் அவர் பண்ணுறாரு. ஆனால் ஓரளவுக்கு தேவைப்படக்கூடிய இடங்களில் நம்ம உரையாடல் எல்லாம் வச்சுக்கலாம், சில வாக்கியங்கள்லாம் பயன்படுத்திக்கலாம். அப்படி அப்போ நான் வந்து அவர் முதல்ல என்ன சொன்னார், உங்களுக்கு எப்படி தோணுதோ அப்படி முதல்ல எழுதிருங்க சார், அப்புறம் நான் அதில் வேணுங்கிறத நான் எடுத்துக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். இந்த டீலிங் வந்து எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருந்தது. ஆமாம், முதல்லையே இல்லை இவ்வளவு தான் எழுதணும் அப்படின்னு நம்மளை சொல்லியிருந்தா ஏதோ கையை கட்டி போட்டு எழுத சொல்கிற மாதிரி இருந்திருக்கும். அவர் அப்படி சொல்லலை, நீங்கள் எழுதுங்க சார் உங்களுக்கு தோன்றதை, அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் வேணுங்கிறத எடுத்துக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அந்த வகையில் தான் ரெண்டு பேரும் எங்களுக்குள்ளே நல்ல அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் வந்துச்சு. ஒரு எழுதி முடித்ததுக்கப்புறம் அவர் அதை வச்சுட்டு நாவலை அவர் முழுசாக இங்கிலீஷில் படித்தார், மலையாள டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனும் இருக்குது, அதையும் படித்தார். அப்புறம் நான் எழுதின ஸ்கிரிப்டையும் படித்தார். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, அவர் வந்து இன்னும் அவர் சொல்லுவார், அவர் ஜல்லிக்கட்டை நேர்லேயும் போய் பார்த்தாரு. இவ்வளவும் ஒர்க் பண்ணி தான் இந்த காமிக்ஸ் புத்தகம், இந்த வாடிவாசல் வந்து இன்றைக்கி தமிழில் முதல்ல வந்தது, இங்கிலீஷில், பெங்காலியில் வந்திருக்கு, தெலுங்கில் வந்திருக்கு, மலையாளத்தில் வரப்போகுது, கிட்டத்தட்ட 5-6 மொழிகளில் வந்துருச்சு. இது அந்தளவுக்கு போனதுக்கான காரணம் இப்படி நாங்கள் ரெண்டு பேரும் ஒர்க் பண்ணது தான்.
இது நான் எதிர்பார்த்தது தான். படைப்பாளிகளிடையே ஒரு 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 புரிதல் எப்போதும் இருக்குங்கிற நம்பிக்கை. ஸோ யோர் ஸ்லைட்ஸ் ஆர் ஹியர். டு யூ வாண்ட் டு நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைட் ப்ளீஸ்?
Next slide, please, guys. Next slide. Just keep it like, like.
So he spoke about how, the lack of challenges was the interesting aspect of this collaboration. And for you, you are a graphic artist. You have novels to your credit. You have graphic novels to your credit. You have a Hala Hala universe to your credit. So to enter another creator's universe, what does it take? Of course, the final content will be the way you imagine it, but to enter another creator's universe.
I think firstly you have to look up to that creator and his work. Then it helps a lot. So I jumped at the opportunity. It's not like, there was, I got the chance and I just went for it. Also, I think that we haven't really explored Indian settings for graphic storytelling at all, or very little. There are universes in every state, every language. There are tons of great literature there. And when we think, or when I tell you comics, you probably think of DC or Marvel or some superhero stuff, or worse still, some movie from that you've seen, which is the connection to comics that you have. I'm having a tough time convincing readers and general people, relatives and friends also, that comics are not just for kids and that we can address any story just like a novel. My last book before this is on AI, and it's a very deep dive into what AI can do, cannot do, what are the forces behind it, all that. I worked with a French scientist who taught me AI, and I had to like really study to write that. But I'm trying to do justice to the story. And here is a great example of where there's an excellent story, an excellent setting, everything. And I think Kannan was bang on when he picked this novel for a graphic adaptation, because it's even better than a superhero premise for me. And I think it works very well in black and white because of the heat, the sun, the strong shadows, the bull and the man, the duality, that kind of thing. I think it came together in thought as, as a graphic novel even before I saw it. So it's also a period thing. It's 1940s, let's say, because Chelappa wrote the novel between 1940 and 50. He serialized it, and then it came published in the 50s. So we're trying to imagine that period. So it was good fun to do some research and like look at the clothes. Actually, the clothes are pretty simple. Everybody had just one length of cloth. It's how you can like wear it in whichever different way. So, some of them I've improvised also. I put it in my own way, which you can't like probably tell because you don't know how it was back then. So then going and seeing the Jallikattu. Crazy experience. Like, I think everybody should do it once in their life. So but after that, you're trying to imagine what it would have been like back then without the rules that are there now. So basically, to answer your question, I think it was a really fresh, new territory to go into and like tell a story which is really evocative, like powerful for me. And to represent it in comics, I am hoping that, more people can do versions like this, have adaptations from like other literature, any language. There's tons of it out there. I think we can easily make a visual language of India, which is a lot more vibrant than what we've seen in this singular like superhero kind of like thing.
Absolutely. I think also that the time for the animated novel from India is upon us, and wish you luck with that. So, sir, நீங்கள் வந்து இப்போ இந்த ஜல்லிக்கட்டுன்னு சொல்லும்போது ஒரு தமிழ் பெருமை அது கூட வருது. பட் அந்த ப்ரொட்டஸ்ட் போது நம்ம பார்த்தோம் ஒரு எதிர்ப்பு கூட இதே சொசைட்டியில் இதே சமூகத்தில் ஒரு எதிர்ப்பு இருந்தது. அது வந்து இவ்வளோ ஒரு பெருமை நமக்கு தேவையா, இது வந்து மாடுகளையும் மனிதர்களையும் ஒரு துன்புறுத்தும் ஒரு விளையாட்டு அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பெர்செப்ஷன் இருந்தது அப்போது. இந்த பெர்செப்ஷன் வந்து நீங்கள் இந்த நாவலை டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணும்போது உங்களுக்குள்ள இது வந்து இந்த தாட் இருந்ததா?
அதாவது இந்த நாவலை சீசு செல்லப்பா எழுதின போது ஜல்லிக்கட்டு இருக்கலாமா கூடாதா, இதில் வந்து மனிதர்கள் கஷ்டப்படுறாங்களா, மிருகங்கள் கஷ்டப்படுதா அப்படிங்கிற பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் இல்லாத காலம் அது. அப்போ வந்து இப்போ இந்த விலங்கு ஆர்வலர்கள்லாம் தோன்றாத ஒரு காலம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அது வந்து அநேகமாக விவசாய சமூகத்தோட அந்த மக்களோட இணைஞ்சு ஆடு மாடுகள் எல்லாம் அவங்க வாழ்க்கையோடு இணைஞ்சு இருந்த ஒரு காலம். அதனால் அன்னைக்கு அந்த பிரச்சனைகள்லாம் தோணலை. அவர் என்ன செஞ்சுருக்காருன்னா வெறுமனே சும்மா இந்த நாவலில் வந்து விளையாட்டை விவரித்து எழுதுறதல்ல, இந்த விளையாட்டுக்குள்ள ஒரு அதிகார படிநிலை எப்படி இருக்குது, மனிதர்களுக்கு இடையேயான உறவு நிலைகள் எப்படி இருக்குது, அதைத்தான் அவர் வந்து மையப்படுத்தி எழுதியிருக்காரு. அதனால் இந்த விளையாட்டு இது இருக்கலாமா கூடாதா இந்த விஷயம் இந்த டிஸ்கஷன்லாம் இந்த நாவலை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அதுக்குள்ளே ஒரு இடத்துல கூட ஒரு வரியில் கூட கிடையாது. இது முழுக்க அது விளையாட்டு இயல்பு, அது தமிழ்நாட்டில் நடக்கக்கூடிய இயல்பான ஒன்று. நீங்கள் 1950, 60, 70, 80 வரைக்கும் கூட இயல்பாக நடந்த ஒரு விளையாட்டு தான். அதில் எந்த தலையீடும் இல்லை. அப்போ அது பொங்கல் சமயத்தில் இப்போ இருந்து தொடங்கினா கிட்டத்தட்ட 2-3 மாதம் தொடர்ந்து நடக்கும். இன்னும் ஒரு நாளில் முடிஞ்சிடறது கிடையாது. நீங்கள் கிட்டத்தட்ட சித்திரை பிறக்கிற வரைக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு முழுக்க வெவ்வேறு வடிவங்களில் இந்த ஜல்லிக்கட்டு நடக்கக்கூடிய ஒன்று. அதனால் அந்த கேள்வி அது இயல்பாக நடந்து கொண்டிருந்த ஒரு காலத்தில் எழுதின நாவல் அது. அதனால் இப்போ நான் எழுதும்போது நான் ஒரு தமிழ் மாணவனாக தமிழாசிரியராக இந்த ஜல்லிக்கட்டினுடைய வரலாறும் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருந்த காரணத்தினால எனக்கு இது கூடாத அப்படிங்கிற கேள்வியெல்லாம் எனக்கு வரலை. ஏன்னா என்ன ஒன்றுனா, இன்றைக்கி நவீன காலத்தில் நாம் முன்னேறின நாகரிக காலத்தில் மனிதனுக்கோ மாட்டுக்கோ எந்த துன்பமும் இல்லாமல் இந்த விளையாட்டு நடக்கணும். அது இன்றைக்கி பெருமளவுக்கு சாத்தியமாகிருக்குது. இன்றைக்கி இப்போ இன்னைக்கு கூட நான் இதில் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தேன். அந்த மாடு பிடிக்கக்கூடிய வீரர்கள் மிக பிரமாதமாக பயிற்சி பெற்ற வீரர்களாக இப்போ வந்திருக்காங்க. இப்போ இதில் வாடிவாசலில் அவர் விவரிக்கும் போதும் அப்படித்தான். இதில் வரக்கூடிய அந்த இது பிச்சியும் மருதனும் அவ்வளவு நுட்பமான ஆட்கள். நீங்கள் சும்மா ஒரு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தான் பயிற்சி எடுத்துக்கணும், ஒரு கபடி விளையாட்டுக்கு தான் பயிற்சி எடுத்துக்கணும்னு கிடையாது. ஜல்லிக்கட்டில் மாடு பிடிக்கிறக்கூடியவர்கள் வருஷம் முழுக்க பயிற்சி எடுப்பாங்க. அதே போல் அந்த மாடுகளுக்கு பயிற்சி தருவாங்க. இதெல்லாம் நம்ம சீனில் வர்றதே கிடையாது. நீங்கள் ஜல்லிக்கட்டு மாடு வளர்க்கக்கூடிய வீட்டில் நீங்கள் போய் பாருங்கள், வருஷம் முழுக்க அதுக்கு பயிற்சி கொடுப்பாங்க அந்த மாட்டுக்கு. அதே போல் பிடிக்கிறதுக்கு யார் தயாராகிறாங்களோ அந்த வீரர்கள் அவங்க உடம்பை எப்படி வச்சுக்கணும், என்ன சாப்பிடணும், எல்லா இதையும் பின்பற்றுவாங்க. அப்படித்தான். அப்போ அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த பிடிக்கிற நுட்பம் இருக்குது பாருங்கள். இந்த நாவலில் பிரமாதமாக அந்த நுட்பத்தை ஒரு வயதான ஒரு கிழவர் மூலமாக அந்த நுட்பத்தை சீசுசெல்லப்பா அருமையாக எழுதியிருப்பார். நீங்கள் இதில் இந்த படத்தில் இந்த அட்டையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இது கூட பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இது சீசுசெல்லப்பா எடுத்த ஒரு புகைப்படத்தை இவர் அதை அடிப்படையாக வச்சு இது வரைஞ்சது. மாடு, ஒரு மனிதன் மாட்டுடைய திமிலை பிடிக்கிறான். மாடு என்ன பண்ணுன்னா, மனிதன்கிட்ட இருந்து தன்னை விடுவித்துக் கொள்வதற்கு முயற்சி பண்ணும். அப்போ இந்த போராட்டம் தான் பிடிக்கிறேன், அது விடுவித்து கொள்ளும். இந்த போராட்டம் தான் விடுவித்துக் கொள்வதற்கு அது என்ன தந்திரங்களை எல்லாம் கையாளும். அந்த தந்திரங்களையெல்லாம் இவன் புரிந்து கொண்டு அதை எப்படி கையாள்வது, இந்த நுட்பங்களை பயிற்சியின் அடிப்படையில் பெறுவது. அதனால் அந்த வகையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு கிரிக்கெட் போல், கபடி போல் இது மாதிரி ஒரு விளையாட்டு தான் இது. அப்படித்தான் நான் இதை பார்க்குறேன்.
So now, Apupan, the crafting of this, this text itself, we will go into your later works or earlier works later. But the crafting of this, see, Chelappa writes a very, very intense and it's like a screenplay actually. So how do you pick what you want and what you drop?
I think he was in charge of choosing what we would keep in the novel and not. How to bring it about in the page would probably be more like my thing, because the text and the image work together. So from what he's chosen and from what he's told me, I just I kept the wording as simple and straight as possible, because I was reading more of the style of narration I felt was like that, without trying to make it unnecessarily complex. There's a marriage of image and words happening in comics. That's what I try to do, or that's what I try to bring in. So sometimes when we were discussing also, I'd be like, sir, whatever I'm drawing in the image we'll leave out from the text, and whatever we are writing we won't draw that. So together, when you put image and words together, then you have a much bigger picture and both of them work together. I think my department was more seeing how that works, and that's what I enjoy also in making a comic. Apart from yeah, sure, I like making stories, but in the craft, I think that's what gives that high, that rush of composing the page with okay, because every page also has to have a somewhat of a closure. So that also depends on how much text and how much matter we are discussing in that page. So I think these projects are helping, that's where my focus is. So I get more time to look at that. And of course, try and be as faithful to what they were trying to say. So a lot of it we had to imagine, because if you go for a Jallikattu now, it's, like he said, it's like cricket or something with as many sponsors also, and there are trophies and bikes and all hanging everywhere for the winning guys and everything. So you have to delete all that from your mind and then think of how it may have been. There were a lot of rules introduced later. So at that time, there was no barricading for the audience also. More people would get killed in the audience than the competing boys. So all that is just I've tried to wing it and put it out there. So hopefully, yeah, it's okay.
So Tamil Nadu has introduced, as you may be aware, a new set of procedures to be followed in the Jallikattu, in the conduct of Jallikattu this year particularly. ஸோ சார் இந்த இப்போ இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்க அந்த செல்லப்பாவோட உலகத்திலிருந்து வந்த ஒரு காவியம், ஒரு கற்பனையான ஒரு விஷயம் அப்படின்னு. அதில் வந்து ஒரு அதிகாரத்தன்மை, யூ see the stamp of authority. அந்த ஜமீன்தார் வராரு, அந்த காலத்தில் எப்படி வந்து அவர் இட்ஸ் ஹிஸ் வில் அண்ட் விஷ், ஹிஸ் வில் அண்ட் ப்ளெஷர். கடைசியில் நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, நாட் டு கிவ் இட் அவே, பட் அந்த மாடு வந்து சுற்றுவார். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு உலகத்தில் வந்து நம்ம விடுபட்டிருக்கோமா, இல்லை சில முறைகளில் இந்த அதிகாரத்தன்மை இன்னும் நம்ம சொசைட்டியில் கண்டினியூ ஆகுறதா?
அதாவது இந்த நம்ம சமூகத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இந்த அதிகார படிநிலை அப்படிங்கிறது ஜாதி அடிப்படையில் வரக்கூடியது. பொருளாதாரம் ரெண்டாவது தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். பொருளாதார அடிப்படையிலையும் இந்த அதிகார படிநிலை உண்டு. ஆனால் நம்ம சமூகத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஜாதி அடிப்படையில் தான் இது பெரும்பாலும் இருக்குது. அது ஜாதி நம்ம சமூகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய காலம் வரைக்கும் இந்த அதிகார படிநிலை கட்டாயம் வந்து இருக்கத்தான் செய்யும். இவர் இதில் கையாளுறது ஒரே ஜாதி தான். அந்த மாடு பிடிக்கிறாலும் அதே ஜாதி தான், மாடு வளர்க்கிறவரும் அதே ஜாதி தான். ஆனால் அங்கே வந்து பொசிஷன், சமூக அந்தஸ்து இருக்குது பாருங்கள், அது வந்து இந்த அதிகார படிநிலையை தீர்மானிக்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்குது. ஜமீன்தார் மாடு அப்படின்னா அது வெற்றி பெறணும். ஜமீன்தார் என்ன பொருள் வச்சுருந்தாலும் அது அவருடைய மதிப்பை காப்பாற்றக்கூடியதாக இருக்கணும். அது மாடாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அவர் வச்சிருக்கக்கூடிய அக்ரிணை பொருளாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அவருடைய மதிப்பை காப்பாற்றக்கூடியதாக இருக்கணும். மாடு பிடிபட்டுருச்சுன்னா அவருடைய மதிப்பு சரிஞ்சு போச்சுன்னு அர்த்தம். அதுதான் இங்கே. அப்போ அவருடைய மாட்டை பிடிக்கிறதுக்கு தொடுவதற்கு கூட எல்லாரும் தயங்குறாங்க. அப்போ ஒருத்தன் வர்றான், அந்த மாட்டை பிடிக்கிறான், அப்போ அவருடைய மதிப்பு சரிஞ்சிருது. அதனால் ஜமீன்தார் மாட்டை பிடிச்சிட்டான் அப்படின்னு ஊர் முழுக்க அந்த சுற்று வட்டாரம் 18 பட்டியும் பேசும். அப்போ தன்னுடைய மதிப்பை குறைத்த மாடு, அதனால் அது இனி வாழக்கூடாதுன்னு அவர் சுற்றுறார். அப்போ அக்ரிணை மாட்டு மேலே மனிதன் தன்னுடைய அந்தஸ்தை கொண்டு வந்து ஏற்றி வைத்திருக்கிறான் பாருங்க, அதைத்தான் நாவலில் வந்து அவர் பிடிக்கிறார். ஆனால் வெறுமனே மாட்டுக்கும் மனிதனுக்கும் நடக்கக்கூடிய விளையாட்டு அப்படிங்கிறதோடு அது நின்று போயிடல, வேறு பரிமாணங்கள் இருக்குது. இது ஒரு மனிதனுடைய அந்தஸ்து, அதனுடைய சின்னம், அதுதான் இந்த மாடு அப்படின்னு இருக்குது. இது நம்ம சமூகத்தில் இன்னும் இருக்கத்தான் செய்யுது. நம்ம அதிகார படிநிலை, நான் வழக்கமாக சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு உதாரணத்தையே நான் சொல்கிறேனே. இப்போ இங்கே இதை 3 சேர் போட்டிருக்கு. 3 சேரில் நாங்கள் 3 பேர் வந்தோடனே யார் நடுவாண்ட இருக்கக்கூடிய சேரில் உட்கார்றதுங்கிறது ஒரு பிரச்சனையாக மாறுது. ஏன்? நடுவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சேருக்கு கொஞ்சம் அதிகாரம் அதிகம். ஆமாம்,
இல்லை சார், இங்கே இல்லை உங்களுக்கு தான் அதிகாரம்.
இல்லை, நான் ஒரு உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்கிறேன். இப்போ நாம் இங்கே ஒரு வசதிக்காக அவங்க மாடரேட்டர் நடுவில் உட்காந்துட்டா 2 பேர்த்திட்டையும் பேசுகிறதுக்கு வசதின்னு போடுறோம். ஆனால் பொதுவாக நீங்கள் ஒரு மேடையில் பாருங்கள், எந்த நிகழ்ச்சியாக இருந்தாலும் மேடையில் அந்த சென்டரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய நாற்காலியில் யார் உட்கார்றது, 2 பேர் மேலே போனாங்கன்னா உடனே நீங்கள் உட்காருங்க, நான் உட்காருங்கன்னு இது வரும். ஏன்? அந்த சேர் இருக்கக்கூடிய சேர் வந்து பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற இந்த சேரும் ஒரே மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது, ஒரே பொருளால் ஆனது தான். ஆனால் கொஞ்சம் இடம் தள்ளி போட்ட உடனே அதுக்கு ஒரு அந்த இடம் வந்து அந்த சேருக்கு ஒரு அதிகாரத்தை கொடுத்துருது பாருங்க. இது ஒரு உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்கிறேன். இது மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் நம்ம சமூகத்தில் இருக்குது இன்னும். அது நான் எதில் என்ன அடிப்படையில் பார்க்குறேன்னா, அது ஜாதி அடிப்படையிலானதுன்னு பார்க்குறேன். ஒரு ஜாதியை சேர்ந்தவர்கள் உட்காரும்போது இன்னொரு ஜாதியை சேர்ந்தவர்கள் நிற்கணும், அதுதான் நம்ம மரபு. நீங்கள் பஸ்ஸு ரயிலெலாம் வந்தபோது நீங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கலாம், பஸ் ஊருக்கெல்லாம் கிராமங்களுக்கெல்லாம் போன போது பஸ்ஸில் சீட்டில் யார் உட்கார்றது யார் நிற்கிறதுங்கிறது பிரச்சனை வரும். முதல்ல போன ஆள் உட்காந்துக்கிறது, இன்றைக்கி சீட்டு இருந்துன்னா உட்காந்துக்கிறது இன்றைக்கி வழக்கமாக இருக்குது. ஆனால் தொடக்கத்தில் அப்படி இல்லை. ஒரு ஆள் ஒரு ஜாதியில் கீழே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆள் உட்கார்ந்துருந்தா ஜாதியில் மேலே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆள் போனோன்னு இவர் எந்திரிச்சுக்கணும். அந்த படிநிலை நான்லாம் சின்ன வயசாக இருக்கும்போது கூட இருந்தது எங்கள் ஊர்லேயெல்லாம். ரயிலில் அப்படி இருந்தது. நீங்கள் ரயில் பயன்படுத்துவது ஆச்சாரக்கேடுன்னு கருதுனது உண்டு. நீங்கள் ஊவே சாமிநாதையருடைய வாழ்க்கை வரலாறு படிச்சிங்கன்னா, அவங்க அப்பா வந்து கும்பகோணத்திலிருந்து சென்னைக்கு வரமாட்டேன்னு சொல்லிடுறாரு. காரணம் என்னென்னா, ரயிலில் ஏறி போகணும், ரயில் ஏறினா பல ஜாதியை சேர்ந்தவர்களோடு சேர்ந்து உட்கார்ந்து போகணும். அது தீட்டு. அதனால் அவர் வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க அவர் உயிரோடு இருக்கும்போது 50 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ரயில் வந்துருச்சு. ஆனால் அவர் ரயிலில் ஏறினதே கிடையாது. ஏன்னா அது தீட்டு அப்படின்னு கருதினார். அப்போ எல்லாத்தோட சமமாக உட்காரக்கூடிய இந்த பப்ளிக் ஸ்பேஸ்ன்னு இருக்குது பாருங்கள், அதெல்லாம் இன்றைக்கும் கூட நமக்கு இந்த மேல் கீழ் அப்படிங்கிறது ஜாதி அடுக்கு நிலையை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டு இன்றைக்கும் இருக்குதுங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய எண்ணம்.
அருமையாக சொன்னீங்க சார். இது இந்த ஜாதித்துவம் ஒடுக்கப்பட்டவர்களுக்கு எதிராக இருக்கிற ஒரு இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன். நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அமெரிக்காவில் இந்த ரோசா பார்க்ஸ்க்கு எதிரான அந்த செக்ரிகேஷன் தான் அந்த சிவில் வாருக்கே ஒரு அடி வைத்தது. ஸோ நவ் டு யோர் ஏர்லியர் நாவல்ஸ். ஸோ you've created a universe, a Hala Hala universe. Hala Hala, incidentally, is the poison that was generated during the churning. So, was this conscious decision to go to the epics? Or what was behind this universe?
Not going to the epics. I just found the name really funny. It's Hala Hala, and I read it in an Amar Chitrakatha book. It said like deadly poison that is stuck in Shiva's throat, and there was an asterisk over there, and it said like deadly poison, Hala Hala. I thought, what a stupid name for a deadly poison. Like, why did you think of this name? For me, it sounds like ha 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 and la 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 together, and Hala Hala. So the connection with the mythology kind of ends there, and I'm trying to reimagine a world where instead of Amrit, Hala Hala has prominence. I think that's where the mythology was kind of like twisted. I think we were left with the Hala Hala not in Shiva's throat but in the earth, and the gods, if they were there at all, they cheated the Asuras and took the Amrut and went away. So we know the rest of the story, and we are stuck with the rest of the story. So I don't think we should talk about the Amrut which is gone. We should talk about the Hala Hala which is like here. It was just a thought in my head, but basically it's like it's a universe, interconnected stories, and nature is the theme. Trying to make like a little commentary on things. There are politics things also. There are a few countries and all that have come up. You can follow the books, like if it's interesting, whatever.
Yeah, they're all outside. Yeah. So, இவர் முதல்ல அந்த போட்ட வராத ஸ்லைடு வந்தபோது சொன்னது அந்த ஒரு க்ளூ இருக்குது இதில். அந்த 2 ஆடுகள் இருக்கிற ஒரு சீன் அடுத்த கொலாபரேஷனுக்கு ஆரம்பம் அப்படின்னாரு. ஸோ அதை பற்றி பேசலாமா? பூனாச்சியா என்ன அடுத்து வரப்போகுது? உங்கள் மனதில் உங்கள் நாவல்கள் நிறைய எழுதியிருக்கீங்க, நிறைய டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டும் ஆயிருக்கு. இன்ஃபேக்ட் ஒன் ஆஃப் த மோஸ்ட் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டட் ரைட்டர்ஸ் இன் தமிழ் இஸ் சிட்டிங் வித் அஸ் டுடே. ஸோ உங்கள் மனதில் சரி அப்பப்பன் நம்ம சந்திச்சாச்சு, அடுத்து என்ன நம்ம நாவலில் நம்ம ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணோன்னா என்ன பண்ணலாம்?
இது நாங்கள் இந்த வாடிவாசலுக்கு நல்ல வரவேற்பு கிடைச்சிது தமிழ்லேயும் சரி. ஏன்னா முதல்ல நாங்கள் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கிளாசிக் நாவலை ஒரு காமிக்ஸில் கொண்டு வர்றோம். இது எப்படி மக்கள் எப்படி ரிசீவ் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு ஒரு சந்தேகம் இருந்துச்சு. ஆனால் போன ஜனவரி சென்னை புக் ஃபேரில் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணோம். தமிழில் நல்ல வரவேற்பு இருந்தது. அதே போல் இங்கிலீஷ்லேயும் நல்லா இருக்குது. நானும் அப்போனும் பெங்களூரில் ஒரு முழு நாள் ஒரு 10 புக் ஸ்டாலுக்கு போய் சைன் பண்ணோம். நிறைய ரீடர்ஸ் வரிசையாக நின்று சைன் வாங்கினாங்க. ரொம்ப உண்மையில் இதுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு காமிக்ஸுக்கு இவ்வளவு வாசகர்கள் இருக்கிறாங்கன்னு அப்போ தான் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. ஆமாம், அவருக்கு தெரியும், அப்படி இருந்தது. அதுவும் ஒரு கிளாசிக் நாவலை இப்படி இந்த வடிவத்தில் கொண்டு வரும்போது அதுக்கு இவ்வளவு வரவேற்பு இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறது எங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் ரொம்ப நம்பிக்கையை தரக்கூடியதாக அமைஞ்சது. குறிப்பாக எங்களுடைய பப்ளிஷர் கண்ணன், காலச்சோடு கண்ணனுக்கு அது மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு நம்பிக்கையை கொடுத்தது. அதனால் அவர் என்ன சொன்னார்னா, நாம் வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு புத்தகம், இப்படி ஒரு நாவலை நாம் காமிக்ஸில் கொண்டு வரலாம் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் திட்டம் போட்டோம். அதுபடி இந்த வருஷம் பூனாச்சி தான் நாங்கள் அடுத்து செலெக்ஷன் பண்ணியிருந்தோம். ஆமாம், இன்னும் 4-5 நாவலை யோசித்து அப்புறம் இதுக்கு வாடிவாசலுக்கு அடுத்து பூனாச்சி செய்வோம் அப்படின்னு 3 பேரும் சேர்ந்து நாங்கள் முடிவு பண்ணினது. அது இப்போது வாடிவாசல் இது பூனாச்சி நான் ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுதி கொடுத்துட்டேன். அவர் ஒர்க் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கார். அநேகமாக இந்த ஆண்டு 26ல் அது வரும். ஒரு ஆண்டுக்கு ஒரு புத்தகம் அப்படி கொண்டு வரலாங்கிறது எங்களுடைய திட்டம். பூனாச்சி தான் அடுத்து வருது. அதை வெளிப்படுத்துகிற விதத்தில் தான் அவர் இதுலேயே வந்து எடுத்த உடனே அந்த ஆடுகள் வர்ற மாதிரி போட்டார். ஆமாம், அதில் குறிப்பாக பூனாச்சியை குறிக்கிற மாதிரியே ஒரு ஆடு முழுசாக போட்டிருக்காரு, ஒரு படமும் போட்டிருக்காரு. ரொம்ப நல்லா பண்ணியிருக்காரு.
I was generally weak in like drawing animals before this. So 1 year he took care of like cattle and bulls and things like that. Next year is going to be goats for me.
So he's written the script. So how are you approaching Poonachi?
It's for me, it's not a comic script. It's basically what we should keep in there and not. So he's left it to me to like make the script. I think he left out some important dialogues of his own, which expose how the regime is so authoritarian and things like that in the novel. So I've gone and added that. I think like I also related to that when I was reading the book itself. So I brought some of that in. And also like we were saying earlier, it's a lot more wordier than Vadivasal. Vadivasal rides on the action and the energy of the whole story itself. Poonachi is not like that. It's a tragedy, and it has a much more depth actually in terms of like page by page story. So I think the pacing should be very different. I think the way we talk about it should be much more sensitive and like, you know, more detailed in some way. There's the old woman and old man who we can like, you know, kind of really relate to in some ways. So I think it's not the same storytelling techniques that we use at all. It will be slower, so there will be many more panels. So I'm breaking down the time and making you focus a little more. And also the ending, there's no like bang at the end, except the last page, of course. That is quite a strong ending for me. But to get there, like it's a very dry and stark setting. Like you have to go through some pain to get there. So how to like show that is kind of a challenge for me also. But I like the novel so much. I am going to like make sense of it.
Yeah, I love the novel as well. Poonachi எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்ச, நீங்க எழுதுனதே ரொம்ப பிடிச்சது. But with Perumal Murugan, what will happen is that it's quite different from what Chelappa writes. He is rooted in the idiom and the local language, and he captures the cadences of a particular region. Do you think that's better done as a graphic novel rather than as translation? Sometimes I find உங்களுக்கு நிறைய டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர்கள் இருக்காங்க, இது வரைக்கும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்கள் நிறைய இருக்காங்க. சில நாவல்கள் படிக்கும்போது இது ஓகேயா, இது சரியா வருதா, இது கன்வே ஆகுதா அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஐயம் நமக்கு இருக்கு. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இருக்க சொல்ல ஒரு கிராஃபிக் நாவல் அதை பெட்டராக will the graphic novel convey it better or translationோட நல்லா இருக்கும்னு நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
I don't know if it can be better. I think it's a different way of showing it. It might relate to some people more. Some people might like the other way. But I myself am relying a lot on the translated novel because he's given me the areas. So for the finer details and the dialogues, I'm going and referring that as well. And it's exactly what you said. Those small nuances show the feelings that are behind certain actions, and I feel I can't leave that out. When I'm, you know, he hasn't put it in that thing, but I need to add that because I understand like why the later action happened, because they were keeping this gruel millet thing for Poonachi's like pregnancy, and you know, after that, and then they ate it. It's very important that we say small things like that. So I think the treatment will be very different. And yeah, I was telling him I'm quite excited about it now. Yeah.
சார், இந்த மொழிபெயர்ப்புக்கும் ஒரு கிராஃபிக் நாவல், ஒரு காமிக் வடிவில் வர நாவலுக்கும் என்ன வித்தியாசங்கள் உங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும்?
இல்லை, எனக்கு வந்து ஒரு கதை வந்து வெவ்வேறு வடிவங்களில் வெளிவரும்போது அது அந்த வடிவத்தை விரும்பக்கூடியவர்களுக்கு எப்படி இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு தான் நான் யோசிப்பேன். அந்த வகையில் இப்போ வாடிவாசல் கூட நீங்கள் நாவலாக படிக்கக்கூடியவர்களுக்கு அது ஒரு விதமான பார்வையை தருது. காமிக்ஸில் படிக்கும்போது அவங்களுக்கு வேற ஒரு விதமான ஒன்றை தருது. அதுவும் குறிப்பாக இப்போ இதில் வரக்கூடிய படங்கள் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய அனுபவம் இருக்குது பாருங்கள். அது நீங்கள் எழுத்தில் வாசிக்கும் போது கிடைக்காத கூடுதல் இதில் கிடைக்குது. அதுவும் இப்போது அவர் ஒர்க் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஸ்டைல்லாம் நான் பார்த்தபோது ரொம்ப எனக்கு ஆச்சரியமாக இருந்துச்சு. ஒரு மனிதனுடைய உருவத்தை அவர் வரைகிறதுக்கு, ஒரு மாட்டுடைய உருவத்தை வரைகிறதுக்கு அவர் அதுக்கு எவ்வளவு பின்னணி வேலை செய்கிறாரு அப்படிங்கிறது எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமாக இருந்துச்சு. நான் வந்து ஒரு 4 வரியில் பூனாச்சி பற்றி அதனுடைய முகம் இப்படி இருந்ததுன்னு வர்ணிச்சிட்டேன்னா அது போதாது. காமிக்ஸில் வரும்போது அந்த நான் வர்ணித்தது அந்த எஃபெக்டோடு வரணும், அது படமாக வரணும். அது வந்து ஒரு தனி அனுபவத்தை கொடுக்கும். நாம் அதனால தான் இன்றைக்கும் ஒரு புத்தகம் வெளியிடும்போது, பத்திரிக்கையில் வெளியிடும்போது, ஒரு கதை வெளியிடும்போது அதுக்கு படங்களையும் நாம் சேர்க்குறோம். அது ரெண்டும் இணைஞ்ச ஒன்றா தான் இருக்குது. காமிக்ஸ் அப்படியான ஒரு வடிவம். அதனால் இதுக்குன்னு இதை விரும்பி வாசிக்கக்கூடிய இப்படி ஓவியங்களில் ஈடுபாடு, அதில் வரக்கூடிய மொழி குறைவாக இருந்தாலும் ஓவியங்களை அடிப்படையாக வச்சு அந்த அனுபவத்தை பெறக்கூடியவர்கள் பல பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க. அதனால் அவங்களுக்கு பூனாச்சி சிறப்பாக போய் சேரும்னு எனக்கு ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது.
நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். இட்ஸ் டைம் நவ் டு open the floor out and I'll invite members of the audience to enter the arena. Just the 3 of us here. So please, yes, there, the mic there, please.
ஐயா, உங்கள் 2 பேரோட ஒர்க்கிங் ஸ்டைல் தவிர்த்து ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவலாகவே நீங்களும் அவரும் கொலாபரேட் பண்ணுறது எப்படி இருந்தது? ஏன்னா நீங்கள் உங்களோட டெம்பரமெண்ட், உங்களோட குணாதிசயம் வேறு. நீங்கள் ரொம்ப நிதானமான ஒரு ஆளாக தெரியுறீங்க. அவர் ஒரு ஹை எனர்ஜியாக, பயங்கர ஒரு யூத்ஃபுல்லாக, அந்த மாதிரி வயதை தாண்டி அந்த ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவலிசமில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுற அந்த மேட்ரு எப்படி இருந்தது உங்களுக்கு?
வயது வந்து மனசு தானே முக்கியம். அதனால் நான் வந்து தொடர்ந்து 30 ஆண்டுகளாக மாணவர்களோட தொடர்ந்து ஆசிரியர் பணியில் பயணம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு வரக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆள். அதனால் ஒரு இளைய தலைமுறையுடைய மனோபாவங்கள் இதையெல்லாம் என்னால் உணர்ந்துக்க முடியும். நான் இன்னும் பழைய வேல்யூஸ் பற்றியான இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு பெருசாக கிடையாது. அதனால் எனக்கு அப்பப்பனோட ரொம்ப ரொம்ப அந்யோன்யமாக ஃபீல் பண்ண முடிஞ்சுது. எங்கள் 2 பேருடைய குணாதிசயங்களும் பல விஷயத்தில் ஒத்துப்போகக்கூடிய ஒன்று தான். நாங்கள் எங்களுடைய முதல் சந்திப்பே அந்த மாதிரி அமைஞ்சுது. அதை பற்றி பேசினா அது ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் ஆகிடும். அதனால் அதை சொல்லலை. பட் எங்களுக்குள்ளே அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு நல்ல அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங்கு இருந்துச்சு. அதை காலச்சூடு கண்ணன் என்ன சொல்லுவார்னா, உங்கள் 2 பேருக்குள்ளே ஒரு கெமிஸ்ட்ரி இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவார்.
He's not that old. That is white, like he's dyed it white. That's why.
Yes, please. Mike.
ஐயா, நான் சுவாமிநாதன். ஸோ இது இப்போது காட்சிப்படுத்தும் போது, அதாவது ஒரு நாவலை காட்சிப்படுத்தும் போது எப்போவுமே வந்து வாசகர்களுடைய கற்பனையை நம்ம கொஞ்சம் அதை நோக்கி போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஃபீலிங் இருக்குது. ஃபிலிம் மேக்கர்ஸ் நிறைய பேர் பேசியிருக்காங்க. ஒரு நாவலை ஃபிலிமாக பண்ணும்போது வாசகர்களோட கற்பனையை இதுதான் அப்படின்னு ஆக்கிடுவோமோ அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பிரச்சனை இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அதை எப்படி நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் பார்த்தீங்க? ஏன்னா இப்போ வாடிவாசல் நான் படிச்சிருக்கேன், நாவலாக படிச்சிருக்கேன். என்னுடைய கற்பனையில் வாடிவாசல் ஒரு மாதிரி இருக்குது. அது மாதிரி பல்வேறு கோடிக்கணக்கான வாசகர்களோட கற்பனையிலையும் இருக்குது. ஆனால் அதை நம்ம இப்போது ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணாமல் பார்த்துக்கிறது ஒரு இது இருக்குல்ல, அந்த கிரியேட்டிவ் சேலஞ்சை நீங்கள் எப்படி டீல் பண்ணீங்க?
இல்லை, நீங்கள் படங்கள் அது அவர் சொன்னால் நல்லா இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சொல்கிறீங்க, படங்களில் வரும்போதும் நமக்கு அதுக்கான ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்கத்தான் செய்யுது. நாம் முழுசையும் அப்படியே கொண்டு வந்துடுறதில்லை. ஒரு பனைமரம் வருது, பனைமரம் வந்துருச்சு அப்படின்னா அந்த நிலத்தினுடைய எல்லா அம்சமும் அங்கே வந்துருச்சுன்னு கிடையாது. அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய பனை, இன்னும் 2-3 சின்ன சின்ன புதர்கள், இதெல்லாம் வச்சு அந்த நில அமைப்பை ஒரு மாதிரி காட்சி பண்ணுறாரு பாருங்க. அதை வச்சு நீங்கள் கற்பனை பண்ண வேண்டிய சூழல் தான் இருக்குது. இல்லை, இந்த நிலம் எப்படி இருக்கும் அப்படின்ட்டு நீங்கள் கற்பனை பண்ண வேண்டிய ஒரு நிலை தான் அதுலேயும் இருக்கும். அதனால் நம்ம காட்சியாக நம்ம கொண்டு வரோம். சினிமாவில் கூட அப்படி தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். சினிமாவில் நம்ம தமிழ் சினிமா வந்து நீங்கள் இங்கே நம்ம திடீர்னு சென்னையில் இப்போ ஒரு பார்க்கில் டூயட் பாடிக்கிட்டு இருப்பாங்க, திடீர்னு தாஜ்மஹாலுக்கு போயிடுவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரியானதை இல்லை. ஆனால் நம்ம கற்பனை பண்ணிக்கிறதுக்கான இடங்கள் வந்து அதுலேயும் உண்டு. அந்த காட்சிகள்லேயும் நம்ம பின்னணியெல்லாம் நாம் இன்னும் இணைச்சிக்கிறதுக்கு வாசகர்களுக்கான ஒரு ஸ்பேஸ் வந்து இருக்குது தான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
There's a girl there. 1 second, ma'am. Let her finish.
Hi, என் பேர் மீனாட்சி. I'm an artist, so I really enjoyed வாடிவாசல். இப்போ வந்து இந்த பூனாச்சி பற்றி சொல்லும்போது நான் ரொம்ப எக்ஸைட் ஆகிட்டேன் of how it's taking shape and you know how it's going to come out next year. ஸோ அதை பற்றியான கொஷின் தான் இது. இதுக்கான ரீசர்ச் வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்லி டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருந்திருக்கும். ஏன்னா இதோட லேண்ட்ஸ்கேப் டிஃப்ரெண்ட், இதோட அனிமல் லைக் எல்லாமே ரொம்ப டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருக்கும். ஸோ பூனாச்சிக்கு வந்து லைக் he also said he visited like ஜல்லிக்கட்டு events to you know take more research about the story. ஸோ பூனாச்சிக்கு என்ன ரீசர்ச் பண்ணீங்க, பூனாச்சி எப்படி ஷேப் ஆகுது, அண்ட் அதுவும் பிளாக் அண்ட் ஒயிட்டில் இருக்க போதா, அதுதான் கேள்வி.
Poonachi research is just starting. I've just broken it down into pages, about 148 pages now. I was just asking him today, like, does he have any like goats that he's close to? Because I need pictures from different angles of the same goat, because we have about 12 characters who are goats here, and there has to be like differentiating factors between them. Unfortunately, Poonachi is the only one that's black. So the rest of them are like white and a little bit brown. So yeah, good question. Like I'm trying to add one color there. I'm trying to add black and white and one more color. Why black and white? Why we stick like that is mostly because of publishing expense and like publisher things. Color is a lot more expensive. So if it weren't in black and white, we wouldn't have been able to have so many local language versions of Vadivasal. But we are willing to push that luck with Poonachi now. I think that one color adds a lot. So, you know, it gives that, it's basically like like an orange kind of thing. It's dangerous to use orange nowadays, but you know, it's a subtle orange, and it gives that heat and that mood of the place. And like you're saying, yes, the landscape also, openness, flatness that I won't see in Kerala. But when I travel across the hills to like Tamil Nadu, suddenly you see this like empty, flat thing that doesn't exist in Kerala. So it's that kind of visual stuff that, you know, got stuck in my head at some point. And I'm trying to like work that out. And somehow that orange was there. So I've added that one color. And yeah, I'm looking for goats. If any of you have goats at home, like, you know, get in touch with me, send me pictures of goats.
Yes, ma'am.
ஹலோ சார், என்னோட கொஷின் இந்த புத்தகத்தில் பொதுவான கேள்வியாக இருக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நான் உங்களோட நிறைய புத்தகங்கள் படிச்சிருக்கேன். ஸோ எனக்கு எப்போவுமே ஒரு கேள்வி எனக்குள்ளே இருக்கிறது என்னென்னா, நீங்கள் சொல்ல வரதை என்னால் புரிஞ்சிக்க முடியுமா, அந்த அளவுக்கு நான் அறிவு இருக்கா அப்படின்னு நான் எனக்கு யோசிச்சுப்பேன். என்னோடய ஃபஸ்ட்டு கேள்வி வந்து, பூனாச்சி உங்களோட ஏன் ஆடாக இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் நினச்சிங்க? ரெண்டாவது கேள்வி வந்து, இப்போ நான் பூக்குழி அப்புறம் மயிர்தான் பிரச்சனையா இந்த புத்தகங்கள்லாம் படித்தப்ப ஸ்கூலில் நடந்தது எனக்கும் இருந்தங்காட்டி என்னால் அந்த புத்தகத்தை பாதிக்கு மேலே படித்து போகவே முடியல. ஏன்னா எனக்கு ரொம்ப கோபம் சோகம் தான் இருந்துச்சு. இப்போ நீங்கள் அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் பார்த்து இவ்வளோ தூரம் வந்திருக்கீங்க. நீங்கள் எப்படி அந்த கோபம், அதை ஒரு ரெக்ரெட்டை வந்து நான் என்னோட பார்வை வந்து அதை விட்டு ஓடி போகணுன்னு தான் நினைப்பேன். அதை வந்து கலையாவோ இல்லை ஆர்ட்டாக மாற்றணுங்கிறது எனக்கு தோணலை. இப்போ நீங்கள் எப்படி நீங்கள் சந்தித்த இவ்வளோ அனுபவங்களையும் ஒரு கலையாக மாற்றி அதை இவ்வளோ பேர்கிட்ட கொண்டு சேர்க்க உங்களால் முடிஞ்சுது? அந்த ஃபார்ம் எது? ஒரு ஆங்கர் வந்து அது ரெசன்மெண்ட், கோபம் எல்லாமே வரும், ஒரு சோகமும் இருக்குது. இப்படி எப்படி நடக்குது, இன்னும் இது நடக்குதுங்கிற கேள்வி தான் எனக்கு வருது. அதை வந்து எனக்கு ஆர்ட்டாக மாற்றவோ இல்லை அதை ஃபேஸ் பண்ணவோ எனக்கு எப்படின்னு தெரில. ஸோ நீங்கள் எப்படி அதை ஒரு கலையாக மாற்றி இவ்வளோ பேர்கிட்ட கொண்டு போகிறீங்க?
இது வந்து என்னுடைய எழுத்து ரகசியத்தை வந்து நீங்கள் கேட்குற மாதிரி இருக்கு. உண்மையில் சொல்லப்போனால் அது எனக்கே எப்படின்னு எனக்கே தெரியல. அதை விவரிக்கிறது அவ்வளவு சுலபம் இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒவ்வொருத்தருக்கும் அவங்கள வெளிப்படுத்திக்கிறதுக்கு ஒவ்வொரு வழிமுறை, ஒவ்வொரு வடிவம் இருக்கும். எல்லா மனிதர்களுக்குமே அது உண்டுதான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சில பேர் அவங்க விஷயங்களை பேசுகிறது மூலமாக, தொடர்ந்து பேசுகிறது மூலமாக வெளிப்படுத்துவாங்க. சில பேர் வேறு விதமான செயல்களில் வெளிப்படுத்துவாங்க. ஒரு எழுத்து மூலமாக வெளிப்படுத்துறதும் அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு திறன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அது ஏதோ இயற்கையில் வழக்கமாக சொல்லுவாங்கள்ல, நதி மூலம் ரிஷி மூலம் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது அப்படின்ட்டு. அதுபோல் இந்த மாதிரி எழுதுறதுல எப்படி ஆர்வம் வருது அப்படிங்கிறதையும் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாதுன்னு தான் நினைக்கிறேன். அது இயல்பிலேயே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒன்று. ஒரு பறவை எப்படி அது கூடு கட்டக்கூடிய திறன் வந்து அதுக்கு இயல்பிலேயே அமையுதோ அது போல தான் அதனால் அது எனக்கான ஒரு வடிவமாக சின்ன வயசுலேயே எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சுது. அதனால் எனக்கு தோணக்கூடிய எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் நான் எழுத்து மூலமாக வெளிப்படுத்துறது அப்படிங்கிறது அது என்னுடைய இயல்பாகவே மாறிவிட்டது. அதுதான் காரணம். சொல்லுங்க.
எஸ் ப்ளீஸ்
சார். ஒரு கொஸ்டின் என்னென்னா, நீங்களாகவே எழுதுவீங்க, உங்களுக்கு உரிய கதைகள் இருக்குது, நீங்களாக கதை எழுதுவீங்க. இப்போது இன்னொருத்தரோட நோவலை நீங்கள் கதையாக மாற்றும் போது அதுக்குள்ளே நீங்கள் எவ்வளோ இன்புட் கொடுக்கணும்னு எப்படி யோசிக்கிறீங்க, ஆர் அந்த டிசிஷன் எப்படி எடுக்கிறீங்க? அதானது அவரோட நோவலை வந்துட்டு நீங்கள் டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணக்கூடாது, ஆனால் அதை படிக்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு இருக்கும், இது இந்த மாதிரி இருந்திருக்குமோ, அவர் இந்த மாதிரி நினச்சிருப்பாரோ, இல்லை இது இந்த மாதிரி இருந்திருக்கலாமே, இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்களை எங்கே நீங்கள் பிளாக் பண்ணுறீங்க, ஆர் எப்படி இதுதான் இவ்வளோ தான் இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு எப்படி நீங்கள் அந்த ஒரு டிசிஷன் எடுக்கிறீங்க?
ஆமாம், அது ஒரு சிக்கலான ஒரு ப்ராசஸ் தான் அது. ஆனால் எனக்கு என்னென்னா, நான் வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 30 வருஷமாக சீசு செல்லப்பாவுடைய எழுத்துக்களை தொடர்ந்து படிச்சுக்கிட்டும் அதில் ஏதோ ஒரு விதமாக ஒர்க் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே வந்திருந்தேன். அதுதான் இப்போ பயன்பட்டது. நான் மாணவனாக இருந்தபோது சீசு செல்லப்பாவை நேரிலையும் சந்தித்து கொஞ்ச காலம் பழகியிருக்கேன். அதனால் அவருடைய இயல்புகளும் எனக்கு தெரியும், அவருடைய வாழ்க்கை பின்னணி பற்றியும் தெரியும். அவர் வந்து இப்போ இருக்கிற திண்டுக்கல் மாவட்டத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய வத்தலக்குண்டு, அந்த ஊர் தான் அவருடைய பூர்வீகம். அவர் பிராமணர் அவர். ஆனால் அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் பிராமணர்கள் ஏராளமாக நிலம் வச்சுருந்தாங்க. அதனால் இவருக்கு நிலம் சார்ந்தும் மாடுகள் சார்ந்தும் நிறைய அறிவு அவருக்கு வந்து சீசுல்லப்பாவுக்கு இயல்பாகவே உண்டு. இந்த நாவல் மட்டும் அல்ல, கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 10க்கு மேற்பட்ட சிறுகதைகள் மாடுகளை மையமாக வச்சு அவர் வந்து எழுதியிருக்காரு. அது எல்லாமே 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு 19ஆம் நூற்றாண்டினுடைய இறுதி பகுதி. அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய விவசாயம், அந்த விவசாயத்தில் ஈடுபட்ட மக்கள், இவங்களை பற்றியானதாக இருக்கும். அவருடைய சிறுகதைகளை தேர்ந்தெடுத்த சிறுகதைகளை நான் தொகுத்தேன். அவரை பற்றி ஒரு செமினார் நடத்தின போது அதுக்கான ஏற்பாடுகளை செஞ்சு அதை ஒரு புத்தகமாக ஆக்கினேன். அப்புறமேல அவருடைய வாடிவாசலுக்கும் ஜீவனாம்சத்துக்கும் முன்னுரை எழுதினேன். இப்படி தொடர்ந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட 30 ஆண்டுகளாக அவருடைய படைப்புகளோட தொடர்ந்து பயணம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருந்ததுனால அவர் எழுதக்கூடிய உலகம் என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது எனக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட பிடிபட்டது தான். நான் கிட்டத்தட்ட என் நம்பிக்கையாக சொல்லுவேன், 90% எனக்கு அவருடைய உலகத்தை எப்படிப்பட்டது அப்படிங்கிறத என்னால் புரிஞ்சுக்க முடிஞ்சுது அப்படின்ட்டு. அந்த தைரியத்தில் தான் இதுக்கான ஸ்கிரிப்ட் வந்து நான் எழுதினேன். அப்புறம் இந்த நாவலில் ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுதுறதுக்கு இது நீங்கள் எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு விளையாட்டு, அதனுடைய விஷயங்கள் அதுக்குள்ளே ஒரு நுட்பமாக போய் எழுதுகிறாரு. அந்த நுட்பத்தை பிடிச்சிக்கிறது தான் அது 2-3 முறை படிக்கும்போது எனக்கு அது பிடிபட்டது. அதனால் அந்த அனுபவம் இருந்ததுனால எனக்கு சுலபமாக இருந்தது.
சார், நேரமின்மை காரணமாக நம்ம இப்போது இந்த நிகழ்வை முடித்து கொண்டு ஒரு நிர்பந்தம். பட் இவங்க 2 பேரும் வெளியில் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ ப்ளீஸ் ஃபீல் ஃப்ரீ டு meet them and ask your questions. And thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And do remember to send your pictures of goats to them.
நன்றி, எல்லாருக்கும் நன்றி.
Thank you so much to our speakers. We'll just take a quick picture before we let you all proceed. And to the audience, our authors are available for book signings, and of course all of the books are available for purchase at the stall right outside. Thank you all so much for being here at day 1 of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. A big thank you to all our speakers, moderators, and all of our participants for all of the amazing ideas and conversations throughout the day. A special thank you to the audience as well. You all have been fantastic. So we look forward to welcoming all of you for day 2. Don't forget that the amazing fun continues tomorrow as well, right here. Lots of conversations, and a special thank you, of course, to our sponsors. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026 is presented by the all-new Kia Seltos in association with Christ and Nite. Our associate partners, Orchids, the International School, the Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshaya Kalpa Organic, United India Insurance, ICFAI Group, Chennai Port Authority, KPL, Vajiram and Ravi Institute for IAS Examination, LIC, Mahindra University. Our realty partners, Casa Grande, our education partner, SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore, our state partner, Government of Sikkim and Government of Uttarakhand, our official timekeeping partner, Citizen, our regional partner, DBS Bank, our tourism partner, Bihar Tourism, our bookstore partner, Crossword, our radio partner, 92.7 Big FM, and our water partner, Repute. This is myself, Paloma, signing off. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2. Thank you.
into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, The Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by The Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere. Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, The Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by The Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere. Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, the Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by the Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere. Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, the Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by the Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere. Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, the Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy.
forth steady with the pants in, trying to keep up, and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold, but I'm hot like a Visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos, Saras, forever.
Kia, movement that inspires. Yeah, now pushing on my wheels in the fuse, got you dancing. I go back and forth steady with the pants in, trying to keep up, and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold, but I'm hot like a Visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos, Saras, forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine a place where your curiosity is celebrated, your dreams are nurtured, and your potential is limitless. A place where learning is more than just a classroom experience. It's an adventure, a journey, and a transformation. With world-class facilities and a team of visionary experts, we craft thinkers, leaders, and change makers for the world. Here, every question sparks curiosity. Every challenge ignites passion. And every project takes you one step closer to greatness. At Christ, shape a world that reflects your vision.
Walk into the portals of Christ University to rediscover yourselves, to shape the future, and sow the seeds of growth for tomorrow. This is our journey together to create a meaningful impact in the society.
This is where your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion, and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join an MIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர் உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யார் தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன். என்ன மாதிரி எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனாலதான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலா வேலை செய்யறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விடட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது, ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ, தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
India Assurance Mahila Udyam Bima, exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Sum insured up to rupees 5 crore, cover on loss of profits, theft cover, personal accident cover, and optional cover for employees. When it comes to business, protection is the key to success. New India Assurance, Nari Samman Bima, a special policy designed for all women aged 18 to 70 years. Up to 2 lakh rupees cover for accidental death, permanent disability and acid attack. Get covers for livelihood protection, legal divorce and more. Every woman deserves protection and dignity.
Chennai's first pin code 600001 stands Chennai Port, the cradle of the city, South India's premium maritime gateway. For centuries, it has powered commerce, shaped communities, and connected the region to global trade. Now connects directly to more than 50 countries worldwide. At the heart of operations are three major docks: Dr. Ambedkar Dock with 11 berths, Jawahar Dock with 6 berths, and Bharati Dock with 10 berths. The Port of Chennai houses two exclusive state-of-the-art container terminals operated by leading global players, Dubai Ports World and the Port of Singapore Authority. As India's #1 automobile export hub, the car terminal at Chennai Port offers dedicated port entry, stacking yards, and state-of-the-art berthing facilities, and remains the trusted choice for prominent exporters like Hyundai and Kia. Cruise terminal offers modern amenities and seamless services. Huge marine loading arms enable faster, safer handling of crude and POL products. With a depth of 17.4 meters, it can accommodate Suezmax and very large crude carriers vessels and are fully integrated with pipeline networks connecting to large tank farms and refineries. Chennai Port has ample facilities including 4 transit sheds, 11 warehouses for bulk, vast open areas.
Our focus is on making Chennai Port smarter and more efficient every day. With digital technologies, automation, and modern logistics infrastructure, we are easing the port processes and improving the service for our stakeholders. We are working closely with our trade to ensure Chennai Port remains future ready and globally competitive.
Upcoming projects to further streamline operations include a double-tier elevated corridor of 21 km from Chennai Port to Madurai for 24/7 unrestricted entry to the port and smooth cargo movement. A multimodal logistics park at Marpedu as a key logistics node integrating road, rail, and warehousing to streamline cargo movement. The Port of Chennai charts the course towards a sustainable future where history, innovation, and progress come together.
கேளு, ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி.
ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி. ஏஐயே கேட்போம். எப்படிப்பட்ட பாலிசினா குறைஞ்ச வருஷத்துக்கு பிரீமியம் கட்டணும், ஆனா வருமானம் வாழ்க்கை பூரா வரணும்.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
நமக்கு அந்த பாலிசி தரணும், வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரும் கூட.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாவ், சரி, நாம LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ் பாலிசி எடுப்போம்.
நானும் உங்ககிட்ட இதையே தான் சொன்னேன். LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாழ்க்கையின் கொண்டாட்டம் தூளு. LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவுடன் எதிர்காலம் ஜோரு.
Spread over 130 acres in Hyderabad, a campus that's lush and green, always buzzing with ideas and innovation, with state-of-the-art research centers, 3D printing and prototyping laboratories, India's first university to drive digital transformation of higher education, powered by emerging technologies, enabled by innovation hubs. It's time to reimagine higher education, to educate future citizens for and of a better world.
The Mahindra Group has a significant presence in Hyderabad, especially after the acquisition of Satyam. Hyderabad also provides great infrastructure and a metropolitan lifestyle for faculty and students. Finally, with many of India's leading research laboratories and multinational corporations, Hyderabad is an ideal location for interaction between industry and academia.
Mahindra University, global thinkers, engaged leaders.
இந்த பொங்கல் நாங்க எங்க சொந்த வீட்ல கொண்டாடுறோம். பல வருஷ உழைப்பும் காசா கிராண்ட் மேல் இருக்கும் நம்பிக்கை தான் இந்த கனவை நினைவாக்குது. தமிழ் மக்களின் நம்பிக்கையால சென்னையோட நம்பர் 1 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
அதே நம்பிக்கையால இந்த மண்ணில் ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ இந்தியாவோட டாப் 7 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
நம்ம நம்பிக்கைக்கு நன்றி சொல்லும் விதமா இந்த பொங்கலை நன்றி திருநாளா கொண்டாடுறாங்க. With a great Pongal savings, now save up to rupees 11 lakhs across all Casa Grande project. உங்க கனவும் நினைவாக இப்பவே புக் பண்ணுங்க.
A vibrant space where passion comes alive to grow and flourish in the path of life, with guidance, support, and goals in sight, helping young minds excel and thrive.
SSVM Residential School, ever shining bright, climbing greater heights. Yeah, SSVM Residential School.
SSVM Residential School.
Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism.
A vibrant space where passion comes, grow and flourish in the path of life with guidance. A vibrant space.
Spread over 130 acres, always buzzing with it's time to reimagine. Spread over 100.
இந்த பொங்கல் நாங்க இந்த கனவை நினைப்பதா இருக்காங்க.
அதே நம்பிக்கையால
A vibrant